Good evening, folks. It is Friday, November 26th, 2021. We got 1 week left until December. So you have about a month, approximately, just a
Don't
little
say
under a
it.
month.
Don't say it.
It's coming. It's
Yeah.
coming. If
Yeah.
you were smart, you probably already should have bought your shit. Just to be clear, if you were smart, you already bought it. But
We
good
don't
luck to the
even
rest of
buy
you.
stuff anymore. Like really. Am
Very
I
little, very little. That's part of the reason why I did the pickup video a couple of hours ago and I got it uploaded and everything. But at the tail end, I asked kind of a question. I said, "Hey, basically just getting people's opinions about the Christmas Eve show or the New Year's show. The New Year's one I'm going to do anyway. But I'll be honest, the more I thought about it, the Christmas Eve one is even easier because I'm over at the house with the family, but at the same time, we open our presents at midnight. So honestly, if I'm offline before midnight, no one gives a crap. And I already know the laptop works, so I can literally connect hardwired, and I can be in the office doing my thing for a while, have my drink, relax, enjoy. Because otherwise, after dinner, you're just kind of killing time watching TV and stuff until it's midnight anyway. So
basically? And when you're
yeah,
in the hobby, every day's Christmas is not.
yeah, yeah. But in all like at home, it's all adults. My younger brother, myself, my parents. It's like no, we just kind of hang out. They're watching TV, and I'm like, I'm not really interested in watching Netflix with them. It's like I'm probably sitting on my computer or on my tablet watching YouTube or something anyway. I'm like, well, I may as well then just do my live stream, and at least I get to do something interactive while I'm having my beer and relaxing.
True. Very true.
Yes, so it works out about the same for me.
Me, it's slow. We don't do much. We usually just stay home. Sometimes
Yeah,
we even go to bed before New Year's.
yeah. So it's like it depends. New Year's is kind of fun because then once you cross over into the other time zone, that's an easy one. And usually it's happening anyway, so it's like there you go. Last video of the year, first video of the new one. Enjoy.
Hmm.
So good evening, Yannick. Geoff, good evening. Bring Carlos Sr. onto the show. Well, on the Christmas Eve one, I might be able to. On the Christmas Eve one, I can probably get him to waltz over and bother us all for a couple minutes.
Hmm. Don't drive his motorcycle over.
He's been known to spin a yarn in his day. He may sit down and regale you with tales of something. Who knows?
Really? He likes to talk like someone else.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
that's exactly where I get it from.
Hmm.
In fairness, my mom doesn't shut up either, so maybe for both of them.
Oh, so you had two, which made one, but not your brother. Not so much.
Comparatively he shuts up. He
Hmm.
will say his piece when the moment is right, but he kind of picks his spots a little bit more.
Gotcha.
Good evening, Eric. But yeah,
All
so a couple of quick things off the top.
right.
Just a quick congratulations to. Oh, so first, actually, let me do this. So belated Thanksgiving to the U.S. based folk. Those that celebrated. Hopefully, you're either coming down from or slowly recovering from your food comas. So good on you guys for that. I was actually watching the football this week. This week I've actually been on vacation, so I've been just trying to get some stuff done. But yesterday was great because I had the football game on the screen while I was tidying up stuff around the house and just been playing it all over the house. So it was fun for me just to have the games on. It was good. The Lions game was entertaining for all the wrong reasons. A couple of the other ones were entertaining also for all the wrong reasons. So, but it works. Triple header football. I'm not going to complain. So it's fine. But anyway, belated Thanksgiving to those of you who do celebrate. For those of us in Canada, happy Thursday.
Yeah.
So it worked out. Now, also congratulations to Carbon, who launched his new venture. So it was the Infinite. It's his new card thing that he did. It was funny because when he originally kind of mentioned it, I was kind of curious. I missed the live stream. He did a live stream on Instagram where he started talking about it a little bit, but I missed it. And then usually I go, oh, I'll check out the replay. He didn't save it for replay. So I just reached out to him quick and go, hey, I was looking forward to checking out your thing, but I can see, did you replay it anywhere? And he goes, no. And he goes, no, no. So he actually gave me a quick call and kind of gave me a couple of bullet points. He didn't lay out the whole thing. He wanted to announce it. But I got a couple of bullet points, just a couple of hints. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting, interesting. So I was looking forward to kind of finding out what it was like everybody else. And it turned out it was, his return to creating a premium-ish card set. But it's for the musician The Weeknd. I've heard the name. Once I heard the song playing a little bit, okay, I'm pretty sure I've heard this somewhere. I'm not listening to radio or stuff, so probably commercials. I'm sure it's been used for commercials or something. I'm just not sure, or maybe during a TV show or something it's been playing, but like I've heard it a little bit, not the whole song, but it was familiar. I just couldn't place it, and I've heard the name, so it's one of those things like, oh, okay, cool. Apparently, he broke the Billboard chart record, so I didn't know that. So I was like, hey, good for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Weekend's been around for a long time.
Oh
You
yeah.
grew up. You grew up in. Was it Scarborough or
Are you thinking Drake or are you thinking the weekend?
the Weekend? Yeah,
Oh, really?
he's Canadian. He's Canadian too. Yeah,
Okay. Gotcha.
Toronto somewhere.
Okay. I had no idea. So it's one of those things like it was one of those, it's like, yep. I know that if you say the name, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, the musician guy. But it was funny because he mentioned like, oh, he's like a Super Bowl halftime or something. It's like, that's why I don't watch Super Bowl halftime.
There you go.
That's why I have no idea what you're talking about. I'll watch the game before and I'll watch the game after. I take a break during halftime. I don't pay attention to it.
Ever since you were so hurt by Janet Jackson's performance,
It was after that I refused on principle to watch halftime. Or maybe I don't give a crap about halftime in football games. Regardless of who's in it. So it's not just the holidays until the Lions lose a nationally televised game. These are facts. Good evening, Dunkachino. Thank you for popping in. 357, good evening. Celebrating an acquisition of PSA Slab 39 Hall of Fame induction, Connie Mack signature. Very nice, Mark. Very nice. Well played. Yeah, Carmen's been looking at Christmas all week. Yes, he's been very excited. That's why I wanted to give him his congratulations as well. If you guys are interested in checking out some of that stuff, it is on the weekend shop. So I am familiar with that portion of it. I think it's $100 a pack. It's one card a pack. He can give you all the details, no doubt. But you can check out the infinite cards all together. It's on Instagram, and you can check out, and all the details are there, including the website and all the information based on it. So if you have any curiosity about that, trust me, he'll talk your ear off about it. No doubt, no question. He's been making the rounds. But good for him.
Make the expo though. He was going to, but I didn't. I talked to him, and he didn't make the expo.
Yeah, I don't know. He has been traveling around a little bit, so who knows? I will say that I did see a couple of the pictures of a couple of the cards, and it's very much a carving production. Like he included a lot of foil, and he's got a lot of. He knows how to make He knows how to make a good looking, like premium feeling card. So that's probably what he was going for as far as that's concerned. And I fully expect that'll be the first of several different series with different musicians probably that he'll do with that. So getting into that space, it makes a lot of sense. And once he mentioned he did some DJing stuff and things back in earlier on in his life, it's like, okay, I can see where that connection comes in. I get it.
Yeah.
Seems good. And here's one that you guys will never have on your bingo card. I'm not gonna call it praise because that's too strong, but I will point out something ComC related that isn't just me making fun of them. So if any of you guys are paying attention to it, a lot of the Black Friday stuff is pretty garbage, to be honest. It's pretty lame. And Cyber Monday. However, this one I think they carried over from last year as well, maybe the year before that. Starting basically now until the end of the weekend, ComC purchases with store credit get a 5% cash back. So if there's anything that you had some interest in already anyway, extra 5% is not a bad thing, and you get that credit applied to your account on January 1st. So if you pick up anything, you'll get 5%, and then you get it back afterwards, and then you can use it for something else after. So if you had your eye on something, I always take the 5%. It's the same thing as when eBay used to do the eBay bucks, and they had like the bonus bucks. It's like,
oh, I love those.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
now I don't make anything now.
That's exactly it. Yeah, they took that one away, which was really unfortunate. So this is like an opportunity. So this weekend, you are getting 5% pretty much across the board on anything that is used with store credit. If you buy it, you get the 5%. So that's not bad. That's at least pretty decent.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, you said weekend 16 times. Amazing.
Yep. You can blame Carvin for the band on that one. That's what happens when you use that name. Although he used a special spelling too. I think he's missing a couple of letters, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Here we go. This is the one I was looking for. There you go. 5% back on all purchases of ComC store credit. There are some other folks that do have a little bit of discounts and stuff, but it's nothing crazy. But for me, the 5% is probably the biggest, most interesting piece. If there's anything you have your eye on already.
Have they caught up yet with their shipments?
So Paul was telling me a little bit earlier. So this hashtag was kind of a joke we were making earlier. Apparently for like eBay stuff, they're getting a lot quicker on just turning it around and actually getting the shipping notification to you and actually getting the tracking number created. And so that portion of the process is a lot quicker. I think stateside, I think they're moving a little bit quicker. I think moving internationally though is still really slow. And I don't think we haven't really seen the turnaround time get fixed for the basic service. Although as part of the Black Friday promotion, they did bring back the discount on if you buy a certain amount of cards. So I think if you do 100 cards, they take $5 off the shipping. So that they're applying any discount at all to the shipping is implying that they feel like they're capable of taking the extra volume because they're basically saying, oh yeah, do 100 cards, which takes us X amount of time to pull. It actually takes us more time, and we'll take $5 off. So we're actually encouraging you to make a bigger order, which should take us longer. So it speaks to they're trying to convey some kind of confidence that they can turn it around on you. So Take that with a grain of salt, but that's basically what they tried to say, and they implied in their little blog post that they feel like their backlog is under control and they've got it, so they feel like they can do this and apply that promotion. So they're putting their money where their mouth is. They're basically saying, "Yeah, we'll give you a discount for a bigger order. Try us."
All right.
All right. So I leave it to any of you who are feeling experimental. Knock yourselves out. So Gary, good evening. Did you see the interview Dakota had with Matt from My Slabs? Looks like they have some big things coming. I did catch a little bit of it. Yes. Yeah, I think they're trying to do the part I'm interested in for the most is they implied that they were going to introduce something a little different to their platform. So I want to see what that looks like. But I think it was a good I think it was a good discussion. It was kind of good that they also went into they kind of spent a good chunk of time talking about football. So it's good when somebody from one of the stores and stuff talk about actually I have a passion for the sport or the cards or whatever the case may be. So it's a good thing. But also, they're there to promote My Slabs at the same time. So I think they did a good job basically saying, hey, we're liking what we're doing. We're working on some new stuff for you guys, and we'll let you know soon. So I think your last sentence is kind of the thing is that I wait to see what that is. I'll be curious to see because, again, more platforms succeeding is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did watch that one. Well, until we got into too much football, and then I went bye-bye. Because they really got deep there.
Oh, they were debating the relative merits. It's like, in case any of you guys were curious, they really think Russell Wilson is underrated. Really underrated. Really underrated. I don't disagree completely, but at the same time, it's like I don't need to spend 45 minutes talking about it. A couple of minutes will suffice. I had to look up the name. I really don't know who Steven Crowder is. You got anything on that one?
Yep.
Okay, who's Steven Crowder?
Louder Crowder. He does a talk show.
Then I genuinely don't care.
Yep.
Good for him. Okay. Did you or Bobby attend the Vancouver show? No. Don't go west. Did they actually end up having the show? Did it go off?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I did see some posts regarding it. It was pretty good. I didn't really see too much in video sense. I've seen a lot of pictures. So I'm still waiting to see more back. But it's hard finding that stuff. You know, I was like trying to find that other stuff before. Is like where do you find these videos? So even when you type in, you know, Vancouver show, it doesn't really come up. So I think you have to be a little more specific or know or be in the know. You know? So sort of like Toronto Expo. You had to really search and get the year down because otherwise you were finding older stuff. So
yeah. Did it hurt at all the weather issues they were having with it?
Yeah, I'm sure it did. They didn't really talk about that. The videos or the pictures and things and posts that I saw.
Sure.
But it seemed like it was okay. There's lots of guys set up. It was rather full. I did see a few booths, which was really kind of cool. It was nice that they took a picture of their booth because I contacted the guy this through Facebook. I contacted the guy, said, "Hey, that stick there in the second display, you know, down," and you can't see it, but I know what it is. And I went, "Yeah, that's an old Maple Leaf stick." But I said, "Who's the player on it?" Because they had all these different Leaf players. He goes, "Oh,
gotcha.
He says Pulford." I said, "Oh, okay, yeah. How much did you want?" He goes, $80. I said, "You know, they're about 40 to 50. He goes, "Okay, $40." It's okay. I don't need Pulford. So, anyways, so I think that's a really a neat thing to do is you take a video, you take a picture of your stuff when you're at the expo or you're at the Vancouver show or wherever you are, even the national, and then people can, you know, log online and go, "Hey, you know, you got some stuff there." Send a little message and say, "Hey, how much is that?" Great way of doing business. I think people should do that for their store, but you know, take a video every morning or every once.
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's been a lot of the model that has helped the card collector twos, and even you wouldn't think about it that way, but what does Burbank do? He does the thing with the Podfather. He'll go on Instagram and do like a conversation, have a chat, and he'll walk around the store a little bit and like, well, that's promotion. Like every time you're doing that is promotion. And I know that they've done, they even did a couple of podcasts recently where he's been talking about some of that stuff as well. And he had his son on talking with it a little bit as well. So it's like, this doesn't hurt. And it's not like people don't know Burbank in the hobby. They do know. But what does that tell you when you already got pretty good brand equity, but you're still willing to go out there and put yourself out there and, you know, show things and say things and, hey, like you guys should come by and check out our stuff. And this is what we're doing. We're giving you a little behind the curtain so that you know, hey, this is how we operate. And we want you guys to come and find some stuff. And I want you to sell us some stuff. And that's basically what they say. It's like, no, I want to buy more stuff from you guys. But just these are the things you need to know. This is what you need to expect. This is kind of how we assess these things. So come in with reasonable expectations, and I think you'll have a good experience, basically. Which is not a bad thing. It's a good idea to kind of give people a heads up, like, hey, by the way, this is what you should probably expect. And that way you won't be disappointed when you come by.
Yeah, it's good seeing what they have. When they had Slasha on there, he was going around, oh, you got this card, this card, this card. So anybody watching is going to go, hey, if he doesn't buy that, I might just contact them, give them a call and say, hey, I want that card.
Yep.
What have you.
It's
Good
constant
idea.
advertising.
Yeah, I don't think people utilize that to the best degree yet, and I think they should.
I think that's fair. Now, here's a little quick update. I did get a little message related to it, so we'll have to see. When I was chatting a little bit on Facebook, so I'll leave the name out for now. If later on they mention they want to include it, I'll give them credit for it. They gave me a little bit of a first-hand account on the trade night at the expo. So remember, I showed the little video,
yeah.
but it was nice to get a little first-hand account. So basically, they were saying it was disappointing. They should have advertised it better. Nobody knew. Not many people there, and around 9 o'clock, it kind of petered out. Apparently.
Yeah, well, it was hard to find any information about it because I think it was limited to how many people? I can't.
Yeah, it was a 200. It was a 200 cap,
and you had to be invited or something. So, a lot of people after that just probably maybe never even went.
Oh, it wasn't an invitation. It was just a link. You can invite yourself. Your RSVP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you had to know that the link was there, but then you click on it and
you didn't know if the link was there. Then you're kind of screwed, right?
Yeah. All you had to do was click on it and just say, "Yeah, I'll come," and then you count as one.
Maybe the trade night is more of a U.S. based thing that we haven't really gotten used to up here yet. It's sort of like if you take it back 20, 30 years and you know how they have the parties before the Super Bowl or any football game for that matter.
Tailgate
parties. Those things never were a thing in Canada, and now they're kind of almost as big.
I was going to say the tailgate has so I think in the same vein to this one, it has kind of the same problem. The reason tailgates have always been a struggle in Canada is that we've got much more stringent laws on the alcohol in the pregame outside.
Yeah.
Because the Blue Jays did it like a tailgate thing. Well, you have to fence off the area. You basically have to create like a barrier. I went to inter-county baseball games and they had their own little tailgate area, their own little beer pavilion. They call it beer pavilion. And this is like this is semi-pro baseball, but they had a little fenced off area. Even it's like literally like 100 people here. So it's not like you got that much, but they were able to make some business doing it because it's like, we got some tables here and some chairs and just hang out here. You can still watch the game. You're like 10 feet away from the stadium anyway. So you're looking in and watching the game, but then have your beer inside of here and we're all good. But we're a little bit more stringent about it. Whereas, on like a US tailgate, when I go to like a Bills game, basically you're wandering aimlessly with your beer from parking lot to parking lot, area to area. And it's a little bit of a different setup. Well, in the same vein, the trade night, we talked about it. In the U.S., the trade night was not an organized event per se, other than the Card Collector 2 one. These other trade nights were like, hey, we're meeting up at this hotel, and everybody did like a social media blast, and then hundreds of people showed up at a hotel randomly when the hotel wasn't ready for it.
Yeah,
that's a very different kettle of fish. So so it's like, they had a lot more activity, but it's not necessarily activity the hotel would agree to. Whereas in this one, we still had COVID restrictions, number one, and we still so they did the RSVP to meet that. Now, did they do as good a job promoting it as they could have? No, they didn't. They should have probably the ideal would have been for them to really promote it hard and say, look, we've only got 200. After we hit the cap, we hit the cap. But let's get to the 200. Let's get this capped. Now, it'd be interesting to see if they did and just not everybody showed up who did RSVP. Or maybe they thought, much like they mentioned, maybe they thought it was going to go longer. So they decided to be, fashionably late.
Late to the party, yes.
Yeah, but imagine though if it was like the trade night in the U.S., those go into the early hours of the morning. So why would you be there before 9 o'clock unless you want to spend hours and hours and hours there? You'd say, no, we'll come around 10:15, 10:20, whatever. And it's like, but if it peters out before that because you didn't have enough people to sustain it, then
they show up and they go, what happened? I thought we were having. Oh yeah, you're late.
It was the same when my buddy and I were in university. Guelph last call was 3 a.m. So a lot of folks would show up like after 11. So they wouldn't show up to the bar or the pub until midnight or 11 o'clock because you still had like 3 or 4 hours before last call.
That's a late last call.
Yeah, it was. But that's why a lot of people would show up super late. You could show up early and it would be like really quiet, relatively speak. There would be people there early, but some people would be there early and then leave early and then maybe go to their house for a house party or something. So they'd come in to have some beers ahead of time. But then you'd have these groups throughout the night. But then one of the biggest groups was around 11 to midnight. A big groups would come in to be there towards the tail end. But they wouldn't come at like 7 or 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. No, 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 no. They're waiting until 11 midnight.
Yeah,
There's no reason to
makes
come in earlier if you're going to be there at the end.
either you'd be drunk or you'd just be out of money, or what do you do for that many hours?
That's just it, and so that's why I understood. But imagine then if you're thinking that, but if the bar decides only to run as long as they feel busy, but like at 9 o'clock they don't feel as busy enough, so they close it.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, I thought you were going until 3.
Hey.
What the heck? Let us in. It'd be a little different. Different. So I understand. So what's happened? Burbank sports rating on eBay really bad lately. You're asking the question. I don't know. You tell me. They do a lot of stuff through it. Let's see, Burbank. Now I have to find something that Burbank's got. They sell stuff all the time, but now I got to see what they have.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything related to it, so I'd be curious. Let's see.
We got news. Thanks, Yannick.
Yeah. I would bet you that they probably are having the same issue that everybody else on eBay has. If you're not getting stuff turned around fast enough, people complain. Because a lot of folks don't have a lot of patience. And I get it, but I think a lot of folks have been trying to abuse the eBay policy still, which is still a little bit loose.
Oh, it's funny. I shipped something to a guy. Well, I think he bought it for me a month and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he emailed me. It was one of those little hockey heads, if you've ever seen them from the Colgate.
I think you're showing the little disembodied heads coming in those, yeah.
Yeah, but kind of cool. So it was a Brad Parks, bit of a short print. The guy won them pretty cheap, so $20, and I think they're usually about 30 or 40. So regardless, I let the auction go. So, so he I've been looking for that part forever. I'm gonna wait. He says 3 weeks. It's been 4 weeks. I'm still hoping, and he kept emailing me. I'm saying, listen, anytime you just want a refund, just let me know. Mm-hmm. And so he kept emailing me, and then all of a sudden, he got it. Was it Wednesday? Mm-hmm. And I went, holy geez, that's like 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Amazing. And it showed up. I thought it was gone for sure. See, I tried to sneak it through regular mail. It does fit under the 20 millimeters. And then I kind of built a little bit of around it with the styrofoam, acid-free styrofoam based stuff. Mm-hmm. And so if it goes through that slot, it could pop out if it was just the head. So I kind of built it up so it was graduated. And that's happened before with those. So that's what I figured happened. And then the head comes out and the bubble envelope just gets mauled in the machine and you're screwed because that's regular mail, right? So
yep.
Any which way, he got it. I'm happy. He's happy. And that's unbelievable that it could take that long.
That's fair. So I just did a quick scan at Burbank's. They've got 19 negatives in 1 month with 14,339 positives.
Wow.
That doesn't seem like a big deal to me.
In 1 month, though?
That's in 1 month, 19.
How many in total? Like, what's his total? Is there a ratio?
His feedback, their feedback rating is 382,137.
Yeah, in the last 12 months or something, doesn't it have a...
In the last 12 months, they've got 407 negatives, 264,157 positives. It's ratio-wise,
yeah.
They're at 99.7. Which, honestly, with the amount of volume they're doing, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're within about 0.5% considering the amount of impatience there is on eBay, and you're doing hundreds of thousands of transactions a year?
Yeah, that's not... If you had 40, yeah, I get it.
Well, we did. The reason I say is that we did the ComC one. They were getting thousands.
Oh, I know
per month. They've received 19 in the last month, and they do tons of volume. So it's like, what's happening with the rating on eBay? Nothing. Now, with the amount of volume they're doing, 19 in a month is actually quite good.
I always wonder about this part of the negatives or what have you. Do people, when it comes to a $25 card that's not really insured, well, in the States, I guess everything is insured, regardless of the size of the package, correct?
I don't know that. Why would it be? Why would a regular thing in a bubble in a plain white envelope be insured?
Not a plain white envelope. I think it's a certain.
I know eBay has their thing for that small that they added, where they can do. I guess they can do tracking or something like on a really small dollar item.
Yes,
I think they added that. That's a more recent thing, but they've added that.
Well, in the U.S., it's always sort of been like that. We have to, for tracking, it's $15 for us minimum. You got to get up to that point.
Yeah.
There, it's like or it used to be like you could track a $3 item,
Yeah,
or
well,
not.
I think Eric mentioned that now the price has crept up in line with kind of what we had, but it
Yeah,
used to be very cheap. Like to add tracking number for
it
very
was
that
nothing.
used to be very basic. Used to be very
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah, but I wonder how many people, um, just file to say that they didn't receive the card. I think that happens quite a lot.
Oh yeah,
And because they can get away with it because you can't leave negative feedback on eBay. You can leave
for a
negative
buyer,
feedback, but it
for a
has to be a
buyer.
positive. Yes, of course.
Yes.
As a seller, sure you can.
Mhm.
But yeah, as a buyer, you can't. And I wonder how many people really take advantage of that because there's that insurance value that I kind of get at anything over $50. I don't care about under $50, but it's lost, no big deal.
Mhm.
Over $50 is kind of like, okay, we're pushing the envelope at 50, 75, pushing the envelope like that. That was good. How many people really do that? I think there's a pretty high
I think
percentage. I went
it's
back and looked through people's feedback, and you can see who they leave feedback for. You can do the whole
mhm.
rundown, and it was really amazing how many people didn't leave feedback for the guys that actually said they didn't get the item. Just very interesting. So they do it one every 5 or 10 times, and they get lost in the feedback rating because you can't really give them a negative. So you never know what they're doing on that end of the
Are you talking
spectrum.
about a negative for the person that reported it that it didn't arrive, or are you talking
Uh,
about from the seller?
yeah, no, for the seller.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's one of those things where
So you can get around
if you're
that so easy.
if you're a seller and a buyer claims they didn't get it, and you have no real recourse, you can't leave a negative anyway. So it's one of those things. If they leave you a negative, what's the point of being? You can't retaliate. Like there's no counter negative. You absorb it.
Yeah, there is. You can leave a positive, but you can put a negative statement.
Oh yeah, you can. But that's
Not too
assuming
negative.
that's hoping the people that's hoping the people read it.
Well,
A
if
lot.
you go through it because you can see
Oh
because
yeah.
this the guy does that. You kind of go, oh, he got one there,
Mhm.
and oh,
Oh
and
yeah.
there. Okay, this guy's not
I've seen a few folks that have stuff like that where you can sense a pattern, but people would be eBay should really understand that most people don't actually read what the feedback is. All they'll do is just see how many positives, and that's all they'll do. They'll just take the figure and they'll be like, yeah, okay, great buyer. It's like, no, not really, not so much. So, good
okay.
evening, name. Yes, David. Pre-game. That is exactly right. Looking for the park while he was in Canada, didn't find one. Gotcha. Yeah, no worries,
Oh, all
Yannick.
right.
No worries, Yannick. If you see something like that, you can let us know and I'll double check it. But yeah, at least for the Burbank Sports Card account, it seems fine. Seems all good. 357. Chris here. Yes. Baseball, card collector, investor, dealer, something else in that order. So I hear rumors that he's going to be on the Saturday show. Apparently, there's a Saturday show. It would be redundant for me to invite him. He's going to be on Saturday.
There you go.
Yeah. So it's funny you mentioned him. It's like he literally will be on, and he also promoted that he's going to be on it. So I think a lot of people will catch him on there. So yeah, no worries. It's all good. But yeah. Oh, it's not really. I included it on just to make sure. So I did update my Instagram to match up with the rest of the stuff. If you're already following on Instagram, you won't notice the difference. It will, but if you did link me on anything afterwards, the link won't work anymore. I figured I would just line up the Instagram to match everything else, just to make a little more sense. So unfortunately, the underscores have to be there because there is another because I'm Carlos. I'm like, how dare you,
No
sir?
way.
Yeah, I was like, how dare you?
Come on.
The audacity!
I know it's
What arrogance!
because I'm Carla, but not Carlos.
No, it's because I'm Carlos. I'm like, what arrogance? How dare you?
Long lost cousin, maybe.
I have no idea.
Hmm.
I've got a bunch of cousins. I don't know. I know I literally do have a bunch. Because my dad has 13 brothers and sisters, legitimate, illegitimate that he knows of. So it's like when you get into the extended family, and now you've got grandkids for a lot of those generations. Like now, I'm related to half of Panama and probably a quarter of Colombia.
Yeah, and Carlos is probably one of the most popular names. Like
Very
Bob,
common. Very
Bob
common.
is in Toronto, right? And in Canada.
Well, you also have the naming convention. Oldest son, oftentimes will get named after the dad.
Yeah.
So you'll get a run. So that's usually how you end up with a lot of juniors, seniors, or the thirds or fourths or whatever.
It's
So
your
you can end up
dad.
a lot.
It's your dad. I knew it.
Yeah. Well, he was one of the middle children because the oldest is Jorge, who was named after my grandfather. So he's one of the middle kids. So basically, I inherited that, and then my brother is Roberto Carlos. So there's a you got the multiple Carloses going.
Whew.
Yeah, so that's where we would have our
Makes
fun.
sense now. Okay.
Yeah, that's where we would have our fun. It's when somebody would call in. That's why Carlos Senior's favorite game was, oh, which one? And then there was the two of us, and if he really wanted to screw with everybody, he could incorporate my younger brother into it. It's like, oh, it's like, you mean Roberto Carlos? It's like, no, no, it's not who I'm asking for. What the hell? Yeah, you could definitely get all the way down the line. I wouldn't be surprised if down the family chain, there's probably a couple of names that have gone and carried forward quite a bit because you can do it pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here. Oh, almost forgot. I was going to say, and this is more probably helpful for the Canadian folk. If any of you are like myself and occasionally like to buy some cheap wax and things to open just for fun, it's still on. It's still active now. I don't know how much supply they'll have, but I'll just give you guys a heads up. Walmart. If you can do in the store, you can do the .ca. They're doing these on discount. So they've got the Opeachy Platinum 2021, and they've got these for $16 a blaster. So it's actually pretty cheap.
Not bad.
So I picked up, I picked up 3 of them. I opened up one, and I've got it in the video for the pickups this week. But I'll open probably one of these up tonight, and then one later on in a video. But at $16, these are fun little rip. It's nothing crazy. I just don't want to pay. Once it's sub $20, I'm interested. But above that, it's like, not so much.
Is this guy coming around?
I reached out to him. He reached out initially just to get things going. I think he's running around a lot, and it's one of those things where I'm not going to chase you. it's like hashtag lazy, hashtag effort. That's a no on that. I did ping him a couple of times, and I'm like, hey, we can do these days if you want. Haven't heard back. I'll ping him again, and then we'll see if I can get him to come on. Great. If not,
Perfect.
I'm not chasing you.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah. So it's like,
It won't fit in the game very well.
I did try. I believe. Hold on.
I got cards. There we go. Bobby with modern cards. Wow. I was going to do a video, but I figured that's taken already.
And then in the game, nice.
Yuck.
Which players are they?
You got I don't even know.
Why don't you look at the label?
Because the label is jacked up. What's this? Ultimate Memorabilia, Ultimate Auto, Mates Silver.
Is one of them Simone Gagne?
Varlamov and it's Alzner and Varlamov.
All right.
Like whatever. I bought these for a friend, so I'm just saying.
Sure.
And then we got Nabokov and Marlowe.
Gotcha.
Oh, sorry. I'll show you that.
Okay.
Problem with having a friend in the U.S. who takes your shipments, and you get another friend who says, "Hey, do you mind?"
Yeah. So I did try it out, and I put it on the card like this. So basically, we're talking about Tim from Slab Strong. So if any of you guys are familiar with it, that was one of the guys I featured on my Expo video. So I put it on one of the cards. I was playing around with it a little bit earlier. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yes.
Yeah. So it works fine. It does the job. It's a good little product. It's a good little product, but I'm not going to give him too much promotion if he can't be bothered to show up. So that's on him. But it's cool, pretty cool. I played around with it. It does the job that it's supposed to do. It seemed reasonable enough. And if we're able to get him to come on, we'll get him to chat about it. It's a fun little story about it, and he's got a fun story himself. So it's one of those things. I'm happy to have that conversation, but we gotta make sure we've got that done.
It's not like he's been on anywhere else that I've seen. Sorry.
I'm sure. I noticed that he's very active with the social media. It's one of those things, though. I think he was off. He went and jetted off. I think to.
Oh.
Maybe he did the Chicago show. Like I feel like he did at least one other show recently. Like he's running off to another couple of them. So, and he's going to be doing the Sports Card Investor Holiday special thing that's coming up.
Oh. Okay.
So that'll be a big one. I was trying to see if I could get him on before that.
Yeah.
So there's still a chance. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, like I said, I'll reach out one more time and see if I can grab him. But otherwise, it is what it is.
Sure.
There we go. Eric's got it. San Antonio. Yeah. Okay. So it was a Texas one. Gotcha. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. Yep. Pavarotti. That's right. Sounds good. But yeah. So those are your little fair warning for those of you hockey persuasion guys who like to open racks. $16. You can get them while supplies last. Walmart. And they got the Walmart exclusive parallel too. Extra 15.
Oh,
They got a lot of parallels for this damn thing. They really been having a lot of fun. I went and did a quick search just for Jamie Bent just to see for fun. I was like, 17, including the one of one. I was like, okay then. So this one has the Walmart exclusive blue. Very appropriate.
oh,
Oh, yes. Well, they got to have the exclusive. Walmart. Walmart gets an exclusive one. It deserves an exclusive one. Come on.
splash of yellow in there too.
They've got a bunch of they've got a couple of yellow and gold ones. The one of one is available. I will say, which is good for a retail blaster. You can get the autograph ones in here.
No, that's not bad.
So it's so not all the time in retail you don't always get that. So this one is obviously long odds. You know, there's only 5 packs in here, so it's not like there's a ton. But for a fun, quick little rep, it's fine. So anyway, curious. We are approaching December now, so we're running towards the end. Are any of you guys finding yourselves looking into getting anything in as far as, so we ship my cards. I've initiated a shipment that is going to be coming in the next couple of weeks here. There's some stuff on ComC I'm thinking about if I want to pull the trigger on that. But the window that I would want to do it before I get stuck in the holiday rush, traffic, mail-wise, is narrowing. So towards this time of year, I'm very careful about, unless it's something that really comes up that's more urgent, I'm careful about buying a bunch of stuff during the holidays because I hate stuff getting caught up in the holiday rush with packages and things. They struggle to keep packages from getting lost normally.
Yeah.
Increase the volume quite a bit. So are any of you guys finding anything that you're looking at maybe picking up to beat the rush a little bit? Especially now that we got our Black Friday sale. I'm just curious. I'm just leaving that question open to the chat. I'd be curious if they're making any plans to that effect.
Sometimes you have no choice in the matter. It depends what comes up, right?
Yeah, no, I think if it's, I speak of mostly of stuff that is less, if it's something you really desperately need for your collection, then yeah, sure. But if it's something like, oh, well, I could take it or leave it, the price is okay, but you could easily wait till January, it's available enough, it's not a big deal.
Wait it out.
Yeah, stuff like that. There's a little window still to be able to pick up something, but after that, not so much.
2 weeks, I would say.
Yep, ordering everything this week by Wednesday the latest. Very nice. Look at this guy. You're here.
I'm here, brother. All right. Come along.
I was going to say. All right, so I'm going to put this in here in general. But Tim, you can use it also if you want. So I'm putting the link here for the chat, and I'm going to pin it. So if any of the regulars want to pop on and chat a little bit, there's no real topics. I did grab some stuff just to pick up some notes. I already talked about Carvin's thing, did that. Mentioned the O-Pee-Chee Platinum thing for those who care. If you do, great. Now you know. $16, guys. It's. I'll be honest. For a cheap rip, I bought 3 of them myself. I was like, yeah, for $16, I'll buy a couple. And then I already mentioned the. Carvin's thing, the ComC Black Friday thing. Did it, and yeah, that's it. So we're good.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet.
Yeah. Well, I really don't expect anything as far as like newsworthiness right now. I think everybody's in a holding pattern. Like there's really no reason for them to be doing anything crazy right now because it's going to get lost in the shuffle very quickly with a lot of stuff going on. People are busy.
Yeah, I know. Card Porn posted a little bit about that too.
Yeah.
Kind of we're in a little bit of a hold stage.
Yeah. And we really shouldn't be expecting anything crazy because honestly, if you're a card manufacturer, you're not going to announce anything crazy right now. The only thing that you can really say is if some of the products that we're hoping come in December, start actually releasing. That's about the best we can do. I know that in the wrestling card universe, we're hoping the AEW product comes out. I'd love to see some of the stuff actually be broken and actually be put out there in the world. So that'll be interesting to see if it comes to pass, but I don't know yet. And I know there's a couple of products, obviously Upper Deck Series 1. That'd be another product that would be good for our market to actually come out. So that'd be a good thing. But yeah, that's about where we're at right now as far as that's concerned. News-wise, we're just kind of like holding. Honestly, the only news that I think most collectors are going to have is like, so what's going on with you? What are you working on? What's happening around this time of year?
Well, I posted everywhere that it was my 18th anniversary for my first price guide, which was kind of neat.
Hold on, just one sec. So Tim, the link stays up as a thing. Come back around in about an hour. Knock yourself out. Do your thing, and then feel free to hop on when you're ready.
Yep,
it's all good. We'll be here.
Oh yeah.
So why has no one discussed anywhere? $55,000 for 77 Luke Skywalker. See, you've mentioned it, Jay. PSA 10 yet on eBay a couple nights ago. Any thoughts? Question the crowd. I found that a bit strong. Well, anything that you're talking late 70s, even though it's a PSA 10, 55,000 is real strong. Now with eBay, it's always kind of interesting because eBay at this stage, when we're talking really mid five figures, low six figures, I get a little suspicious about shill bidding.
PWCC's not there anymore. Come on.
Then nonetheless, I pose the question just the same. Because eBay has no mechanisms in place, really. I would say you're going to sell something 55,000 for better or worse, whether you like the guy or not. That feels like a golden card. That feels like something you put in one of those auctions, and like because in the 50,000 plus, he'd promote the hell out of it.
Unless it was a unsuspecting first 10 that's ever come up, or is it like
Yeah,
that?
maybe that's kind of a good thought as well. It's like I wonder if the pop is super low. I wouldn't be surprised for 77 because I think it's 77 tops Star Wars. Is it tops that did it? Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me see if I can locate the actual. See if I can find the actual thing, and I'll see if I can find out what the pop is. PSA 10. But yeah, anything in the mid five figures and low six figures, I start getting suspicious. That's just me. Because on eBay, it's really tough to make that sale work. Okay, so here we go. Luke Skywalker, yep, iconic, 55,255. So I'll bring up the listing here in a second. Just take a closer look at this. Okay, let me do a quick check. But I think, to your point, Jay, part of the reason a lot of people aren't talking about it is a lot of people aren't thinking of Star Wars front of mind. Although that would be probably a record sale, so it is a valid question. Let's take a look here. Scan that. Okay, so, okay, let's me punch in the cert number manually then. 3. Okay. That's a pop 9. That's really weird. Yeah, that does seem very high. For a pop 9 especially. Interesting. You're muted, Bobby. Yep. So let's take a look here. Okay. And that's the card in question. So I'm just going to drop it off for a second. So, yeah, Jay, you bid hoping to get it 8K. Yep, that'd be in line with basically the last sale. The last sale I can see here for PSA that PSA is recognizing it wasn't a PWCC auction in 2019 at 7,300. So yeah, 8K you would think would be enough, but apparently not. 55,000, huh? I know it's 9 of them, but I don't feel like it should be that difficult potentially to get another one. Yeah, and there's kind of a puzzle piece back. Yeah, gotcha. Yep, I don't know, guys. Star Wars is super popular, but that does seem strong. I am inclined to agree with you. And that isn't the old PSA 10 holder, so that's probably like a PSA 8 today. But no, nonetheless, I don't feel like 9 is low enough to be really pushing a crazy price. That does seem a little bit odd. I don't know. It is what it is. So, interesting. Thanks for bringing up, Jay. Appreciate that. All right, so get out of this here. But yeah, I'm going to pull some stuff up here in a second, but anything else that caught your guys' eyes? Anything else that you kind of were thinking about or coming into the in this last segment of the year? One of the things that I like to do on my end of it, and I'll be doing the video later on, is that I do the goals for every year, where things that I'm trying to pull off or things that I'm trying to do. So once I get into the home stretch, it's like, okay, am I close on a couple? Can I finish a couple off? And usually I'll put a little bit more direct focus on those. That's basically what I did at the expo with the 60 Parker set. I was looking at the checklist and going, I'm coming down to the last couple here. Let me see if I can make an aggressive push. Unofficially, I am done the set. I did win the last card on eBay, so now I'm waiting to see if that comes in. If it comes in just after New Year's, not a big deal, but it's been purchased, so now it should be en route. And I know, and I bought one of them on Comsi, so that one might actually take until the new year to show up. So we'll see what happens with that one. But again, it goes back to that timing that I mentioned earlier. And Yannick here says it right. Ordering everything in this week by Wednesday the latest. Yeah, to give yourself a window for it to show up. I think that's fair. But we'll have to see. Otherwise, I really don't know. I found a lot of stuff that I was winning on eBay and picking up. And now I'm kind of in the mood where it's like, now I'm in the mode where I have to go and sell some stuff. I'm like, I saw a few too many things that I had to pay a decent amount for. So now I got to kind of work the other way around. So we'll see. Anything there for you guys on your end? So I'll leave it open for the chat. Let's take a look here. Okay. One of the things I got to see if I've always kind of questioned the way that eBay does their UI. They try to make a message sound really urgent, where they'll be like, "Oh, you got a message, respond now," and it's just, "Hey, I'm gonna get your card out in the mail tomorrow." That's not that urgent. It doesn't require a response on my part. Thank you for letting me know, but it's not a big deal. eBay tries to make it into a big deal. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, let's take a look here. All right. Evening, Yannick. How's it going?
Good, you guys.
I was gonna say you guys are all. It's like you're gonna have to carry the load, Yannick. Chat's being quiet. They want to sit there and hoping for us to do all the work. I'm a little distracted. I can't do all the work over here. And Bobby's muted, so he's doing his thing. Give us a soliloquy, Yannick. What is the meaning of life?
The meaning of life is there's two seasons in the year. There's when there's baseball on, and then there's when there's no baseball.
Ah,
How about that?
the binary seasons. I like your approach. I like your approach. You did take a different stance on it. I do appreciate it.
So I'm already on prospecting in a bit, I guess. Just interest of new upcoming guys. Not really paying much attention on other stuff. Been playing on ComC.
Well, that was the reason why I brought it up is that it's the news part I expected because that's normal. This time of year, things slow down news wise, and that's normal. Normally, things slow down release wise too. We're probably going to get a couple of releases in December we wouldn't have otherwise gotten because it would have been done already. But now we're hoping to see if they can get it out on time because it's like, okay, well, are you guys going to get that out before the holidays kick in? The whole Black Friday thing and everything is like, yep, that's going to make busy. Like I got the knock on the door late in the afternoon, and I didn't realize that I had ordered one of those Amazon Echoes because I like having them in different parts of the house so that I can play different music things and give it the voice commands and all that. But on Black Friday, they make them cheaper. So I was like, great, yeah, I'll order that. And I wasn't sure if I had ordered it in time, but then I got a knock on the door. Boom, it was right there. Okay, great. Thanks. We got to get you on the ComC machine at Amazon over there. If you do that, then we'd have all our stuff already.
I did a big mistake. I did not FedEx my last ship my card order. So
Okay.
I'm stuck with the USPS right now with being Thanksgiving and all that. So I guess my stuff is lost in translation somewhere right now in Los Angeles.
When did you place the order?
A week ago.
Okay.
That's like.
Did they actually acknowledge they shipped it out already?
Oh yeah.
You
I
got
the
your tracking number?
tracking
Okay.
and everything. Actually, I can track it that it's dead. Los Angeles airport, so it's like snail mail.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Those guys as well, I've noticed that they've had a lot of big slowdowns. And it's not because of Thanksgiving. They've been a little bit slow anyway. So we're going to have to see. I kind of was doing a bit of a debate. And this is kind of a ship my cards problem more than anything else. And by the way, guys, as we're going, if there's anything else you guys want to bring up or chat about, I'm keeping an eye on the chat. Otherwise, y'all keep listening to us then.
Just before you keep going there, you know what?
Go ahead.
I won't do it again. The fact that I think I trying to cheap on $12 or $15 shipping. I said, you know what? I'm not in that rush, but
Yeah.
knowing for the difference that you with FedEx, I know it's at my door the next day, or 48 hours later. It's
Yeah.
I won't.
It's just a matter. It's a combination of impatience, and I really don't want to leave it in the system very long.
Yeah,
I
that's
want
what you
the
said.
least amount of time that it can be stuck in the system as possible.
Less
At least I
hands.
know. At least I know what the FedEx. Again, you're paying a premium for this, fully acknowledged.
Oh yeah.
But I know the FedEx drivers in my area, and they know me, and they know where to put it. They know to knock and to leave it right in front of the door in a good spot.
Or
And
the
it's like,
convenience store to leave it.
yeah, so it's like I've trained them well is the point that I'm trying to get across. So at least then there's an understanding. If there's an issue, I can call up and be like, "Hey, can you check this out?" And they can ping them and they can come back around if there's an issue. So for the most part, at least you've got that. You are paying for that privilege, but it is beneficial. It is useful.
Yeah.
Bonjour, comment ça va?
Bien, et toi?
Très bien.
Is my book in the water in Vancouver, you think?
Yeah. Oh, it hasn't showed yet? No? You got to give it at least a week.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm really just want to have it.
So we're back to impatience, is what you're trying to say,
We're back to impatience.
and understandably so. And understandably so.
Usually I'm not that bad with that stuff, but I guess it's there's nothing going on, eh? So
Yeah.
nothing's at the door.
No, that part. So part of the point I was trying to get across. Unfortunately, I am legitimately been distracted, so I apologize, everybody.
Right.
But I got kind of my eye on a couple of things at the same time. But that is kind of what I find this time of year. Now, if you're out and about and you're dealing with family stuff or whatever, well, then you're paying attention to the stuff anyway, so you're not going to worry about it. But if you're doing stuff and usually you're used to the routine of going to the mailbox and getting stuff on a regular basis, all of a sudden it kind of disrupts you. It throws you off because we got the holidays and all this thing coming. It's like, oh yeah, there's nothing in the mail. It's kind of weird. I did get a couple of things today, which was nice. A couple of small items. It wasn't anything crazy, but even that, I was like, okay, that's nice. That's a good thing. And so I'm trying to ship some stuff out now, which is nice. So that's going to be part of that too. Trying to get some money back in after, all right, spend, buy. It's like, all right, I think I need to bring some of it back in. So once everything is done, I think we'll have some fun with that.
Well, you got rid of those Modanos.
Yeah, actually, it was a good. Actually, I did very well with that, and I did well with another one. So, Eric, if you're good, just nod your head, and I'll bring you on. Cool. Mr. Eric, how's it going?
Hey guys.
What's up, Eric?
So quick story since Eric's here. So those two Medanos that you picked up at the expo that you pinged me and grabbed on my behalf, I already mentioned that they're upgrades to other ones that I already had. So I put the other two up on eBay. They lasted 24 hours. I got an offer on both. And after fees, after shipping, after everything, I sold the two lesser patches for more than the two better patches were bought for.
Oh, congratulations.
In US dollars.
That's how it works.
That's awesome.
So that's even before it translates to Canadian.
Your check's in the mail, Eric.
Yeah, exactly. But
Finder's fee.
I knew but that was why when you showed it to me, it's like that's why I asked the question. I go, for each one?
Yeah.
And when you say both, I was like, no, that's a good price. I know this because I bought the other two. And I got more that I paid for those two in the first place. So it's like it's all timing, right? It's the exact same stuff. I had the luxury of patience though. I wasn't doing an auction. I was able to just be like, okay, I'll put it out here if anybody's interested. It's basically buy it now, best offer. And you go a little bit high on the buy it now, and you're more flexible than that, but you're just like, no, if you make me a good offer, it's fine. It was a dealer that has been doing selling a lot of high end. They're like, I can offer you this. It's a dealer that offered me more than what I paid for it.
Oh wow.
So what does that tell you?
Medano's hot.
That you got a really good deal in Toronto.
Yeah, that's the thing. I knew it as soon as I look at it. It's like, that's a fine price. It's like, grab that. We're good. But you got to know what that is. And I had another one, and I want to let it finish. And I'll give the details once I do. But for now, I bought another one of those unlicensed, one of my favorites, Prism Golds. And like I said, I'll fill in the details later on. But in a month and a half, I bought it at $60 US, and I've sold it today for $120.
Nice.
Bought it on eBay, put it right back up on eBay 75 days later, and sold it for double.
This is what we call rebate.
Yeah, but it's only works. But it only works. By the way, the market is quote unquote down. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos that have told me the market is down, and they're not objectively wrong, but because the price was good in the first place, doesn't really matter. It was the buy price that made the deal possible. It wasn't the sell price. Probably if the market was hot, I could have sold it for more. But I bought it at the better price. So when the time came, it's like, no, I still had plenty of room. Yeah, market's down. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's right. So you win. It's that's why I use the analogy. It's like you win the real estate flip on the purchase, not on the sale. If you bought at a good price, you've got so much flexibility. Your stress level is very low because it's like, yeah, you're gonna do okay.
Car dealers don't make money on cars; they make it on service.
Yep, pretty
That's
much, pretty much. So anyway, otherwise, how have things been going, Eric? I know you did get a chance when you got back to do your mountain biking thing. How are things otherwise?
Things are good. I had another opportunity to go to a show locally this morning and got a chance to meet 87-year-old Don McKenney of the Boston Bruins. He was a longtime captain of the Boston Bruins back in the 50s.
Most people don't even know that.
He won the Lady Byng Trophy in 1960 and was a 7-time All-Star. So I got an opportunity to meet him today, had a picture taken with him, and that will say his autograph, his number, and Lady Byng Trophy 1960.
I didn't
All
know
right,
he was
there you
that
go.
old. Wow.
And
the
for
inscription.
someone who's 87, I think he did a pretty fine job writing that on there today.
Wow.
I'd agree with that. I think that's a pretty good piece of penmanship there.
And I was telling him about having the opportunity to meet Bobby Bond. And Bobby's a great guy. Yeah, I like Bobby. I always liked him. He's a great guy.
Did you tell him
Now-
about your close personal friend, Marcel Dion?
No, I don't think they played at the same time.
No, you
But,
don't want to you don't want to flaunt your close friendship.
But I was telling him about, I said, Mr. Bond was telling me about how, he was telling me a story about how he was playing golf with President Eisenhower. And so that gave
Ike.
so that gave Mr. McKinney a good laugh today. So it was a pleasure to meet him. He's a super nice guy. We're not going to have many opportunities left to talk to these guys. These octogenarians are, not long for the world, and we should take the opportunity to talk to them and meet them and listen to their stories when we can.
I agree.
Yep. I don't collect autographs, but if I meet them in person, I like getting their autograph. Like Gordie Howe, member the bobblehead. I don't have too many, but I have quite a few.
No, I think that's fair, and I think Eric's point about the hockey stories and different athletes in general that have been around for a long time and have the stories they can share with you. It's if you're meeting them, that's part of the experience of meeting them in the first place.
Yeah.
It's not just being in their physical presence. That's all well and good, but it's like, no, if we can chat for a moment, that's great. That's icing on the cake right there. It adds that extra little element to it that makes it a little bit more special.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually a win. That's part of the value that a lot of folks get out of it. I think there's a lot to that.
And these older guys, they love to talk. They love meeting fans. They're not super popular anymore. As an example, look at Ovechkin. I mean, that guy can't walk down the street. In 3 countries, United States, Canada, and Russia. I mean, he can't walk down the street. So, this gentleman who's accomplished a lot in his hockey career, and I don't think anybody would know who he was if he fell on them. So if he has the opportunity to meet some people and get out of the house and tell some stories, I think it's good for him and it's good for us.
So you would have played in the 50s, 60s?
Yeah. Yep. Played in the 50s and 60s. So we played against, guys like Gordie Howe and
Rocky.
Terry Sawchuk and, all the, Maurice
is he in your
Richard.
set, Carlos? Is he in your set?
I don't believe so. Can you give me the name again?
Don McKenney.
Don McKenney.
I don't know.
Well, you're doing tops, right? So it should be in the tops.
No, Parker's. So
Oh,
actually, he
sorry.
wouldn't be. He wouldn't
Yeah.
be. He
Okay,
wouldn't be.
my
He'd have
mistake.
to be in the other one.
I thought it
Yeah,
was the tops you were collecting.
yeah, it was Parker's.
Yeah.
So yeah, he wouldn't be. No, there's no Boston guys. Yeah, once you mention it, yeah, I had to think about it. But kind of your point also reminds me a little bit of because as a baseball guy, I've read my share of baseball books over the years. They did one in the '60s. There was a book that was called "The Glory of Their Times," and it was basically a book that was written based on a series of interviews of a lot of basically pre-dead ball era players telling their stories. And that's basically what it was. And it was a lot of those guys that, in the same vein, they were like thrilled that somebody even cared to ask. And a lot of the interview, like the book came out in 1966. So a lot of those guys were still around, but they were old because some of those guys played. I think some of the guys in there played in the early 1900s, played in the late 1800s. So they're talking about a very different style of baseball and a very different world of baseball. Some of them had stories that predate the American League existing. And then the early days of the American League and talking about some World Series, early World Series, the first couple and things like that, and their stories based on that, and players they played with and personalities they played with and giving their story. But by 1966, a lot of those guys had already started dying off, and then within the decades that followed, none of them are still around that were in that book. But their stories are captured inside of the book because somebody went around and asked them and then published it, and that's how it was available.
Yeah, it's not like a modern day where someone will interview these guys. There wasn't a lot of that back then. It was they didn't have podcasts. They didn't have even going back to the 50s and 60s. Not much.
Yep. And it was also pretty normal for some of these guys to have even a 5 or 10 year career and then end their career and then go get real work and live their lives.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
There you go.
You got to be happy just to be hanging around and having people come up to you and appreciate, your NHL contributions. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Just switching out there.
You're getting your share of hockey players there, Eric, lately.
Yeah, and
You're gonna have to get your autograph soon.
yeah, this is thanks to our friend Bobby. This is me and Bobby Bond up in Toronto. That picture doesn't seem to be coming across as well, but
I think you have to put it kind of in the middle of the shot a little bit. And
I just think there's
the
maybe
exposure's a
light,
little off.
Yeah,
That's fair enough.
A little bit of a light there. But anyway, I in a month's time, in roughly a month's time, I got to spend time with three,
Us guys.
yeah, well, there's you guys, there's you three, which was awesome. But I got to spend time with Johnny Busick, Bobby Bond, and now Don McKenney, all within a month's time, and all these gentlemen are in their 80s.
Marcel.
And Marcel.
Well, he's not in his 80s yet, though.
No.
But you did get to spend time with him. That's the important part.
I spent about a half an hour with him.
Yeah.
At one time, but combined over the weekend, you had a pretty good time with him.
Well, he got his mileage. He got his time. We got his time with Marcel, and then a little more time with Marcel, and then a bunch of time with his security, a bunch of time with the local, station house, some time inside of a cell. Eventually, they let him out, which is nice. It's polite. It's a polite thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I figured you guys would have fun with me.
Oh, there we go.
I picked these up today.
Nice.
There you go.
So I picked those up today. Didn't paid hardly anything for them, but they're in great condition. So I grabbed them.
It's fair.
Only a couple of dollars each.
So name there just says hi to Yannick and you, Eric. So
hey, name
that on there.
Good to hear from you, buddy. Yeah, I had you guys. I want you to tell Name that I did my very best to try to find him that Reggie Leach rookie card graded, and now I kept talking about it. And
wait, you're telling him yourself. You're telling him right now.
He knows, but I want to make sure you three say, "Yep, he that's true." That I didn't just blow him off. I was actually out there searching for the thing.
Name, you have to understand that it takes a lot of time to process somebody at the station. He was distracted. He lost. That's time lost on the show floor. Like he could have been searching for it during that time. The restraining order, the time it took for the judge to hand it down. Like there was a lot of time lost. So Yannick, myself, and Bobby can all attest that it's like the legal system takes time. It takes time, and we also know from our experience at the expo that like Eric incites rage, and even the most gentle, polite, and calm human beings, and just causes them to get into fanatical rages. It's very strange.
We're not gonna bring up any names because that would be wrong. But I think those of us who are aware of who you're speaking of realize that gentleman has some issues in his life that he needs to deal with.
Like I said, there's one common denominator in all these, irrationally angry people. Just one common denominator.
I said hello.
That was your first mistake.
You had him at hello.
Yeah.
Clearly, you did. You really did.
It went south fast right after that. Poor Tim ran for his life.
Yeah. Thanks for vouching for Eric. I did believe him. Yeah, exactly. Happy to do it, name anytime. But yeah, sounds good.
He even had me looking for you too. It's like, God,
Yeah, I put these
Reggie
guys on a
Leach.
mission.
What?
Yeah, I wanted a slabbed Reggie Leach rookie.
I don't
Couldn't
see
find
any slab Reggie Leaches. No.
Yeah, I searched.
No, not even later. Like,
Yeah, I think it would have been a bit of an obscure pick, even at the time when it was going pretty cheap and people were submitting all kinds of crazy stuff. Like unless it had been for like a set for the registry or something, it's very difficult because hockey, even now, hockey is people in submitting. It's still like I think one of the months was 1%, like 1% of the submissions is hockey, and beaten by soccer, probably beaten by cricket. Like it's just all kinds of stuff. Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh and collectible card games are going crazy.
there
you
it
go.
is.
Yep. But yeah, the point was that there was a lot of that where it's like, actually, they don't get a lot. A lot of the PSA submissions are not for hockey. It's just the way it is.
And that's just ridiculous.
Well, it's kind of what people want to send in. I think a lot of the hockey guys, though, the hockey market, we talked about it at different times. Just to be clear, is insulated from a lot of the fluctuation because there isn't as much crazy activity. But a consequence of that also is that it leaves very little motivation for somebody because when people are submitting a bunch of stuff into Flip, it's a lot easier to send in Zions and Luca, and Lucas and try to make some money off of it and send hundreds of those than it is, I guess you could send Connor McDavid's, but that's about, Crosby, Ovechkin. Like you're basically looking at the high-end guys. If you've got a Gretzky rookie, sure, you're sending it in. A Connor McDavid rookie or something, yeah, sure. But it's got to be high-end enough. That's why you're seeing such a low volume. It's like, otherwise, it's like, what else do you plan on sending? What do you want to send?
So in Canada, is it Zion or is because Zion,
Well, at this point, it's like put down the nachos is what it is.
Oh my god.
Whatever it is, just please, sir. You don't need any more. You're done.
I guess.
We're gonna cut you off, so your own good. But yeah.
Oh.
Now this is part of the reason why I said that I'm trying to put some stuff up on eBay is that I've been coming across. I'm a big fan of the patches, and you guys have seen from the Instagram and stuff that I love those. And sometimes sometimes you'll get these runs where stuff will pop up that it's like, yeah, I knew about it, but I haven't seen one in a while or ever in some cases. And when it happens, it's kind of interesting. So this is one of the ones that I picked up recently. So that's from the Hot Prospects, and they did the patch with it. And I like that they put the little corner of the star, because the Dallas Stars don't really have a lot of spots that are interesting in terms of having nice patches. But the little shoulder patch with the star and the name and everything is usually a good spot. That's the corner of the star on that,
Nice.
which is solid.
Which corner?
Yeah. It's going to be based on. I know there's some folks that are actually really good at moving the image around, manipulating it, and finding which section. They're really good at it. So probably I'll stick a couple of them on and go give it a shot. I can take a guess, but it'd be a guess on my part. What I will say though is that the run on these is 10. I would be shocked if there's too many that have a good piece like that, because there's not a lot of room. If you only got 10 pieces and you're cutting it up.
It's only so many star ends, so right.
Yeah, and you're getting most of the star on that one, because usually you only get like a little piece, and it's like, okay. But when I saw that, I was like, yeah, that one was an auction. So that one I had to win the old-fashioned way. It wasn't like a sneaky buy it now offer that I was able to sneak in. Other people saw it too. It didn't go too crazy. I got it for under 100 US, so it wasn't too bad. But if it had been a lesser patch, it would have been a lot cheaper.
And if that was and it's out of 10, having it number 1 obviously makes it worth more.
It's got a little bit extra to it.
But if it was a number 9, it would be worth even more, right?
Oh, there's the fanatical ones who'd be like, oh my god, it's a jersey number. I said, look, I appreciate it. It's a nice little bonus to me. It's a nice little add-on. I'm not giving you a big premium for that. but I know there are some that do. So it's one of those things. Like I understand, I get it.
Yeah, because I don't collect too much of that stuff. I just, from what I've been told, either one or the jersey number is what you're looking for. That's where the premiums lie.
Yeah,
I guess you could tell which star it is by the way the material is running behind it.
yeah.
Because
I think
it
if you
would
take the, I think if you take the patch piece, you can definitely work it out. That's the other one that I got the other day. It's funny. I went back through some of the archive because I'm starting to archive stuff for the year end. I wanted to do a little year end review and figure out what I had done this past year on the channel and stuff like that. I wanted to figure it out. So I started scrolling through all of it. I'm not going to try to get through all of it. There's way too much. But I was scanning through something and I caught, because they archive the chat. So when you guys are writing stuff in the chat and somebody does a replay, you can see some of the chat on there. And I think Dr. Exclusive asked me if they had this, and I thought the answer was no. But I saw one like a little while ago, and I was like, oh, shoot. Well, there were two of these on eBay recently. One was one that had been on Instagram previously that I saw, and then this one showed up, and then I guess it didn't sell fast enough. Some of these sellers are really impatient. Like, I think they put it up for $400 US, which to me is a little bit high, but I understood because the other one was 1,000. So I was like, okay. So, but then they got impatient and they said, oh, seller offer, $150 off. And I'm like, all right, at $250, I'll take it. $250, I'll buy it. $400, not so much. $250, I'll take it.
If you watch it, it'll actually automatically give you that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, but
6 hours or something like later.
It's one of those things where, like, as a seller, I never trigger that. It's like, no, let it play out for a little bit before, don't bother with it. It's one of those things.
Generated thing. I don't do it though.
Yeah, so that's supposed to be the homage to the Crosby Ovechkin rookie year. They throw that in there, but that's from. I like it though because it's at least a playing years. That was his last year in Dallas, so I was like, okay, it's still a playing year piece. I'll take it. It's not the most exciting patch, but that's why I got it cheaper. The other one's still sitting on eBay for 1,000.
I think that's important now. The playing year. A lot of people stop and don't go past the playing year, like Bobby Orr and what have you.
Yeah,
I don't collect anything past their playing years like Gretzky. I mean, there's more Gretzky cards after 1999 than there was Gretzky cards before.
Yeah,
and I don't collect anything after 99.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I think for a player who started in that era, it probably makes if you want to collect the player, it actually makes a lot of sense to stick to playing years. My rule is playing years. I try to pursue everything that I reasonably can. Some stuff will not be available because I know the collection it's in, and there's only one or two, and they've got them, so I understand that. But anything outside of that, then we get a little bit pickier about. If it's interesting, sure. If it's not so interesting, then not so much. But that one is right at the end of his playing years. Last year in Dallas, and it's a game use piece. I'm like, okay, I do like my cup cards, and I believe it's an on-card auto as well. So that's always a nice little bonus. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
So that'll be one of the. If I can get it in before, we'll see how the mailing gods feel about it. If we can manage that, that'll probably be one of the nice pickups of the year. But now I'm spoiled for choice because I was starting to scan through the pickups and I was like, oh my god, I don't remember how many I did last year. I might have to do like a top 25 pickups this year because there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. It's like, what's staying on the cutting room floor? I'm gonna be picking and choosy. It's like I've got a lot of stuff that I like this year. So it's been a good year for that.
It's been the best year of my hobby life.
Yeah. I think that's valid. Yannick,
sure.
Exactly. Marcel Dion, like right there, that top highlight. Eric will make a channel and make a video. Just like, guys, I need to tell you about my friendship with Marcel Dion.
Yes.
It'll just be an hour. It'll be like, It's like, Carlos, I thought you had the longest live stream. What do you mean? It's like, well, Eric's been droning on for 10 and a half hours about him and Marcel Dion.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
He's going to get a Christmas card.
I was going to say, he should get you a Christmas card. It's the least he could do. There you go.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Marcel there too. Yeah.
Exactly.
I got some pictures. I was digging. Like I posted my 18th year anniversary for writing my first book.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that I commented.
That was clean shaven young Bobby. That was clean shaven young Bobby.
Yeah, there's a lot of those things over the years. So I came across a bunch of old pictures and interesting stuff. So I thought I could show you.
Not Bobby. I'm sharing cards because I'm just chatting about some stuff I picked up recently. It's like we're just hanging out. So if you got some pictures, go for it.
All right, let me share this screen. There we go.
I just figured I'd give the chat an opportunity since they're so mesmerized.
Interesting. This says new slides. New.
Yeah, they. I can tell you, Streamyard. They send out an email. They've been messing around adding some new features. I haven't gotten a chance to play around with them. You can actually do slideshows and incorporate it right into it.
Oh, that's
And
kinda
also,
neat.
one thing I like though, just for the record, I want to play with this. I got to play with it first. They got a picture-in-picture feature
Oh, really?
built in, like where you can be in the corner and be
Oh.
playing something or showing something on the other screen, built right into it. As because usually the way I do it before is that you be to the side
Yes.
and then, but no, this is literally in the corner. It's an actual picture-in-picture style. I'm like,
Like a reaction kind of video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like intriguing. All right,
That's-
I'm intrigued. This I could have some fun with this. We'll have to see.
Okay, so this goes from old to new, but I'll just go regular share screen here.
Yeah.
And all right, let's drop you guys out. Let's bring this up here.
Yep. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Can you guys see pictures here?
Oh, nice. It works. There we go. We're in picture-in-picture.
Oh,
You
okay,
can have
I can't
picture
see
picture
anything.
even with a couple of us. So what happens is actually all four of us are at the bottom, and the whole thing is taken up by the rest of the screen. So your stuff you're sharing. So go for it.
Okay, so I'll do the expo stuff first, and let's see. Oh, this is the booth that I was at, as you can see by the
Yep,
Penguins
there's-
bubblegum machine.
Yeah, I see Bill over there.
Yeah, Bill Forget's there. And what else do we have? Oh, there's Brad at PSA.
Yep.
I went to take a picture, and then he turned, and it was like, okay. So sorry, Brad. It's a good picture though. Of PSA, I mean, yeah. There we go.
It's Tim and
Wow.
Claire.
I took a picture of him walking by. I did make some pictures. I didn't do the video like Carlos. I didn't go to that extreme. And there's Steve Menzie.
Who's the creeper in the background? What the heck?
What is with
They
that? Oh
they got-
my.
That's just odd, man. That's weird.
Yeah. And then I took a picture of the breaker. Look at the hole. Did you see the
I
setup?
love the setup. Yeah, the setup I thought was very cool.
When it was going down, I was sitting there
Holy.
going, what the hell? I thought it was a guy with a webcam and a freaking, this thing was
I
amazing.
thought it was security for the show.
Well, they have all these videos. Like,
Yeah.
it's quite incredible, actually. I was very surprised.
Yeah.
How
Now,
many
I
cameras does he have? One,
repeat your question.
two.
One,
I said,
two,
how many
three,
cameras
five.
does he have?
So if you're doing a break, you have to have a camera. Theoretically, you can have a camera on yourself. You don't have to, but you got to have a camera on the item in front of you for sure. Because people who are looking at breaks, they want to make sure that the box is basically in the shot the whole time, like what you're doing and opening packs and whatever. So there's a preference for that. And a lot of times you'll have either an overhead cam or looking at the stuff from your perspective. In this case, obviously, they got a shot looking at them too. So you're trying to give a multiple perspectives.
Fancy breaking.
Yep. No, nowadays one camera will not get the job done, Yannick. If you're going to do breaking, no, you need more
I
cameras.
know nothing about breaking.
Yeah, today people are very paranoid about it because they're paying good money and they want to make sure they can see everything you're doing. In all honesty,
I did notice that people get really stressed if you take your hands off the screen or something. Or
do you want me to
the
take it off there, Bobby, or are you going to switch over?
No, I froze. I froze.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I didn't know what was going on there for a
Yeah,
minute.
no problem. Let me drop it for a second.
Are we back?
Oh yeah, well we've been going okay the whole time. So if it froze for you, that's the only thing. It was just stuck on the picture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you're
no,
okay.
I'm not finished.
Sure, if you want to reshare, you can. I can bring it back up.
Oh, it's not sharing now. Okay.
Yeah. So right now I've got you. You're right there. So right now you're showing the image of the. We were looking at the screenshot of the guy with the setup.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, here's an older picture of me. Where is that now? There I am. Okay. This is a long time ago. This is back at early Expo days. So that's Ronald Villeneuve. He was one of the goats I was telling you about. He's been around since the 70s doing this stuff.
That's
And-
motorcycle Bobby days.
Yes, it was. Maybe a little bit more so, yeah.
Yeah. No problem.
Definitely a helmet head there. There you go, for sure.
So Tim, I know you're playing around with the camera view right now. When you're good, you just let me know, okay? You just nod.
And so here's a little story behind these boxes. I'm going to zoom in on the earliest one. There is a 1954 full box of Topps hockey,
Nice.
Oh wow.
24 packs. Now, these pictures I got from
Hold on.
Gary.
I'm just going to switch over. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
Put it back. There you go.
Yeah.
I just had to switch the view. It's a little easier to see the bottom of the box.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going. Yep, keep going.
Anyways, so I got these pictures from Gary Corrine, who was the past owner of Opeachy. Now I had called him quite a few times. I've talked to him 15, 20 times. So over the years, and I contacted him a long time ago, back in 2000, maybe even the late 90s. So he had some boxes there. And he says, I said, I'd love to get some pictures for my book coming up, 2003, obviously. And he says, oh, well, I'm going to be up in Toronto. Do you want me to bring them up? And I went, no, it's okay. You don't have to bring them. Like, that's a lot of money in boxes at that time. So he took some snapshots and sent them to me via, real photographs. Like, remember those old days.
Yep.
And
So give me one sec there, Bobby. So Tim, let me know if you can hear us. Just nod. Yep. The guy himself.
That box still exists, Bobby?
So I want Bobby to finish doing his little showcase, Tim, and then we're going to chat with you here. So we can see you, just so you know you're on the screen. Cool?
Cool.
Go for it, Bobby.
Okay, so anyways, he sent me another box picture that he had, and there's the 61 too. Let me get that down a little
That was
bit.
the stamps? Gotcha.
Those are the stamps, yeah. So that was a full box as well. I actually ended up buying this box in Mastro. Me and my compadres. We ended up buying this box. This box was sold. The packs really never surfaced, and the box didn't. And there's the 57 tops as well, full box.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was the stuff. And actually, we bought most of the packs out of the guy who bought that box, because we spent like 80,000 US on that master auction in 2005 to get a few of these things. So anyway, so those are the original pictures, and I got them from Gary Green, and and that's what I was going through for my book. So I used those in my book. That's how I got those pictures.
Nice. Sounds good.
There we go. That's it.
Let's drop it off. Mr. Tim, good evening. How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing? What's up,
doing?
guys?
Hey, buddy. Doing all right. Now, I'm glad you decided to pop by. I thought we wanted to kind of have a little chat with you if the timing worked out. I laughed though when you said the 10:30. I was like, oh, buddy. That usually by that time we've warmed up. That's usually the first. That takes care of the first little bit where we warm up a little bit. And I did try out your product here. Put it on one of these guys. Gave it a little bit of a go. A little demo a little earlier. It's working pretty solid. Very impressive. But we'll get to that in a second. So while you're here, why don't we do a little something? We'll get to talking about a little bit. You came up with the whole Slab Strong product. Now, tell me a little bit about what happened just before you came up with this.
So, everything was going great, actually. I actually had a job that I liked. And there you go, Bobby. That's actually perfect. You're the best model I could have.
There we go.
So everything was going great. I've been a restaurant manager my whole life. I was able to get a really, really good job with a brand new company that was up and coming. The pandemic hits, so I got furloughed at first. So everything was fine. You're sitting at home. We're getting the check still, so everything's good. And then I got a call about 2 months saying that I won't be going back, which is fine at that point still, right? And so I said, all right, let me start selling my collection on eBay, because I had an idea at the time, but it was just an idea. And so the motivation was, I was still kind of content. Like, okay, I'll go back to work at some point. The big life-changing moment was I asked my fiance to marry me, and it was awesome. I had over a beautiful walking bridge in Providence, right over the river. I had a few friends that was sneaky that were filming and taking pictures. Everything was great. And so then we go out to celebrate. And we go to the first place. I'm all excited. People buy us some shots. We go to a second location. We have a few shots. I go to the bathroom and I walk out to my fiance on the ground, and she literally just tripped over her own feet and spiral fractured her ankle in 3 places.
Oh.
So, and she's a bartender, and she was back at work at that point. So now she loses her job, and because it wasn't COVID related, they actually did not give her any unemployment for having a broken ankle. They basically told her, you still have a job, you just can't work it, which is what unemployment is, right? I don't get it. So at that point, true desperation takes over, and I go through a few ideas. I take a screw down. I use my fiance's Cricut machine, and I kind of lay out what I want this to look like, my product. And I had the conversation with my fiance as she's sitting next to me, and it's just like, hey, I really believe in this. I have no clue if it's going to work. I don't know if anyone is going to like it. but this could be very hard. And she, being the reason why I love her so much, is she was like, whatever you got to do it. And I took the remainder money that we had and got a provisional patent. I got a prototype made. And from there, I was off and running, because literally my first prototype, people could tell, and they were like, that's a good idea. And as soon as someone told me it was a good idea, all right, patent paperwork in, and then it's time to actually make, instead of a prototype, the finished product. And I've been off and running since then. But true desperation. When I say I lost everything, when I opened up my business, when I was actually able to sell, I had $800 to my name. I only had 13 total of these. And I went down to Dallas, Texas, and I did what I did in Canada. People will learn soon that I just throw my product around. And a kid named Ryan Johnson, who he goes by Card Collector 2 from Ohio, put me on his YouTube channel, me throwing it at him. And from there, it was just kind of off and running, even though I had nothing. And no one at that point knew I had nothing. It was just, they assumed I had this up and running business, and I wasn't just a startup. But that's how it happened. Which, true desperation, had an idea, and literally had nothing to lose.
No, that's fair. Now, one thing I'll add as well. So that's an excellent part of the kind of where the conversation is going to go a little bit as well. Is that no, the hustling thing is real, because we can testify that we were there at the Toronto Expo, and Tim was walking around everywhere and anywhere, anywhere he could chuck one of these things at somebody. I think Marcel Dion had to deke one at some point. Eric, dived in front of him to protect him like the president. So it was serious. It was serious, but no, as far as hustling around, telling the story, Tim had a lot of energy for that and was willing to go around and really push to let people at least know, if nothing else, to initiate a conversation and be like, hey, I'll tell you what it is. And there was definitely a lot of that, and we had a good conversation, kind of where we were there at the food court a couple of times, and we were just kind of watch you walk around and do your thing. It was very entertaining.
He had that walking placard around his neck.
That's right. That's right. So has your neck recovered? Has your neck recovered?
Yeah, my guy Corey at Show You Slabs. He's one of those guys that was another person in the industry that totally kind of gave me a shot. I actually make fun of him. I call him the Papa product, because he was the first product that I saw that was in, where the lane I wanted to be in. And we've been friends ever since I drove down to Baltimore the next day, 6 hours, literally just to show him. And he asked me to throw it off his second floor balcony, which I did. And we've been friends ever since. So yeah, he made me that necklace. He loves to throw my product around and try to come up with things for me. So
yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Now, two things that play into kind of what we were talking about as well is that one of the things you mentioned was that you got Ryan, Card Collector 2, who we've talked about a little bit on the channel at various times, who's been very good at marketing, very good at getting out there. He's as the younger guys in the hobby, he's done about as well as he can to diversify.
yeah,
And he's been very open-minded, and he participates in the podcast that's owned by 1:37 p.m., which is the Gary V company. So like he's done very well to get himself. He's been involved in the hobby. It's not like he started 5 minutes ago, but as a business, it's only a couple of years ago that he really started getting traction. Well, he built it very quickly from the ground up with that and built that following. But part of being a younger guy also means that you're very open-minded when people bring you interesting proposals, or they show you something that's kind of interesting. And he's never been shy about sharing stuff like that on his content. And as you stated, it kind of immediately puts a spotlight on you. It's like if Sasha T walks by, now all you got to do is find Sasha T and throw it like a ninja star and see if it'll bounce off his beard.
Yep. He's one person that I haven't thrown it at yet. But
It's got to be a Charizard. It has to be a Charizard.
Oh yes, that's true.
Not a 10. Just saying.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how I feel that day.
Only 300 of those. So.
Yeah.
But the point is that those younger guys there who have started to build a little bit of a following, I call them like almost the disciples of Gary V, because Gary V has promoted the idea of make content. But here's the thing, the make content thing at the time he was promoting it, like if you listen to it now, it's almost, you almost have to be contrarian. You get a pushback against it. But at the time he was saying it, yeah, because nobody else is doing it. You're basically first to market. If you were listening when he is initially saying it, actually you'd be doing great right now, because at the time it was an underserved market. And kind of Tim, what you've done is you've taken in a simple enough concept And I think I use the analogy that it's basically like a cell phone case in terms of concept, because all you're really doing is you're taking this piece of plastic and by protecting the corner, that's what prevents a lot of the cracks.
Right.
It's really the edge, and then by elevating it here, it prevents the scratches. So it's a simple enough concept. It's like, it's almost one of those like, why didn't anybody else think of it? I'm sure somebody did, but they didn't bother to go through. There was no follow through. In your case, you're motivated to follow through.
Right. And I tried to solve, in my opinion, a couple of problems. So I don't think that I could ever essentially make a big enough dent in the bag world, right? Everyone, it's just they're so low cost. However, I think that because at the time the bags that you can buy like 100 for, I think they're probably like $10 now. They probably went up in price. That was the only thing on the market. So a lot of, you'll hear, it prevents scratches. Well, it really doesn't. Anything that is going to be strong enough to scratch your slab is going to scratch the plastic as well and go through it. So when I originally thought of this, I honestly wanted to just change the color of slabs and kind of be able to make it your own style, right? So if you collect Bruins cards, maybe you want it surrounded by yellow or black, right? So it kind of looks like a hockey puck. But if you collect, say, the Rangers, maybe you want blue. So that was my first motivation. And it wasn't until I actually made my product and then started throwing it around, boiling it. I threw it off my second floor balcony. I've done everything to it, that I realized that there is an importance to protection. Because if I can prevent you from not only sending one of your cards that you've already gotten back, and it might have taken a year, right, to get back to you, if I can just prevent you from having it send it back out to reslab, then I can also save you money. And then you won't be without your product as well. So I wanted to solve that ding issue, because as of right now, you can buy, there's a company called Nuevo. They do plastic scratches, right? It's not for the card world, but you can take scratches out of slabs. You can't take cracked, broken, dinged up slabs out. So that's the one thing I wanted to solve, was the actual protection of the slab. And then I always go back to, I really think it's cool. There's some, for instance, I'm really going to hit the TCG world hard, and I'm sorry, my lighting's not too well, but essentially like a yellow with a Pokemon and a purple with a purple Pokemon, and I got the Blastoid with the baby blue on it. So I really wanted people to really take control of their collection, because we all collect different things. So I wanted everyone to at least be, so if we both have Jordan PSA 10s, maybe I have a red Slab Strong on it, you have a black one, but mine, I just feel mine's more special. So that's the other market I was trying to hit, is people essentially making their own collections even more personable.
Yep.
I know it holds the tall boy holders pretty good here. See,
That's important. Yeah.
It's an honor to have Carlos pointing up at my product in the card.
Actually, the tall boy heart sleeve.
So it's all about Tim, we are not above that. Part of the reason why I said I had no issue having you come on, because we're going to chat about a variety of things, including the person in yellow at the bottom, because we have to we need to have a talk, maybe an intervention, something. We need to have some discussion points. But the point is that we're not above shameless self-promotion here. It's never been a thing. It's not an issue.
I got my card. I already sent it into PSA. I can't show it until it's slabbed.
That's fair. But the point is that we're never opposed to shameless self-promotion, ever. The more shameless, the better, to be honest. More shameless is key. But the point is that a simple enough concept, simple enough thing. Part of the reason I give you a lot of credit is that you're willing to put in the work and the time. Like I said, the Ryan Collector 2 thing was obviously a big step and a big thing for you. Now, the other thing that I noticed kind of as I started following your Instagram and stuff is that you are, you like myself are a enjoyer of the memes. You do enjoy your odd meme videos here and there.
Yes. Well, so the greatest thing about the memes is you can be broke and still make them. So it takes that's one of my
I'll let it run. I'll let it run through. Keep talking. While you're talking, I'll run through.
All right. Yeah, my nephew loves that one. Yeah, so essentially it was like, okay, when I opened up my business, how do I market without any true marketing dollars, right? And the best way to do it is just memes. And at first, I wouldn't put my face in it. I was actually, you've met me. I'm pretty outgoing, but I'm shy in some aspects. So literally, when I first started going on podcasts, or not podcasts, but when I was running a card group and I would go live, I would wear a mask when I was doing it, because I was just like, I don't know, I didn't know, right? I was just kind of embarrassed. I didn't know what to talk about at first, and then over time it was like, you know what, because I go to these shows now and I throw my product around, I literally wear the same hoodie, the same shirt, the same hat, so that when people see me, I've actually got, hey, you're the guy that throws the slab around, or hey, you're Tim, right? You're Slab Strong. And so I haven't really had to spend much money on marketing yet. Now I am going to do a marketing campaign coming up, and I'm sure we'll talk about that too on December 7th. I go live somewhere. I'm sure you'll ask.
We'll get there, but all in due time, Tim. All in due time. We're going to reach that line of destination.
All right,
we'll get there.
So yeah, when it comes to the memes, I honestly, besides the marketing part, I was just making myself laugh. I just really thought some of these things were funny, and then other people did, and I'm like, okay, I left Chicago National with 400 followers, and I'm almost at 4,000 now. So like people started enjoying it, and then I would have people start sending me videos like, hey, can you make your meme, but can you use my video? And so people started sharing it. So yeah, that's one of the probably the smartest moves I made, was just downloading a free app and having my own fun and hoping people would enjoy it.
Yep. I think I don't think it's understood fully, the simplicity that is not taking yourself too seriously.
Yes.
If you are willing to lean into people, if you have something that's a little bit silly, it doesn't have to go over the top. There's limits. There's a certain point where it gets annoying. Like, you got to find that balance. There is one. But if you can get right up to that line, it's memorable.
Yeah.
People remember it, because then it's like, wait, wasn't that ridiculous thing? It wasn't he the dude with the memes and the thing? It's like, yeah, it is. And people remember that. And then and in this case, in your case, it's like, no, there's a product here. Let me associate it to a name. And okay, now you can, the Slab Strong guy. Yeah, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to associate it to those two things. And that's the classic kind of, if you don't have the marketing budget, to your point, this is the most straightforward. Being in the Card Collector 2 video, that's promotion that money can't buy, especially in this space. Doing those memes, it makes people laugh, and then they remember you. I'll follow this guy. Sure. That's all it takes. And then, down the road, some of these other things come into play. So we are going to talk about the December 7th thing in a second, but I want to have a little fun with it. Now, the thing is that you were able to be successful enough, you were able to get in front of enough people that everyone's favorite person in the hobby, he of the extended hello, was interested enough in what was going on there that, yes, he invited you in. So what I'll do is I'll put it on the screen now. And what I want to talk about for just a minute, and add as much or as little to it as you want. We'll keep it basic if you like. So what is it, when you did talk to our good buddy Geoff Wilson, what happened with that where you caught his eye with it, and then he was interested enough to kind of be associated with and talk with it, and obviously invite you to his virtual holiday?
Yeah, so I thank you for your kind words earlier, because when you said, like, I've been grinding, it's true, and I appreciate you recognizing that. So May 20th, I opened up my business, and essentially at the Dallas Card Show, I wanted to wait and kind of open up the website and open up everything, have some content. So I go to Dallas on the 20th. Now, keep in mind, I've done a lot of things already at this point to get myself known, right? So at that point, in a weird way, PSA contacted me, and then so I go to the Dallas Card Show with a lot of like hype in the background, but people still not knowing who I was. So I walk up to Ryan Johnson, I throw it at him. I walk up to, at that point, I honestly didn't know his name. I looked at my fiance and I was like, hey, I'm going to go throw it at the sports card investor. And so I walk up to him. I reach in my pocket. He goes to reach for a few of my slabs that I had. I'm sure he thought I was either trying to sell it to him, or I don't know what he was thinking. But I threw it at his feet, and without him knowing, and he jumped back and he said, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And at that point, he simply, I looked at him in the eyes and said, my name's Tim McHenry. I'm the CEO and founder and creator of Slab Strong. I just want you to know who I am. That was my only purpose. I just want you to know who I am. And he said, email him. So, okay, cool. So then the next day, I actually got a full buyout offer, 100% buyout offer. And you got to keep in mind, I left Dallas with $800 to my name total, no savings, no nothing. My girl is still, in pain, all that good stuff. The problem was it was 100% buyout offer from HGA, and I love those guys. So Tyler, the CEO, he gave me my first real shot. He asked me to. He told me I sent him an email and I said, I have something to show you. He said, if you come to Knoxville, I'll give you a shot. I drove 14 hours straight. He invited me to his house. I laid it on the table. Good deal, right? But I was way too early. They offered me 100% buyout. The money would have been good, but there was no really guarantees of anything else. So now I love HGA as a company. I love what they're doing, but it just was not the right fit. And I'm still cool with them today. I still talk to those guys all the time. So then essentially, I don't know what I'm doing, right? I'm doing everything. I'm learning as we go. The meme thing, the throwing it at people. I'm just learning, right? So I emailed Geoff, and now I know his name. And literally put in a subject line, honest advice. And he said, let me, give me a few days and we'll talk. So at that point, I kind of laid it out on the line and said, hey, I know I'm young and I realize you just met me, but here's what I have going on. So we talked for a little bit and he offered me an investment. And that's essentially when I knew that this could really be something. And from there, we've just been grinding it out. And now essentially making sure everything's perfect, making sure I got enough colors, enough inventory. So he hasn't truly announced anything yet, but the December 7th thing is the announcement where he's going to give me a shot on his platform, let everyone know that he invested, and we'll be off and running.
No, absolutely. And I wanted to leave it open so you could tack on, and I wanted to put it on the screen there while we're talking about it. And I appreciate your transparency on that. I appreciate you giving us the story and breaking it down for us as well. What makes it interesting, so there's a couple of aspects to it. Obviously, there's the aspect of it that again, it goes back to the hustling thing. Again, it goes back to putting yourself out there. The product itself was, and it's the underlying theme of this. The product itself was simple enough. Somebody else could have thought of it 5 years ago.
Yes.
And I'm sure someone did.
Right.
But like a lot of ideas, it's the follow-up of the execution. We've joked about a billion times all the ridiculousness with the stupid logo and all that garbage. It's like, it's stupid. I acknowledge it's stupid. Yeah. That's why I did it.
Right.
I like making a mockery of the whole thing. It's like, and I've always teased them like, no, the ego thing is not completely untrue, but I do kind of push it to the beyond its logical limits. To the point, it's like, dude, it's self-parody at this stage. I would hope some people don't quite follow that yet. They still don't quite grasp on it. It's like, I hope you realize it's self-parody at this point. If not, then I don't know what to do for you. I don't know what to say to you. But the other aspect of it that also is interesting is that Geoff has put his hands into a lot of pies. We know him as the hello guy on the annoying videos and the shtick. Well, guess what? The annoying shtick, when I say hello sports card investors, you know who I'm talking about. It's what I said a moment ago. It's his deal. It's his shtick. So immediately you know who we're talking about. But then at the same time, he is a businessman. The card analytics tool is his first card-based business that we know of that he's in there with, but he's talking to people all the time. He's probably thrown a lot of proposals out. He's talked to a lot of folks. Maybe he's made some moves on some and not others what didn't make sense. But he's willing to put himself out there in these different categories, which means he's investing in the category. And he's talking to other players in the space. And that's something you need to bear in mind because there's a lot of folks who hate the guy, and I understand it. But it's like you do understand that he's not going anywhere because he's got other businesses, and this is only one of several. And even his investment in you is to him an opportunity. It's another area where it's like, hey, if this works out, and now once it's more official, well, I don't think he'll hesitate to be like, hey, let me tell you a little bit more about my buddy Tim here and his product and blah, blah, blah. And he'll put some of his marketing behind it because he makes slick presentations. His vlogs from Toronto were slick. Yeah. Like they were strong. So it's one of those things where all it would take is a couple of those well-placed videos. And guess what? All of a sudden it's in front of a bunch of eyeballs. Website traffic takes a spike. Hey, what happened?
Yep.
Geoff put it in a video.
Yeah.
That's all that happened.
Yeah. So with him, I totally understand the aspect of, so for me, I am not someone that necessarily cares about value, right? Because I do sell some of my stuff on eBay, but it's mostly the stuff that I don't want to keep anyways, right? Like I have my personal collection I want to keep. So the value part never was a concern for me, right? Like I said, I didn't really know his real name. I just knew he was a sports card investor and he had a large platform. And I when I threw it at him, I was not looking for an investment. I told him, I just want you to know who I am. So when it comes to the aspect, and what I do love about him is because of the way I met him, does not expect me to change. He likes the way I do it. Like he obviously gives me some suggestions in the business world on what to do. And like, you know, with the packaging, he goes, hey, why don't you switch this around and this and that. But he really lets me be me. And that's what I respect most about him. With that said, though, I understand when the investment side of things came into the hobby, a lot of people felt maybe they were driving prices up. I'm not really sure because, like I said, I'm not too into the value game because I really like. Now, obviously, I want my cards to grow in value just in case I ever have to sell. Whatever you got to do, right? It's not a bad thing that they're more valuable, but it wasn't just him. It wasn't just him that has showed me love and let me be me. So I met Eric through Clubhouse.
Oh, please tell us more about Eric. Please
Yeah,
continue.
well, I spent 20 hours driving with him, and he just kept telling me about all the 90-year-old hockey players that he met that will never remember him or care.
Yes,
But,
that's right.
So you should. My cheeks were so sore because all I was smiling, nodding the whole time. Okay, Eric.
You did
All
tell
right,
him
buddy.
that you did tell him that hockey is like a fictional sport. It's a TV show. You did tell him Marcel Dion is one of our greatest Canadian actors. He like multi-time, award-winning, the best. He even believes he's an athlete. It's incredible.
Well,
that's really commitment to the craft.
And that's why Eric thinks he's friends with him because he's such a good actor.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Better
It
than
was
Shatner.
It was
Yeah,
stage art. It was like moi, chef's kiss. It was stage art.
Like I've had so much love from even essentially, what's the word? I don't want to use rivals because I just respect everybody.
Okay.
But anybody from like Chris Hose, Christina, they're great people. They support me. Other podcasts like Geo on the Ringer, they support me. So I have a lot of support from people that I love. And I mean, Geoff knows Geoff knows that I need to be expanded. So like it's just a fun thing for everyone to be so supportive. And I honestly don't know where I would be without that full support.
Yeah. I think it's very. I know your audio keeps cutting in a little bit and out. So if you can hear me, Tim, just let us know. But one thing I'll kind of add to what Tim was saying, I saw that he was getting a little bit frozen, so I figured that would happen. But just a quick thought I'll throw in there is that it makes a lot of sense for Geoff and those guys to have no real major issue with the card ladder folks. They might be competing in that space, but at the same time, if Geoff has entered himself into these other categories, you can't ignore other people in those categories. You can't ignore other people that make content in those categories. That's throwing away perfectly good marketing and opportunities that is like, no, they have an audience too. And if their audience is supportive of this product, you as an investor in said product, you benefit from. So it's one of those things like Geoff wins when he wins, and when he quote unquote loses, he still wins.
Yeah.
So
it's still your peers, regardless.
That's the thing. It's like you don't want to alienate. If you want to participate in the space, you can't alienate. By the way, Tim, if you can hear us, you're more than welcome to pop back on, and I'll bring you back on. I saw that it was freezing up a little bit on him. But as long as people are willing to be supportive of a product, if you have an equity stake in that product, you're not going to stand in the way. Like you can all be together and participate and be part of that conversation, and it doesn't hurt. It's not a bad thing. He might not be like, oh yeah, let's talk up card ladder. He might not be excited about that, but everything else is like, no, absolutely. I'm going to be supportive of that. And if you're being supportive of that, I'm going to be supportive of that too. That's a win for everybody. Here's okay, Tim?
Yeah, I just unplugged my phone. But yeah, to get back into that, that I go back to Geoff has always let me be me. Not that anyone could ever change how I am, but he gets it, right? I mean, I'm a product, right? I need to be universal, and I just tell the truth how it is. Like, obviously, no one has been more supportive of Geoff, right? I mean, he's he put some money up for me, and he's got me really going. But I can't ever deny the love I've gotten from the hobby and everyone in it.
Well, we're all just trying to move forward in the hobby. We have fun, we collect, we try to make friends, and why wouldn't we be happy with you and wanting your success? You know, there are people in the hobby who, you know, want to see you succeed, just not beyond themselves.
Yeah,
But,
and he's not a sensitive guy. He gets it. He's well aware of at the industry summit he talked about, like, basically he knows the hello thing is, can I say annoying?
Yeah, you can. It's if you want to be really clear about it, it's polarizing at best. Like on a good day, it's polarizing. It basically it works for some people, and for some people, the moment they hear it, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Immediately, they're turned off.
Yeah, I just want to. So when I first told him, because like I'm a nut, so when we talked about like how we were gonna like kind of release me to the world through his platform, I told him that I'll walk into his office and throw all his Jordan PSA 10s, all his LeBron's PSA 10, and he kind of just smiles and nods at me. He's like, "Please don't." But
you should have offered to throw the Tim Tebow's.
Yeah, listen,
then it puts him in a weird spot. It's like, on the one hand, I care. On the other hand, it's a couple of bucks. It's fine.
It's Tim Tebow.
I guarantee you, I will throw a Tim Tebow card better than Tim Tebow can throw a football. So
low bar, but I'm with it. I'm liking where you're going with this. It's important.
But yeah, even some people that I would never even expect to have my back, and not because it's not a good product and not because it's me, it's just that, you know, how do you talk to these people? Like Carvin is a massive supporter of me.
Sure. Yeah.
He actually helped me get into GTS, which I'm on pre-sales right now through GTS, and which is amazing, right? Because May 20th I started my business, and already I'm getting a chance for distribution through them. There's just so many other people, even Eric, right? Like, so I always bust him up about vintage hockey. So for me, for someone like Eric to take a chance on my product, and we have now become friends, it just shows me that there's a wider range of people that I wouldn't think would want my product, right? Because how old are you, Eric, now? Like 80? Like I wouldn't expect.
Well, that's why do you think he's so excited about octogenarians? He's speaking to his people. You know, do you remember, the end of World War II? It's like, yeah, it was a crazy time. It's a crazy time.
Centurion, maybe.
Yeah, like, well, you got to remember though, Eric is from a time when people, it was like the thing that used to be with professional wrestling. For a long time, there was those years where kayfabe, people thought professional wrestling was real. And then at a certain point, they realized, like, actually, it's performance art, like hockey. It's the same thing. Predetermined outcomes. Why do you think we had Tampa Bay the last 2 years to go along with Tom Brady's Super Bowl? It's predetermined.
Yep. Leafs, no cup. 50-something years.
Oh, it's much funnier if we just drag that out for years and years. Yeah. How many more years they got until they reach the Chicago Cubs one? Another 50 or so?
Yeah.
About another 50? About another 50 or so? And it's 40. Like, once it gets to 109, then the Leafs win the cup. They'll go 82-0 and run the table. It's like, what the heck? You could have done that the whole time? Oh, but now it's 109 years. Yeah. Now it's fine.
It's a good time. There's one more point I wanted to bring up about my guy, Geoff.
Go ahead.
So, because like I said, Eric and I met on Clubhouse, and everyone I just mentioned, we're all on Clubhouse. We all have a good time. My guy, Richard, I don't know if Richard's watching, but I wish he was, because he'd say something stupid or funny, depending. But so when I had announced to all these guys, because keep in mind, I wasn't about value, right? So I had no idea. Who like Hoj was and what they did, and Jeff's real name and what he did, and Carvin with the GTS and him being the guy that invented Squizit, and Corey would show you stuff. All these guys, right? When they were like, everyone was like, obviously, hey, Jeff's a great business, and he's going to be great for you. And then they have their opinions, which is everyone's opinion, whatever you like. But the only thing I could always say to them is, and Geoff knows this because I had this conversation with him. He gave me a chance. Now, whether it's you're looking at it like, well, he invested in you and this and that, he gave me a chance, and he didn't have to, right? I know he sees something in my product, but I also believe he saw something in me because he lets me do the way I market. So That's the only thing I like in terms of a little pushback. Even with like talking about the hello thing, it's like you got to look at Geoff gave me a chance, and I'm truly coming from nothing at this point. Not to say I grew up with nothing. Both my parents are teachers, great family life. But I'm 39 now, and obviously I've lived my life past moving out the parents' house. So when this all happened, he truly is going to, in my opinion, help fund and help market a company that I think can be a multi-million-dollar business for me. And it's kind of scary to say that, because I don't know what I'm doing, right? I just can do my memes and I can throw my product and I know how to make connections. But that's the one thing I always say when people ask me about like how is he as a partner? Hey, he gave me a chance and he's got my back. So that's all I ever needed, No,
that's fair. But you just described right now by definition what an angel investor is. Whenever you got somebody that enters into the venture capital space, and I watch and listen to a lot of different things of folks that are related to that space, and it's like, no, when you're buying it, you're not just buying the product because anybody can get a product. You have to buy the founder, because unless you buy them out and then you have control over it and then put them to the side and then you can do whatever you want, you are buying. They're part of the brand too until further notice. Now, that doesn't mean that if the company grows down the road, and we have a good example of this, we have like a legitimately relevant example of this. Josh Luber at StockX, he was one of the founders of StockX. He was not the CEO of StockX after a while. After a while, he was put aside because he was the right guy to have, because even in this Fanatics venture he's doing now, he calls himself like the visionary founder or something like that. Like there's a specific title he uses.
Yeah.
But the point of that title, he goes, my job is to lay the foundation and set up some certain things. It's like, but down the road, it may make more sense to have somebody else in here who's more of an MBA, more of a traditional CEO style to run that aspect of it. But this is my role for now. And that's a huge venture they're going off on. He's already a guy that has experience building a company. And even then, they're already looking down the road at the roadmap when they don't need Josh Luber anymore, necessarily. He might still be involved, but maybe in a different way, in a different aspect. Because sometimes somebody is really good as a founder, but down the road, if the company really takes off and becomes a thing, they don't need to be the CEO anymore. Maybe that's not their best position to help the product or do whatever. Maybe they need to go out and tell people about it. Maybe down the road, you make it a multi-million-dollar thing, and it's like, Tim, you're still going to be a part of this. You still got stock in this. You still got all part of it. I need you to go out there and throw these things at people. I can do that. Then that becomes your thing that you do, and you're the promoter, you're the hype man, but then you're still, the founder. Like the founder title doesn't go away, but it's just your role changes in the company as it becomes a bigger company. And that's normal. That actually happens all the time. Even in a very successful venture, sometimes you're the guy to get this thing rolling. And down the road, it's like, no, we still want you around. We still want you participating in this. We still want you to be part of it. But now I need a guy who's going to, get us into stores around the country, get us into Fanatic shops down the road or whatever that's going to look like.
Right.
And that could be a different guy. But in the meantime, right now your job is to get this thing going and keep it rolling and do your hustling thing.
Yeah. So and that's so my dream case scenario is just to be able to do what you said, is to be the face, but also while putting in the hard work of going around and throwing it. When I had made the deal with him, that's the one thing, like, because he was basically like, well, what do you, when we made the deal, he goes, do you want to work for somebody? You want to be an entrepreneur? I want to be an entrepreneur. All right, cool. So I won't tell you the numbers, but I'm still the majority owner. And he bought my other two partners out, which shout out to Dave and Marco, which I'll send this to him afterwards, because it was truly, I'll keep going back to it. I don't want to sound like I'm down in myself, but I truly don't know what I'm doing. So I get nervous when it comes to like the taxes and when I'm talking to the lawyers and all that good stuff. And I would love it build it to a point where I can, or at least pay someone to do what they know how to do. Because right now, Geoff's taking care of my online stuff. That's what he does. He's helping me build my new website, which should be launching actually this week. It's brand new. It's parked right now. It's brand new. Okay. All the bells and whistles. It looks awesome.
Very good.
But it's a real scary thing, and luckily I have my fiance Nikki. It's a real scary thing to take this leap, and so at certain points, I'll feel real overwhelmed. And Eric can attest to this. We were driving home and I got an email that I had to do a PowerPoint presentation. Now, I've never truly done a real PowerPoint. Like I've never actually, besides in school when they teach you, and that was like 20 years ago, I don't even know PowerPoint was still a thing. So now I'm sitting there, I get all nervous. And I'm like, Eric, and I straight up told him, I'm like, it makes me feel stupid that I don't know how to do this. And he's like, you'll get it, you'll get it. And then I think 2 days later, I was like, oh yeah, I finished my presentation and I showed it off to GTS and everything. And Eric was real complimentary. He's like, Tim, I know you would do it. But it's, it's scary things to put yourself so out there that when you have a big time company like GTS say, hey, we need a PowerPoint from you. I almost lost my mind. I'm like, how do I make this right? What do I do? And then obviously I talked to my partner and other people, and it's just all worked out. But it's been a really scary, anxious, but probably the most amazing time of my life, because at least I'm working for myself trying to get it done.
Sure.
There's no one telling me to do it. I don't have a timeline except for what's in my own heart and mind. But it's just been amazing. So, like, even learning new things. Now, I want to learn everything I can about my business, but I hate this tax stuff and all of this other stuff. So, you just pay a CPA. I just learned what a CPA is. I don't even know what it stands for at this point, to be honest with you. But I know
Tim, that's where you need to go into one of my favorite phrases. You need to get a guy.
Get a guy.
Get people. Get people. Yep. You don't need to sell your hands. You need to get people to do that for you. That's what you need to do. Yeah. But in that kind of a business, you are eventually going to have you would have had to hand that off anyway. Right. Because at a certain point, it becomes sufficiently complicated that it's like, no, you're even if you could try to figure out, don't do that. Taxes are not the thing that you try to figure out and put together from YouTube videos. That's the thing that you hire somebody who knows how to do that properly, and they will handle that business for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely like going from essentially. So even when I say I manage the restaurant, right? Like I have to keep the P&L. I have to know all this stuff. But essentially, when you go to that restaurant, there's already a cookie cutter sheet for you, right? There's already stuff that they just go, hey, here's how we do it, right?
Yeah.
So I start my own business, and it's like, how am I going to do it? I know to keep all my receipts, and I know where the money's going, and I'm not spending money willy-nilly, but I don't know. Like, I have no clue. So Geoff helped me out, and I have a bookkeeper now. I'm getting to a point where I'm going to need a CPA because here come the tax season coming. So, that's being taken care of. And the other thing too is, especially from how I do it, because right now I still ship everything myself. So when I get an order and I'm shipping it out, I'm starting to get to that level where it's affecting my time, right? So if I can't get out to a show and throw my stuff around, because I've been all over the country now doing it, then it's taking away my potential sales. So if I can get help in those areas, then it just leaves my free time to make more sales. And that's what needs to happen, right? To keep this business running and to get my margins down. So slowly but surely, I'm getting to a point where that's all I need to be worried about. And then my sales will take off. Because once I'm really able to get out there, and even like this, right? So for you guys to still be on at 10:30, because I was out trying to
never happens. Eric, tell him we're always like off after like 45 minutes, I think, or an hour.
I haven't explained to him that you're a marathoner, not a sprinter.
Yeah.
If we shut this off at 3:30, that'd be good.
Might be early.
Let's put it this way: we're not gonna. I always joke about it. I never try to force a conversation longer than it goes, but people would be shocked how often. I did the math. Wasn't it like 3.5, like 340 when I did that average? Because I did that thing with the list. I went in and did this is the 61st of these that are under this heading title of live streams I've done since last year. And the average live stream is like 3 hours and 35, 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's why I laughed in your general direction. You're like, well, if you guys will still be on it, that's adorable. That was funny. That was funny, Tim. You're a funny guy, Tim. A funny guy. But it's just the way it works out. Like I don't manufacture it to be like, oh, we got these segments. No, it is what it is. We'll chat about some news stuff at the beginning, and then we chat about whatever the chat wants to talk about and whatever the folks on here want to talk about. That's how it works out.
I love it. I appreciate it because I was out, and Eric had texted me, and I hopped right on. I'm like, oh, I'm like busy till 10. So I rushed home, and I'm just glad I got to talk to you guys because I don't know, I love this, man. I love talking about it, and I appreciate it. And I love talking about the hobby in general. And I love learning about stuff I don't know, like the hockey game, and meeting Bobby and meeting Yannick there was unbelievable, because it's refreshing kind of not talking about the product at times too, right? Because I still love the hobby. I'm still spending too much money on blaster boxes from the retail. Like, I'm still doing all that fun stuff. So it's nice just to be able to sit down and talk to guys like you.
Sure. No, I appreciate it. So what we'll do here is we'll get through a couple of these comments, and then we'll switch to talking about some hobby stuff, because we can definitely do that. I wanted to make sure, though, you got your piece out. So the Jeff Wilson thing's kind of fun. I do want to talk about Tyler and the HGA guys a little bit briefly. We'll be nice. We'll be nice. A lot nicer than I usually am.
All right.
But I always want to separate, and what I say is what I always say.
Yeah.
I'm never taking a shot at the individual. I don't know Tyler, so he could be the greatest guy in the entire world. I can critique the business. I can critique the model. I can critique what he has done and put out there in the world for people. I can always critique that because I think that's fair. Because if I'm looking at the model, I'm looking how you did it, I'm looking how you set it up. No, I can critique that. As a person, though, he could be the greatest guy in the world, the nicest guy in the universe. Everybody loves him. That is not my concern. I don't know the guy, so I'm not going to take a shot at the guy. Two different things. I always separate them out.
Right.
So real quick, I'll grab a couple of the comments here. Paul is from earlier. Paul says, ego, it's unfettered megalomania, his favorite phrase. This is accurate. Name here says, should have thrown Mike Trouts. Yeah, you can get some comments.
Oh, I did.
Oh, he did.
Look, where's my Mike Trout? There you go.
I think you had it in your little 9-pack, right? Yep. There you go. So he's got a Trout in there. That covers your baseline comments. Your average baseball player contingent.
There you go. Threw it, and it's still no cracks, no dings, no dents. Thrown.
There you go. Nice. So name here says, thanks for sharing your story, Tim. Wish you all the success in the world.
Thank you.
Hobby Champs here says, drinking game. Take a shot every time Jeff says market movers or sports card investor app in his videos. Yeah, and I think people need to understand that there are infomercials for the sports card market app. Like, they really are. Like, it doesn't matter what the video is about. It's an ad for that and for eBay, because that's a sponsor.
Yeah. Understand.
Yep, and good evening, Baz. Absolutely. And Hobby Champs here says, in all seriousness, I like Geoff. I don't love everything he does. Don't love the content, but he seems like a good, genuine dude, and that's all that really matters. That's why I say separate the product from the individual. Separate the shtick from the individual, because he literally knows that some people don't like it, and he still does it because he understands that that's what he's known for. He is the hello guy. That's part of the marketing. It's all part of the parcel. When Tim was talking earlier about Geoff helping him out with getting a bookkeeper and all these things, a good investor at that level, who's a minority investor but who's helping, that's part of their thing. It's like, no, I'm putting money in you, but I also want you to succeed. Therefore, if you need advice or you need some help in understanding what to do with this, if my goal is to help you succeed so that I also succeed, he doesn't want to lose money. He might like you, but he doesn't want to lose money. So he's like, no, if there's something I can help you or some advice I can give you or something I can help you to keep going forward and succeed, then of course it's going to be part of what he can do because he understands business. He's built businesses. So he's not a bad resource to be able to ask questions and bounce ideas off of.
Yeah. So knowing him personally now, I do think that people underestimate how much he loves the hobby.
Tim Tebow. I feel like that's his best pitch. It's like, no, seriously, guys, it's not his investment. It's like, yeah, it was Tim Tebow. I knew it was an investment. I got that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so I think if you can get past, which he'll tell you too, the little annoyance, right, with the hello. Yeah. I mean, and that's some people don't find it annoying. I don't personally find it annoying. I literally just want to interrupt him one day when he's yelling hello and just come on screen and go hi and just mess his whole thing up. But
that could have been your thing at the holiday.
That's the next meme.
No, like that's literally could be the perfect thing at the holiday where he starts to do it and then you cut him off.
Listen, that was literally my first idea I had when it was early, when I thought that we would announce it earlier, but I was just waiting for my inventory to get here. His whole staff looked at me crazy because they're like, does Geoff know you're going to throw his LeBron rookie? I'm like, no, but that's the point, right? So at this point, so let me just tell you a quick story about,
Go ahead.
about how Geoff really is, right? because you only see him kind of like if he's at a show, he's
Yeah.
possibly busy, and a lot of people are like, can I take a picture with you? Sometimes he's just busy, right? So my first show with him in Atlanta, the alt guy was there, and I actually was just with his name is Chris. He's the redheaded guy for alt.
Okay.
I was just with them in San Antonio, and I sat next to him at the Spurs game, and I told him this story, what I'm about to tell you.
Sure.
So in Atlanta, alt came, and they had these like 6-foot towers. They were beautiful, and in the tower there was a clear light box, and they had like $4 million cards in there, all these millions of dollars worth of cards, Steph Curry rookie, all this stuff, right? So I look at Geoff, and I say to him, because I know he got money. I said to him, hey, if I walk over there and kick all their towers over to show them they need Slab Strongs on their cases, will you cover it? And he just smiled at me and said, Tim, please don't do that. So now he kind of gets my humor, right? I'm not some corporate guy that's going to come in and like do all this corporate stuff. It's my style is my style. So now I'm sitting next to Chris from alt, and I had a few beers in me at the game, and I just told him that story, and he did the same thing. He just smiled and nodded at me and was like, please don't do that. And I'm like, okay.
Our insurance won't cover that one.
Yeah. So, but, man, it's just, so that's like part of that story is just how much fun this hobby can be, right? Like, you can't take yourself too seriously. It doesn't matter to me between alt or whoever, how much money's involved. Does the product work? Do you like the people? Everything else I can solve around that. So that's where kind of we're headed. But I have a lot of fun kind of busting him up too and kind of making him worry a little bit, even though half the things I say to him, I'm just joking. Like, Geoff, I'm really not going to throw you a Jordan PSA 10 unless you leave it in front of me, because then I really will.
Correctly so. Yeah. Correctly so.
Well, I see a lot of parallels in you and myself, Tim, is that, when I just celebrated 18 years or whatever, I was creating content of my first price guide I ever put out. So it's been 18 years since my first book. I've had 3 since. So, when I started, I came into a marketplace where I think Beckett was basically the only price guide out there. So I was sort of almost going against them to a degree. And sometimes you just have to say, fuck it, and do it, and go forward, and just keep going. Even though what you're doing is right, you have all that self-doubt, and it keeps coming at you, and you don't know how to deal with all the taxes. And how am I going to, do the marketing? What am I going to do? And this is, you're just freelance doing it yourself. There's not anybody that can really come and tell you what to do. You have a totally different product. I had a totally different book that was kind of coming out there. It's not like I could call Jim Beckett and go, hey, how did you? No. So I understand your story perfectly, and the tribes and tribulations that you went through. And after that, it really gets easier as the years go on, but it's trickle flow flood, after a little while, it's natural. And, you'll be looking back in a few years going, oh man, that early times. Yeah, that was simple. That was fun. So anyways, that's why I appreciated you coming out to dinner with us, and we had a good time. So,
yeah. And I appreciate the invite. And, so that's one of those things too, to get to like how you just said, you can't just call Mr. Becker, which I've met him as well. He was awesome. That's another example. I've never thought that I would talk to Mr. Beckett, right? Like, what am I going to tell him? Hey, I have the original #1 Jordan. He don't care, right? But now I have something that I can talk to him about. No, it's just exciting for everyone. Like for me, like I came and sat with you guys as much as I could at the cafeteria. I had to run around and do my thing there. But so everyone has been so good to me and just giving me a chance, and I have to pat myself on the back. I try to be good. The only thing that I've kind of got in trouble with, I would say, is, and Eric can attest to that, is when I talk about the clubhouse guys, and even with Geoff, is that I'm kind of too transparent, right? I have no problem telling the good, the bad, the ugly, the great, right? So I've had to, now that I'm in the business world, maybe not say certain things when it comes to numbers, but I'm not used to that. I'm just used to, I just want to tell the truth, how it came about, who my partners are, who supports me, who I support.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I've
Tim,
had to.
It's disclosure, Tim. You'll get used to it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good, but that's why I said earlier, it's a learning process where, like I said, I think Geoff is very content to let you kind of do your thing for a while, and I think you're going to keep. He's positioned himself as a great resource to you to talk to about these things, and I think down the road, if everything goes perfectly, like you said, your dream is to get into that. I think at some point your position is to be that person who walks around throwing the Slab Strong things at people and being like the front facing guy. I'm the Slab Strong Tim, but at the same time, the day to day operations can be the numbers can happen in the background with folks that are like very comfortable, like, yep, we can make sure all this is done. Yep, all the paperwork's good. Yep, everything's running your shipping is happening on time. Everything's going the way it's supposed to. But then everybody who's doing that this is the shipping guy who knows how to do all the shipping.
Right.
This is the person who knows how to run these numbers and make these books work and make sure everybody gets paid and everything's solid. And that's the dream, is to have eventually, as an entrepreneur, if the business gets big enough, it can't be a one-man show because nobody's good enough at all the categories to be able to do it effectively. If you want to scale, you need somebody who can actually do it properly.
Right.
Absolutely. So let me grab a couple of these comments here. Paul here says, yeah, talking about the length of the live streams. And you mentioned Carbon. Carbon's been on here before. That's why I chuckle a lot. It's like I had 2 conversations with Carbon and I talked to him for combined 10 hours. So that's why I laugh. Sometimes Carbon will give us stories like I'm almost like, so I'll send you a link to the timestamp on it where Carbon already gave the story.
No,
we already covered it.
Tim,
Carbon
does it
is
shock
absolutely
you?
the best, right? So he's the one when I talk specifically, he is very what's the word? Stern with me in terms of, Tim, you're talking too much. Like you're being too transparent. But so when I first met with GTS, luckily Carvin was there, right? Because they started asking me questions and he just looked and was like, Tim, zip it. Answer and he really truly helped me out with like talking to the distribution side. Nah, he's been the best, and he's not the only one, but yeah, he was the main person that was like, hey Tim, we all respect you for how honest you are, but you don't have to lie, but you don't have to say everything. And so I haven't truly listened to him yet, but one day.
I was gonna say that sounds very much like a Carbon line, and it's like it's fun because sometimes Carbon won't follow his own advice, but he'll do it in the right audience at the right time in the right place. He'll pick his spots when he says more, when he says less. But he's very good at holding back, and he's a good guy to follow that advice from because he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He's been in this business long enough where he understands like sometimes you say more, sometimes you say less, and with a wink and a nod, just be like, I'll tell you more later. I'll tell you more later. Trust me.
Yeah.
Just wait. I'll tell you more later.
Oh yeah, that's about I think since I've been on 4 times, that's my 4th time. I think I said that.
You've used it judiciously.
I do use it only.
It was effective.
Yeah.
Yes, only when it's effective.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Remember, I did it with who was it? Jason? Oh no, Justin. Sorry.
Well, I think a lot of people curse at Justin. That's different.
Yeah.
I curse at Eric all the time.
Deservedly so. Like I said, he invokes. Does he not invoke anger in people?
Oh, he makes me so mad.
Like
Go
it's
ahead.
unbelievable.
I want to know how many F-bombs went off in that 10-hour drive.
Listen, he.
It would be quicker to tell you how many words that were not F-bombs were uttered in the 10 hours.
Yeah.
It's probably a smaller number.
Listen, we went to how many different gas stations did we have to go to because he thought that
he didn't understand how gas station worked. He goes, so the decimal is like, for God's sake, it's pennies, man. Just do a basic translation to pennies. It's not that hard.
Also, he can't read a GPS.
No, he can't.
We had to stop, and I think so we all know he's a little bit older, so I think he's written at least 10 complaints to the state of New York because there was too many tolls and not enough rest stops for him to pee all the time.
Well, the problem is he keeps trying to use 1-cent stamps, and they're like, sir, that is not enough postage. That hasn't been enough postage in some time. You're going to need to put a little more postage on that.
He still bites every penny that goes through his thing. I'm just like, buddy, listen, they're worthless anyways. Let's just go.
Eric's sitting there going, disclosure.
I am just very happy that Tim's having this opportunity to share his product, and I'm going to keep all my comments to myself. But he's going to get an earful later.
You better get an autograph soon.
Tell him Tim to write it to you in a strongly worded letter. You'll never get it. But you know, that's good to know. It's important. Important. So I found some random paper. Eric, what are these? What are these?
That's some Monopoly money.
Yeah.
It's made out of rubber and has a window in it.
So when you do is when you go in and you try to get, you don't just hand it to them and go, I don't know what the cost of this thing is. Just give me back whatever change you feel is appropriate.
Yeah,
It's a strategy. It's a strategy. I just don't know if it's the right strategy.
That stuff's very confusing.
Well, so here's the thing: I don't understand why people. I mean, I understand because we're Americans, so we just think we're the best, anyways.
Sure.
But your money is so much better looking than ours. I don't understand the problem there. I love it. Like I wish
Well,
I could spend
the problem is that Eric, I'm not sure ever learned how to read, because forget about everything else. It literally has the number on it. If you try to figure out what denomination is, the number is literally there. It's very large. Now, it might be he needs the spectacles, you know, to get it, but it's actually fairly large, the number. It helps you out on that.
I think the U.S. is the only country that has one color for all
One
the
color.
currency.
Well, they started adding some color into the years ago as an anti-theft mechanism. It's not all the way, but they started sprinkling in. It used to be way more straight up green and shades of green. They did start sprinkling in some color for the anti-theft because they needed it for the counterfeits bills.
Well, my favorite thing to do is to spend Canadian quarters here, because the cashier never knows their Canadian
Yeah,
quarters.
they don't know the difference. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. The thing though is that like the monopoly money joke worked when we were at 60 cents to the dollar, because there were years there where, and by the way, we took advantage of that. That meant I sold you crap in US dollars and I took the exchange difference. So it was like I was getting an extra 30-40% on every transaction. By the way, my money still spends here exactly the same. So I'll take an extra 30% from you. But now it's like 25% ish. It's like,
Yeah, so you're giving those quarters away for 21 cents. Nice.
yeah, it's not that exciting. It's like, yeah, okay. You're a couple of
round
cents.
down,
Yeah,
20
you're a couple of cents off, but it's not that big a deal anymore. Not like it used to be.
Roll of quarters works.
That's true. That is true.
That's cool.
But yeah. So let's talk about one thing. You did mention at the very beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage to do the first refill, but I'll pose this question to you. It's kind of an open question. You mentioned a little bit that you were going to start selling some stuff from your collection. So from your collecting side, what do you collect before, or what do you collect now? What kind of things interest you from that perspective of it?
So growing up, I started caddying when I was 10 years old, and I would go right from the country club, go to this place called Wexler's Rare Coin,
I'll be right back, guys.
and at that point, I had certain players that I collected. Honestly, obviously Jordan, right? But one of my biggest collections still to this day, and I've never gotten rid of any of them, is Isaiah Ryder. Now, the value of Isaiah Ryder isn't there, but to me, that's like my childhood collection. My father and brother collected baseball and football. I did solely basketball, and everyone I would penny sleeve and top load. I didn't really have, I never cared about value. I just truly liked to look at these cards. And, but as I've gotten older and the money essentially gets tighter because you got other bills to pay. So I'm a massive, as you can see there, Providence College fan. And so I collect anything Providence College, from hockey players, baseball, which they don't have a baseball team anymore. I think Doug Marabelli was like the last person to play for them. But no, I still collect everything Providence College, from cards to bobbleheads to anything I get my hands on. And I've recently started going back through my old collection and realized how much I love the Metal Universe sets, the Flair Showcase, the FLAIR Showcase. They're still the best looking cards to me. I love the fact that Upper Deck bought the rights to the Metal Universe. So I've even bought a couple blaster boxes of the new hockey. And essentially I tried to get anything Rhode Island. And I'm still, and my favorite athlete of all time is Chipper Jones. And my second would be Andrew Jones. And obviously that whole 90s team, I collect all of them. So it's really Atlanta Braves stuff, Providence College stuff. And every here and there, I'll see something really funky. I like, I found this really cool set of which I didn't even know they had at the time, but like the TV show Gargoyles, that cartoon. I like funky non-sports collectibles. Anything that catches my eye, I really like it. I even bought some Space Jam blaster boxes in Canada.
But did you buy any weekend cards from Carbon?
I did.
Oh, okay. How many packs did you grab?
Yep, that's my guy. I bought 1 pack from him.
Okay.
And I can't wait to get those. I don't know. So here's my problem. Because my guy from Dan from Stand Up Displays was like, he might keep it sealed. I can't do that. I cannot keep sealed product. It's just not in me. I'm not going to flip it. I want to open it. So there's no point in me keeping it for a year or keeping it for 2 because I'm not going to flip it. I'm actually bidding on right now on, I think it's the 97-98 Skybox Premium set for NBA.
Okay.
I simply just want to rip it open. I don't expect to be in that good a condition, but I just want something to rip. But yeah, so I'm still a big 90s guy. Now, recently, and I got to be careful because I got to put the junior at the end of the name because everyone always busts my balls on this one. But David Duke Jr., no relation to the political stuff, is on the Brooklyn Nets, and he's actually from the city of Providence and played at Providence College. I have his rainbow completed, except for the 1-of-1 gold vinyl autograph, which it got bid up to $255, and it's just not worth that, and I couldn't justify paying it. But that's my new PC. From until he's out of the league, I will have every David Duke Jr. card there is. All
right, that's good. I like that. I did have it was a bit of a theme this week where I was talking about some secondary PCs. I focused on players because I collect players, but it can stand for people that collect different types of sets and stuff like that. You can have multiple projects on the go, and maybe there's the primary project and there's some secondary. It's however you want to define it. But I run into a lot of the stuff. The Jamie Benn is the secondary PC guy I have, but I run into the same boat where sometimes folks will offer me stuff. And it's going to be tricky because I actually got a direct message today from somebody on Instagram, and I'll reach out back to them and just kind of talk to them about it. But I almost feel bad because it's like I don't really want you to reach out to me, not because I'm not thankful that you thought of me to reach out, but mostly because it's like, well, I know price wise where I'm at as far as his collection. I'm very picky about the things I'm looking for, but even the stuff that is interesting to me. So whatever you think is fair, I'll probably offer you half. And it's not because I can't afford it, because this stuff is relatively cheap comparatively to my main guys that I collect. But I just don't think the value is there. And I think it's on the decline, not on the ascend. So it's like, I don't really want to what I would consider to be overpay. It's like whatever market price is, it's probably lower than that. Because if you put it up for auction, I'd probably be able to get it for even cheaper. So it's one of those things where I feel bad when somebody offers this, like, I kind of don't want to make you an offer because I feel like it'd be insulting you. It's really not it's not a good feeling when you were nice enough to go out of your way to reach out and to be like, hey, Carlos, I heard you were collecting this. It's like, are you interested in any of these? And I'm like, at least my buddy at the show, I had been making fun of Jamie Benn the whole time when I was talking to him about price. I go, it's like, it's kind of like a car that you used to like, but this one happens to be rusted in all the way to the inside, and the engine is one solid block of metal because it melted. So, and I plan to offer accordingly. That's basically the offer that you're going to get. And he goes, look, if you take his answer was, if you take the non-rookie ones, I'm sick of seeing them. I'll give them to you for 65 cents on the dollar. Now you're talking. Now you're talking my language, buddy. Now we're in the same wavelength here. And he has nice stuff. And he has a lot of high-end stuff. But it's like, you got to pick and choose. So this was a question for you, Tim. Do you like to buy the players in their college jersey or their pros jerseys?
So here's the thing. I love the college jerseys. So I can't say I invested because I didn't buy too many Chronicles this year of the draft picks because I was literally just looking for one guy. So I just bought his singles on eBay. I don't understand why. Actually, I do a little bit, right? So I don't understand why the players in their college uniforms aren't worth as much. I get it because they want it in their NBA. And I guess, it's kind of territorial, right? There's not going to be a lot of Providence College fans. But I absolutely love seeing them in their college uniforms. I'm also a season ticket holder for Providence College, and they play in the Big East. So now it's like you kind of, you see these guys, whether they play for Georgetown or Villanova, you see these guys at their hungriest. You see them young, you see them live. Usually you got better seats because it's smaller atmospheres. It's cheaper to go see them. I absolutely love college unis.
I think there's a legitimate market for it. It's one of those things where it's understandable that it's a little bit more limiting because if you're not into the college as much, it becomes maybe you like the player, but the college doesn't excite you. So then it's like, oh, well, I kind of want them in their, in their pro uniform. But to me, if you're collecting the player, again, that's my personal preference. If you're collecting the player, you like the player. If there's an opportunity to get something that is in like a college style uniform, I wouldn't shy away from that. If it's, I guess my criteria is it a cool card? Is it a cool card? Is it something that's exciting to me? Something that's interesting? And if I like it, I'm still going to like it.
Yeah, and a lot of times too, like for me, right? So David Duke Jr. He did make the team. Let's see, in the same. Yeah, exactly. So he did make the team, but I think he's like the 14th, 5th man on the team. This might be the only set that he's in, right? Mm-hmm. So sometimes the college unis, you got to get them, especially if it's and I don't understand why they're not worth more, like I said. But I mean, I don't know. I consider it their true rookie cards.
Ooh, so often this is Victor is like, he just saw a bat signal go off. He's like, did someone say rookie card?
He's looking right
He's
now.
like, no, he's running. No. But I think I understand where you're coming from it. What I'll throw out is this though. I think part of the reason is what I said earlier is that, college allegiances are so strong, especially stateside. Name has his thing with the Oregon Ducks. So he's a big fan. Yeah, you see?
There it is.
Speak his name, he shall arrive. Yeah, someone invoked the rookie card, Victor.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing, and good evening, Victor. But the thing is that we always get the cast of characters. They're always within earshot. You never know. But the thing is that college uniforms also then create that little bit of an issue, because obviously you have that connection, you still like it, you appreciate it for that. If you offer names, obviously he collects indigenous rookie cards, hence the name as well. But if you somehow had an Oregon Duck, tie into it, it's like, oh my God, even better. And even for him, it's like an added bonus, and if you're a big fan of your alma mater, that's huge. In Canada, the alma mater isn't as big a deal. Like we don't really worry or care that much. I'm probably in the upper 2 or 3% of people who even have stuff from their alma mater lying around. And I'm always drinking out of it. It's one of those, and I used to take it to the office and it would be a conversation piece. They'd be like, oh, is that from the school you went to? He goes, yeah. He goes, oh, I haven't seen too many people ever have any stuff from, it's like, yeah. Because I used to have like a fleece jacket that had the logo on here. So I'd actually wear that to work. And people would notice it from time to time. And the logo was this nice, colorful Griffin logo on it. And I was like, yeah. And I've gone to the games and whatever. But no one cares. You go to the football games in a lot of those CIAU ones. It's like if you get a couple of thousand people, it's a good game.
Tim likes Griffins and Gargoyles, so
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the Guelph Griffins, so that's why the logo. Although I think I actually saw some of the uniforms they did. The hockey jersey's amazing. They did a great job on those ones. With color scheme, it's beautiful.
So with hockey, right? Is there NHL uni the only way you can get a uniform from them, or are there
you can get major junior, because I know there's some sets that have done the theme of AHL. There's AHL sets, so that's American Hockey League. That's your professional league. That is a level below the NHL, because the NHL can send people down for assignment,
right,
for rehab assignments and things. So there's connections between the teams. But then before they're drafted, you got all these levels of major, junior, junior A, junior B, if you go lower, all these levels of hockey then that eventually lead all the way up to the pros.
Yeah, it's amazing. A lot of the U.S. teams had their farm teams in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really lucky where I am. So, the Boston Bruins have their AHL team is the Providence Bruins. And they play at the same place as Providence College. So I'm literally a 10-minute walk from the arena. And that's kind of why I'm even getting to the college uniform talk, is because it's really cool to see these young guys come up. And in hockey and baseball, I think you can be signed when you're 16, right, to like an AHL contract.
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing these guys so young that you kind of build a camaraderie and all that going to their games, and it kind of, it's tough when they don't make it to like a 10-year vet. And if your only chance is to get their cards at that level, then you got to get them. You got to collect them.
Yeah,
You're only a slabs throw away from the arena. That's cool.
exactly. That's right.
Tim-
No, but that's understandable. I
Tim's
agree with that.
collection is actually pretty unique, considering the fact that I would say the majority of people in New England don't have the same type of passion for college sports that some of the rest of the country has.
Yes.
We have, so many colleges in New England. I mean, Bobby kind of just joked. I mean, you can't throw a slab without hitting a college in New England. I mean, there's large ones, there's small ones, there's online ones. And there's so many different sports teams for these colleges. But here in New England, it's not a focus.
Yeah.
It's all about the pro sports here.
Okay, I'm coining that phrase from now on because
Okay.
I gotta, it's used twice and come on.
All right.
1 minute.
Got to copyright it.
Yeah, I need some help with the paperwork on that, Tim.
Tim, can,
Then I
Tim,
need
you-
help
you-
as well.
you
Now we
pick
all
up-
need help because
you pick up the phone and you call Jeff. We got a question. We need a guy. We need a guy.
my problem is I write like I talk, and as you can tell, me and Eric are both from New England. He's about an hour away from me, and when my accent sounds real strong, it might sound like I can't read, but I promise you, I know the letter O's there. I just can't say it.
Right.
I gotcha.
Now, I showed earlier tonight my affinity for the patches and things. This is where, unfortunately, I do wish that some of the colleges and stuff, especially for certain sports, if a player is an alumnus of one of these things, I would love if they had the ability to get some of the patches and things. Because when I went in the football team, they've got their stuff. Some of those players made the pros, but not like too many notable names. But it'd be cool if they did, because the logo would work really well on a lot of patches. So it's a little bit of a blurry picture, but you see there the logo, the big logo piece on there.
Oh, the Griffin, yeah.
You could get some amazing patch pieces on that.
Oh yeah,
It'd be really colorful. It'd be really good looking, and you've got shoulder patches and stuff like that. They did a really good job with the color scheme. Some of the football team uniforms have had some of those too on the shoulder patches and stuff. So like if we cared about it even 1%, as much as some of the college sports in the US, if you had cards with some of those patches on there, it'd be like, oh my God, these are great colors. Like that looks awesome.
So,
Yeah.
quick question, Carlos. Why the Griffin?
I genuinely, I remember at one point I asked somebody, because I think I asked the dean or one of them, because there is a history behind it, why they chose that as the mascot.
Yeah.
And they've done well selling merch from that mascot, because they
a
got
cool
little
mascot.
dolls and things for the kids and stuff. And it's like, I was like, okay then. My buddy actually collected a bunch of those little things, and now he's giving it to his kids, and now they play around with them. It's like, but they've sold a ton of the little plushy Griffins. It's like, yeah, makes total sense. Why not? It's a nice enough, but it's a cool looking uniform. To me, the black jersey, I was like, just let me buy the stupid black hockey jersey. I'd buy it. No problem. I think I have to go yell at the athletic center, because like, again, it's not a thing. I'd have to call them, and they'd probably look at me like, why do you want to just let me buy the stupid hockey jersey?
yeah.
How much is it? Can I just buy one? Whereas in the US, they're like, yeah, give us your credit card and we'll send you how many you want. What size? What do you need?
Because I'm Carlos on the back.
Yeah, I could put anything on but the point is, like, with them, I would basically have to do a custom order, and they'd have to do it with the team set, because it's probably the only one that anybody's ever asked for. It'd be weird, but it is what it is. What are you going to do? So name here just says, I've enjoyed college sports way more than the pro level since I was a teenager. Always enjoyed tracking the careers of players in college basketball and football. No, that's fair. Name's definitely in that category where he cares about it. But we're in the minority. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's just not as big a thing here nationwide. It's just, for whatever reason, they don't. The people that know and care, they do go, because they've got every year they've got an annual game called the Frosty Mug. Very appropriate. Frosty Mug. Where it's like the homecoming for the hockey team. So they'll do well. They'll do decent attendance for that. But you think, oh, but you guys love hockey. Yes, ish. It depends. You would think, but it depends.
Out in Western Canada, they're a little bit
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
homage to their CFL out there. Toronto and Quebec, not so much. BC.
We're too cool for school, Bobby. We're too cool for school. Like it's
Maybe
not.
That's it. But
Yeah.
those guys hardcore. College, you name it, all the way through.
Yeah.
They're
Well, you go
following
out west, the Prince Albert Raiders and a couple of those teams do well. Like they actually draw okay. Over here, the Marlies, I've been to Marlies games. They're not bad.
Yeah.
I've been to the AHL stuff over in Hamilton. Like it was good. It was good hockey. You would get high quality hockey, good price, and you'd get a good game in a nice place. It's like beer was reasonably priced most of the time, and it's like, you're okay. This is fine. If you enjoy the game. That's why I always said if you enjoy the sport, you could do worse. This is not a bad way to spend an afternoon or an evening.
Oh yeah, and I think Eric can definitely speak to the Bruin side of things, but I know for baseball, so we have the AAA team for the Red Sox. They just recently moved, but they were in Pawtucket, and like the Bruins, they had a very good farm system. So for like 10 years, you were able to either as a kid or like bring your kids or be at that time to where I saw like Dustin Pedroia come up from nothing and Veritek come up from and I don't know who would have been at the Providence Bruins. Maybe
Tuca was
Tyler
there.
Sagan would have went right to the big leagues, right?
Yeah, but Marshawn was down there.
Yep.
And Tuca was down there. Patrice wasn't. Bergeron was a Bruin at 18 years old.
Yeah, see, that's crazy.
And I think it's unfortunately like a lost opportunity for some folks. It's like I usually would recommend look guys, if you really do like the sport, it's like there's some of my favorite baseball games that I've gone to are over at the Buffalo Bisons. Go to that stadium there. It's a nice stadium. It's a nice relaxed atmosphere. They got craft beer. It's reasonably priced. You can get nice seats. And sometimes guys will be on rehab assignment and you get the major league guys there too. So it's like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with that? Enjoy. It's a good game.
It's tough for baseball because it doesn't really happen as much. When I was a kid, I saw Roger Clemens and Mo Vaughn because they actually came down for rehab. Whereas now, like the guys, they might pitch a few innings, but you're really not seeing them in the minor leagues anymore. They just kind of work out and rest, and they'll throw like I forget what they call them, but basically a make-believe game to get themselves back in rotation.
Oh, simulation game. Simulation game.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't really happen like it used to when I was a kid because, like I said, I saw Roger Clemens throw at Pawtucket, and it was amazing to see. And he was only there for a few games, but the tickets, I think, were $5. So there's that aspect of it, too, is where it's affordable, and a lot of the minor league teams gear it more towards kids. So that's always a fun thing to see, too.
No, I absolutely agree with that. So it always makes it enjoyable.
Starts them off early too, and then they have a following, and it's great. It keeps kids interested.
Now, let's see here. So as we go along, guys, if there's anything you want to throw in the chat, you can. I actually have a bit of a question, Tim. I'll backtrack just a little bit. Just a question for you. Now that you're going to have the thing coming up there with the holiday, the virtual holiday thing, are you going to be doing that live, or is that like because I know Geoff did a bit of a combination in previous ones where a lot of stuff would be live, but some stuff would be like pre-tape sort of ish, and it's like you'd cue it live, but it's like you're pushing a button.
So I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
I'm guessing Jeff's probably going to want to pre-tape something with me. Because
you mean we'll know if the editing is like, hi, I'm Tim, Slab Strong.
Well, because essentially
meme video.
I'll probably talk to him before that. He'll probably tell me what questions he's going to ask.
Yeah, sure.
But it goes back to the whole transparency thing, to where I don't know. I don't even know what I'm going to say, because I'm going to prepare somewhat, but I also want to be genuine too, right? Like I'm going live on something possibly. Like I'm just want to be me. So I'm assuming he's probably going to pre-tape something with me just in case. But if he doesn't, then I'm going all out regardless. So we'll see. But I don't know that answer. I don't know exact what time I'm going on yet either.
Sure. No, that's fair. That's fair. I just thought I would pose the question. But I think it'd be kind of interesting to see kind of the approach that he would take. It's like, just let it roll through. Because then if you don't pre-tape, and this is just a general thought, like in general, it doesn't matter who it is. If you don't pre-tape, you're also at the mercy of technology. The only reason I say that the pre-tape sometimes makes sense is that sometimes if there's some technological kinks or something, you can cut that out. It's so you can make it a cleaner presentation. Just because internet goes down, there's a little interference. Maybe your camera's shitty. Maybe your lighting is garbage. Maybe be like, hey, could you put on an extra light? And you can make that work in a pre-tape. Be like, no, just turn on a couple more lights and then we'll talk. Let me ask you a question. Take a minute and think about it, and then you can go and present it in the best possible light. You do it live. You do it live. Good, better, and different. It is what it is.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll be excited to do it live just because, just like this scenario now, I would love for people to ask questions, even if it's not, I don't care that it's about my product or not. I love talking. But I also approached him and was like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we give you a makeup fake black eye as if I hit you with one of my cases? And that was another kind of smiling, nod at me moment. So, and his whole staff too, when I said, you want to give Geoff a black eye? I'm like, no, I want it to be fake. I just want him to act like I hit him with but they were like, yeah, we'll do that another time type thing. So
He's done some crazy skits.
I was about to say, I'd be very
the realm of
LaMelo Ball.
You should have used some Lonzo Ball references in there and been like, I was like, can we lead this somehow into Lonzo Ball? And then now he's doing skits. So he can't say oh, we won't do. Yes, you do. You do. Unless you say you abuse your employees. If that's what you want to lead with and it's not a skit, then so be it.
But here's the problem. I'm not a big Lonzo Ball fan like he is, so I might throw Lonzo Ball cards without a Slab Strong on them.
Uh-oh.
That would still work with the ad.
It would show that.
Either way,
this so much with it on it. Right?
This can be compare contrast. There's possibilities. There's options here.
Can't have good without bad.
Mm-hmm. Backtracking, GMA says 5 cent 54 pack. I hope there was at least 5 cards. There was 6 cards in a 54 pack. Just letting you know, for 5 cents and gum.
Was that from a little while ago in the chat?
Yeah. I meant to get
Just
into that.
Beginning almost.
GMO.
Oh yeah, I got you. Sorry about that, GMOs. I think I scanned just past it, and I was going to get back to it. I didn't.
It's the only time they ever put 6 cards in the pack.
I do want to mention this one. I like the 357 agrees with me. Mike Trout should definitely be first ballot in buying a ticket. That's what he meant. I understood what he meant. Typing is complicated. Sometimes you hit a miss key. You're like, you meant to say he's going to buy a ticket to the Hall of Fame. That's what you meant. I understood. I got you 357. Don't worry.
To get in, yeah.
Yeah, he'll buy a ticket. He'll do the exhibits and see actual Hall of Famers. Man, I could have been like those guys. What happened to me? I understand. Yeah. But yeah, absolutely. Now, there's a couple directions I can take with this, but let's have a little bit of fun. Mr. Eric,
yeah,
I'd like you to ask Tim a question. We'll have a little fun with that.
Oh.
No, it's no. This is a great. I think this is a wonderful opportunity. I feel like we've given Eric so much flack. Eric, this is your opportunity. What would you like to either put out there? But it doesn't have to be just a Tim. You can pose a general question if you want. I'll let you choose your own adventure.
I take Tim's business very seriously.
Well, then don't talk about his business. talk about Tim.
And I don't want to put him in a bad.
You don't want to besmirch him? Besmirch his sterling reputation?
I don't want to besmirch.
10-hour drive that you got to tell us something.
I was like, for God's sake, man. I can spend 10 minutes with you guys and have hours worth of material. Jesus. Welcome to here.
So really quickly before Eric asks this question, Eric, think about it, man. Don't hold back.
It's like, Eric, I'm trying to listen. I'm more than happy to stir the pot, and it is fun and entertaining for me. But come on, man, give us a 5-second breather. Take the reins for a sec. I'm giving you the reins to the ship.
Oh, okay.
Go for it.
On a serious note about the product, what was that aha moment that this idea of wrapping a slab in a phone holder? I mean, did you have that did you have that Apple hit your head, Isaac Newton kind of a thing where you dropped your phone and went, oh, hey,
Epiphany.
What all of a sudden the light went off? How?
Well, so it really at first was I just simply wanted to change the color of slabs, like I mentioned earlier. Once I had, but it was just a thought, right? I made it with literally painter's tape on a screw down. It wasn't even a slab. And I just wanted to get the thing. But so one of the things that I did when shortly after Nikki could start walking, so 2 weeks after the doctor told Nikki that she needs to start walking 100% on her ankle, otherwise it's going to start affecting her hips and her knees if she was kind of just still resting, was I took a 20-day road trip to the West Coast. And all I had at that point was a picture of my prototype. I did not even have the prototype on me. I had a 3D printer guy. He sent me the picture. I went to a great card shop in San Francisco called Classic Materials. Then I drove to Salt Lake City and went to a couple card shops there, then Vegas, and then San Diego, and then LA. So during that time, I would just show people, right? And a few people got it, a few people didn't. But through that trip, each time I went to a new card shop or met new people, they kind of just reassured that it's a possible thing. Like they could see it happening. They could see it being an actual product. And then so my aha moment, honestly, was not even coming up with the product. It was simply one of the first people that saw it and then sat with me for 3 hours and give me advice was actually Renee. And I can't pronounce his last name, but he's the German guy from the TV show Storage Wars. Oh, yeah. Because I'll keep saying it. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't know what I'm doing now, but I wanted to show certain people. I like to show Storage Wars. So I messaged him. I said, hey, I got something I want to show you. Can I interview you for like a vlog? I didn't even have a vlog. I have no vlog. I have no vlog now, but I wanted to meet him. So he invited me to his shop. I have about 45 minutes of footage with him, but I spent 3 hours with him and he was giving me advice from everything from like the tax thing to all this other stuff. And then at the same time, he gives me credit for introducing one of his best friends to him, which it's not really true, but I don't tell them that I didn't do anything. They had introduced me to a guy who calls himself Peter Pac-Man, Peter Best. And I think you guys might have heard of him. He does like the rap thing. So if you guys know Peter, he's very, he loves the hobby, obviously. Mm-hmm. He has his own lane that he's doing. He sees my product because I showed it to him. I was like, hey, man, I love you. You made a music video, man. I love it, right? I just love you doing something different in the hobby. He came back with, I think it's genius what you did and keep me up to date. And now we're like really good friends at this point. So I would say the first aha moment would be when I made it with a Cricut and I saw that it actually worked and that I liked it. Like, because the first thing was like, okay, I like it. The second thing would be my 3D printed prototype that was actually really crappy, but I could tell that it was going to work. And then just with the picture, I was able to show Renee from Storage Wars, my guy Marlon Wells. So shout out to Marlon too. So those three guys, Peter Pac-Man, Marlon Wells, and Renee from Storage Wars, kind of were like, hey, I like it, go for it. And now I did say no, but Renee essentially kind of wanted to invest a little bit because it's one of those situations where a lot of people say a lot of things. And I told him I had this prototype and I told him, hey, I was doing this vlog. And now 4 months later, he texts me, how's everything going? I show him what's going on. He goes, Tim, I just got so much respect for you. He's a German immigrant. He came to America when he was 11 and he loves capitalism. And he was just essentially like a lot of people have ideas, but just don't take it to that level. Mm-hmm. So once I started getting who I consider big time people, just enjoying what I was doing, that was my kind of aha moment. Like, okay, I have a real product, a real business. People seem to like me. I'm able to get anywhere by myself. And now it's kind of time to take on an investment, because without even the belief, I wouldn't take on an investment and screw up my own money or someone else's money if I really believed in it. So I can't say it was one specific thing. I mean, what really led me to this was truly Nikki breaking her ankle. Like got so desperate. and it was such a tough time because we weren't getting paid at all. Like, we were making no money. I literally had to sell stuff. I had to sell some of my personal collection that I absolutely would never sell in a normal circumstance. So I sold, I have a set of bobbleheads that were given out for free at Providence College games all the way back to early 2000s. They're impossible to find. I had the whole set. I think I'm pretty sure I was the only one in the world that had the complete set. And I sold that for this dream. So that's kind of also another aha moment where I was like, you know what? I really believe in myself and I don't regret it, but I really miss these things that I had. Like, I'll never get them again. They just don't come up for sale. But yeah, it was just, there was a whole string of events, but the whole Nikki Branker ankle thing was really the catalyst, because I had nothing to lose. And when you have nothing to lose, you don't really care what people are saying. You just go for it.
Yeah, what I was going to say, once you mentioned that, that really from our conversation at the beginning and then now being the ultimate catalyst, like, yeah, when you got nothing to lose and you try stuff, then you're willing to make a fool out of yourself because what difference is it? What's the worst that can happen? You're already kind of there anyway. So it's not like you don't have that far to fall when you're already nearly on the ground floor. At that point, it's just tripping. But kind of playing off that and kind of going from there, as you started going in, you did operate on the premise of hustling and kind of learning as you go and going through it. And you've been attending a lot of card shows. I think you were in San Antonio recently. And
Yeah,
Eric
that
was
was
good
nuts.
enough to remind me. So here's the thing. You've been to the card show. You went to the Toronto show. You did the Atlanta thing where you met Geoff and you did all that. You said hello as part of your initiation, but really long. I'm not going to do it because I might get sued. But the point is that you've been to all these places. Have any of them have kind of any surprised you? As far as the different locations you've been in, you've been doing some of these things. Any of them surprised you or kind of caught you off guard in terms of what you experienced when you were there, or anything interesting?
Yeah. So really quickly, because I think I said it to you guys that when I was there, this Canadian show, this Canadian National, and actually I almost hit Steve when I was on the my pitch with GTS. I was on live, and I did it in the office, and I did not know Steve, who is sports.
Menzie, yeah.
Yep. So I almost hit him, and now he laughs about it now. So it's kind of like cool how he knows me now. And Mike, who was running the show, they just love it. I'm sorry, what was your question again? I get excited.
My question was if anything caught you off guard or anything that was kind of surprising to you, and then you started talking about the Canadian show.
Yeah. Well. Oh, yeah. Okay. So my first show as a product was 2 weeks before the National at the Dallas Card Show. So to see a massive card show like that happening was unbelievably awesome for me, right? And then so now my expectations are, so then I go to the National, which was great. Don't get me wrong, like it was great. I met a lot of people, made a lot of connections. Very hot though, very busy. Really like tough to maneuver. I walked over 50 miles just in the building over 4 days, tracking myself walking. I thought that this Canadian show was the best one I've ever been to. And so that was kind of surprising to me because it wasn't for me. It wasn't about how much hockey product was there.
Sure.
It was just everyone was so nice. The space was spacious. People could move around. It was well ventilated. It was just an awesome show, and I didn't know what to expect from it. The other thing too is, 100% of people, maybe not even 10% of people are going to buy my product, but absolutely 100% of people I've run into have at least talked to me or said, "Hey, this is a good idea," or everyone has been so good to me in this hobby. And I wasn't really expecting that. I was expecting some pushback. Like I said, not everyone's going to buy my product, and I understand, right? But the love, at least, I that was so unexpected that everyone would be down to at least give me a shot, right? To at least give me a chance to tell even like you guys, right? This is proof. I always say this is proof right here that it's more about, the personal connections you can make. And obviously you have to have a good product. You have to have something, right? But the personal connections I made have been the absolute funnest part of this to me.
Mm-hmm. No, I'd agree with that. And I think it was kind of an interesting all the shows I think have their own flavor. That's part of the reason I wanted to ask the question is that the national is the national. It's evolved into its own thing. The Canadian and I don't have an issue with you saying it. I don't think the Expo is the Canadian National. I think it's a different beast in and of itself. It's evolved into its own thing. Yes, it's our biggest show. I think that comparison of it makes sense. It's still one of the biggest shows in North America because it stands up in terms of amount of dealers, amount of foot traffic, in terms of things that we get in. Things are condensed differently. The configuration is different, but the people who are passionate about it are just as passionate about it as any of the other shows. The way that people operate, you're going to get different kinds of folks, but now increasingly, you're going to get more of the basketball guys down the road. We got a little bit more of it, not as much as we thought we would, but I think down the road, I think Steve Menzie is going to move towards trying to get to the point where we can have more basketball, we can have more baseball, we can have more football, we can have more Pokemon and, Yu-Gi-Oh! And all those things because it's better for the show. It can't just be the hockey show. It needs to be, hockey can be strong. Hockey can be a big part of it, but it can't just be the hockey show because that's limiting. That's still going to hinder your audience. As long as you still got a strong contingent of hockey to keep the hardcores happy, and we're always going to have that because that's where we are, but you get some of this other stuff in there, I think that's going to make for a better show for everybody. It's going to get more eyeballs on it and get more interest in it. And I think he's going to take some of the advice that people gave him down the road because when we did get a chance to talk to him, I said, I think now you need to start thinking about making it a little easier for the vlog guys, making it easier for the live stream guys, making it easier to be able to set up stuff at the show. If you've got a spot where people can plug in and do stuff live from the show, even if it's in blocks, a couple of hours at a time, whatever, that means you're consistently getting a flow of social media happening the whole time at the show. That's a win. That's huge.
Yeah. And I would say another thing that really has nothing to do with me at all is not only the amount of kids that are at the shows, but the amount of money and the really nice cards that these kids have. Because there's absolutely, I've run into kids that I'm just like, oh, like, where's your dad? And they're just like, don't worry about my dad. Look at my cards. Like, whoa, like, what is going on here? It's really, really cool to see. Because I've seen like 10 to 12-year-olds that with collections that I'll never have. So that was the one thing surprising to me. Because like I said, I used to caddy and go buy $4 packs, rip them open. These kids are walking around with PSA, like Justin Herbert, PSA 10s, and McDavid, right? Am I saying it right?
Connor McDavid. Yep, that's the guy. Yep.
When it gets to the French names, it's difficult. I understand.
Yeah, he's one of our best young actors. He's steadily improving. I think he's going to have an amazing storyline this year. It's going to be incredible. Eric is like all over it. Trust me, he's loving it, loving it.
Tim, I got a question. If we rewind back a little bit, like before your epiphany or whatever, what made you think of this to create? What way did you kind of get into saying, "Hey, I need to design this"? Like, what gave you that thought? What were you thinking of at that time?
So we talk about like my collection of Providence College guys. So like this one right here was the first slab that I bought, a PSA 10. What year is this? So the 1987 Otis Thorpe, right?
Yep.
And it wasn't an expensive card. I think I got it for $30, $35 from a guy in Washington, really nice guy. And I was like, oh, how can I make this like look cooler, right? Like I'm the only one that's really not the only one, right? But now I got this Otis Thorpe card.
Mm-hmm.
How do I display it? How do I show it off? Like, I want to look at it like I look at my raw cards. And at that point, because, you start looking at the value, okay, like I don't want to scratch it up, but I literally just wanted to make my own card look cooler.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I first made and I'll show you right now. So I have a light blue one here. And that's why I literally did it with painter's tape at first, because I didn't know how else to do it, right? I didn't know at the time exactly what 3D printing meant. Once I made the 3D printed one, I knew it couldn't be 3D printed because it just was too brittle. And then I had to learn about injection molding. And then so like, it was literally, I just wanted to make my own stuff look cool. So as you can see, like, it is what it is. It's got the black case on there. Yeah, but it was literally just about the color of the slabs and making it their own thing. Now I had my prototype. I know we talked about HGA a little bit. I had my prototype for PSA made before HGA, but then I saw HGA launch and they start talking about the custom colors, and I'm like, okay, that's a company that at least gets what I was already thinking about colorizing slabs. I didn't want to I didn't want to start a grading company or anything like that, but yeah, it really just turned into, I was trying to make my own stuff look cool and to have my own style. And so as you can see, so that same card now just looks, in my opinion, looks a little bit better because I have a little light blue case that goes with this light blue jersey, and I just thought it would look cool.
By default, the protection part fell into place, correct?
Yeah. So when I showed my patent attorney, because that was the other thing too, is even though I say I have nothing, I had a little bit until I got an attorney. They take everything. If you're watching, you know who you are. But essentially, they were like, "Hey," and I got offended at first. Here's the thing, because I didn't know what they were saying. So he said to me, "You don't have a design patent." And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I worked so hard designing this thing and all this stuff. He goes, no. You don't understand what I'm saying. You have a utility patent on the functionality of protecting slabs. And then I was like, okay, I've heard that term before. I know I have a utility patent. That's definitely the better patent to have. And then they really explained it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't have a design patent. That's cool. Whatever you got to do. But yeah, it was essentially my attorney that told me that it was like a real patentable item. And then of course, I took the first half of the money and I paid for a search, right? You can go right into the patent process without searching, but it's not that smart, right? Because you're just wasting money if someone's come up with it.
Yep.
So I paid for a search. It took about 3 weeks to go through that whole process. And they came back to me. They showed me a few things that had nothing to do with cards. Like originally, something that I was going to have to fight was actually the kit that you put when you put a new CD player in your car, because it was like, but then I had to break it down even more and go, no, this is for high-end collectibles. And so what I did was I took a raw Shaquille O'Neal card. I had a PSA 10 of that same card, and I brought it to my patent attorney and said, look, once this raw card is in this plastic, it's certified, it's given a grade, and then once you break it out of that plastic, its value changes. The card itself doesn't change, but that certification number will long been there. And then the patent attorney's like, so you're getting it now. Like, you got to tell me what can this do that the bags can't? Well, I also didn't want to, I don't know if I'm going on a tangent, but one of the reasons why I designed it like this too was, and I want people to buy my case. Don't get me wrong. I want to provide for my family and but it's about the card, right? I was tired of, even though that small barrier of the glare of a bag on there. So that's why I designed it the way so the frame never touches the card. It's all about the card itself. And then I also recognized that this part, right, the tag started becoming more and more important, right? The value of cards. So the PSA fanboys and the HGA fanboys, how can I still show the tag, right? But that's what it was all about. It's always been about improving the look of the card itself without taking away from the card.
Yeah. And that's a differentiator, because I've seen the holders that are made for slabs where it's basically like a faux leather kind of thing, where it's like, but its design purpose is to be like, because some of them are like, oh, we've cut out windows and things like that. It's like, it's a slab protector. It's another variation of the slab protector concept. Right. But it creates this faux leather thing, and then you can take it in and out, and it does provide an extra layer of protection. But we're back to the cell phone thing, because when phones were originally coming, cell phone cases were originally coming out, you had all the different versions. You had the one where you're just attaching a little piece of plastic to the back to prevent scratches. But if you drop it the right way, the case flies off, and then you're done. A lot of these ones do that covering. That's why I use the cell phone thing as an example. It's like it's the same premise. It's to leave the front exposed so that you can do that, a little lift off the top, and then protect the corners to prevent it from smashing.
Right.
That's part of it too. But you've also got the ones that are like folios. So I used to have it for the ones where like those Samsung ones where you had the stylus and stuff like that. And it's basically like a leather cover. And yeah, it works to a certain degree, but it just depends. Each one is almost for a slightly different function. But they all technically go over the phone. So,
Right.
but they're still different. And everybody understands that they serve a slightly different function with each other. It depends.
Yeah, and the other thing too was essentially, so I talk a lot about stuff how I don't really care about value. Well, I need to make sure that it's not just about the cool look, right? And it's not just for me. I realize I want people to protect their high-end cards. I also want to get the guys that have a $50, $100, or just a personal collection want to make it look cool. So that was the other point, was that I still wanted to make sure that you could see the back of the card, and the whole thing was protected. But now you can see the back of the card, because every PSA 10 is not built the same, right? So when you're going to a show and you want to sell it off, you still have to, and I don't like talking about other products necessarily, because I respect what those guys are doing, but you still have to take the slab out of that to get a full 360 view of the card if you really want to make sure that this PSA 10 is centered the right way, or however you want to call it. So I wanted to make sure I hit all aspects. I took away all scratch points, so you don't have to put an extra layer between it, whether it's a bag or whatever you want to call it, because it never touches. They never touch each other. There's a layer there. I also wanted to make sure that it was tight enough that if you did want to put it back in the bag, or you did want to put it back in your, say, Zion carrying cases, that they still fit, right? I didn't want to disrupt the whole case business, right? If you want to put this back in a bag, you can. It will fit back in a bag. It will fit back in a carrying case. It will fit on the normal stands that you see people using. I wanted to hit all aspects while still keeping the card the focal point, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, I think the feature best for me is that it's rubberized. So, you want to put it on a stand, like you said, or a shelf. It's not going to slip down and fall off if you bump it, and they're very slippery, the regular plastic. So that point of fact that you don't have to buy a special case to display, because I know a lot of people are selling those. I've seen them out there at the different shows. And yours, you just grab it and you can put it anywhere, and it sits and leans perfectly without slipping. So I think that's another great point of your case.
I have a question for you. There's Tim, if you're not done, I guess go ahead. But would be are you planning actually like having all the models like for like HGA, PSA, SGC, BGS? So
KSA.
Yes, I actually have. I think it's in my bag, but I have 3 right now already. I literally just got my prototypes. 3, not prototypes. I got the finished product 3 days ago for Beckett. Okay. So I have Beckett, which I would have done Beckett second, but like I said, Tyler from HGA gave me technically my first shot. PSA has always been my first case that I made, because they're king, right? You got to hit that market.
Of course.
So I made PSA first. I met Tyler, so I made HGA second. But Beckett has always been in the plans. It's just when you're a startup, you got to go with like the mold cost, right? So no, Beckett is done. So I have those 3 already. And I will be doing an SGC. I will be doing depending how you want to, what realm you're in, CSG or CGC, whichever one you want to say, because, they're bigger into Pokemon and they have sports cards. And then what was really awesome was I reach out to everybody. Not everyone talks to me back, but I became, I guess you could say, friends with a guy named David at MNT. And so I met him, which they're technically Beckett size, right?
Yeah.
So
ish.
Yeah, ish. So they're really excited. I've already sent him samples. I talked to him before the show in Canada. I talked to him at the show, and I just sent him a message 2 days ago, like, hey, I got my samples in. So talk to KSA. So I have the top 5 brands, in my opinion, in the U.S. And here's the other cool thing, right? Besides HGA, all these other new grading companies, they're all using PSA size slabs. So it had. I haven't
most part,
had
yeah.
to.
It's universal almost.
Yeah.
that's good.
Oh yeah. They're universal. There's also a great company called Vanity Slabs. That has had my back from the beginning, where they do basically, it's essentially a mag or a top loader, but it's a slab that you can just put your private collection in, and they'll make you a funky little tag for it. They love my product. They've helped me out. I'm trying not to discriminate against any of these grading companies, despite how I feel personally about all the new ones
Hey, if
popping
there's
up.
a
'Cause
demand, you'll fill it. You know, you'll
Well, I think
see.
also like you have to be logical. Is that if you're producing a product, you have to put in all the. If it is a slab that's designed a little bit different, you have to create another mold for it.
yeah,
And
yes.
like, is it worth it if it's not like a viable company? You
Right.
basically start off with the big players, NHA, but the HCA slander's coming. Like it's like too many openings have been created. Like
Those-
the
they
time
know
is
I love
coming. That'll be my job. Don't worry, I'll handle that. And by the way, speaking of slander, while we were just chatting, I decided to open up one of the blasters of the O-Pee-Chee Platinum just to kind of take a look through the cards I was talking. There's 3 instead of 4 cards in the pack. Billy Cilio, what the hell, man? There's supposed to be 4 cards in a pack, bro.
Does it say 4 cards? It should be.
Yeah, that's 4 cards per pack. Yeah, I got 3.
Can I
There's
ask
your
you guys something?
$16 discount.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell, man?
I got my pack from my first ever hockey pack from Tim Hortons, and it only had 3 cards in it. Wasn't it supposed to be
That's all
4?
they have. No, 3.
Well, I know with the Tim Hortons, I think that is a 3-card pack. I think that is actually supposed to be a 3-card pack.
They got
Yeah,
me.
yeah, but no, this one explicitly says 4 cards per pack. Lies, Upper Deck, lies.
I knew those boxes were discounted. There you go.
They're just using Canadian math. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, so really there's 4, but it's $3
Yeah.
3 in Canadian Canada.
If it was Canadian math, Eric wouldn't be able to explain it to us. Can you explain to us the difference between 3 and 4?
No.
Wise man, wise man. Anyway, exactly. Hockey guy knows. It's like, yeah, a base card. Come on, bros. See, this one has 4 cards in it.
Oh,
Psh. Lies.
they left
All
out that big insert.
Yeah, obviously it was
Yeah.
gonna be the good card.
The auto.
And this Stamkos is very off center. Quality control. Anyway, so no, the other. So let me get into my brief segment on HGA slander, and you can participate as much or as little as you want, Tim, but you're going to participate some. Just out of it's part of the frame. By the way, I put your website there at the bottom. So Slab Strong. That's the current iteration of the site. As you mentioned, there'll be a new version upcoming, but the current version is still up. Can people still order at the current site? Is that still valid?
Yeah. So it's going to obviously be the same URL and all that good stuff. Yeah, This is going to be more bells and whistles and more options for more brands and more colors. As of right now, it only shows black. But if you do have any questions or you want different colors, if you go to on Instagram at slab_strong, that's me. A lot of people will go to my website and go, hey, I want to buy a 10-pack, but I want 5 red, 5 black. That's no problem. Just message me. I get the order. I'm the one that receives the order myself, and I just pack it differently and I send it out. So yeah, there's you can still go to the website, or you can go to my Instagram at slab_strong, and we can work whatever out that needs to be.
No, that's fair. Sounds good. So I think I beat the odds, whatever it is. I was just double checking them.
Uh-oh.
I don't know the current guys, but just 3rd pack here in the blaster, and I pulled this.
Bam!
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah,
Oh,
so I
wait.
pulled the autograph.
Nice.
Yeah, well, out of a retail blaster, an autograph I think it's 1 in 400 packs for the retail out of the retail blaster.
Oh, nice job.
Who was it?
Yeah, it's Ty Smith of the Devils. I don't know. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, so you got the hit, but it's more like a tap.
Hey, listen, there's very few guys that you could have. There's very few guys that could have put me in. Look, unfortunately, I haven't watched this season of the show. They killed off my favorite character already years ago. So, fortunately, that's it. So I'm done with that. Let's see here. Yeah, 3 and 4 exactly. Ty Smith is a good hit. Okay, well that's good. That's good to know. He was the leading rookie defenseman scorer. Okay, that's cool. Something. All right.
Is
Hey, either way-
Hockey Guy 2006 Ty Smith's cousin, though? Can we figure that out?
Maybe.
Hey, who knows? All I'll say is this: look, when you buy a blaster for like under $20 and you pull a 1 in 400 pull,
That's good.
are you really going to complain about it that much? Just like, look, you weren't expecting that much.
They shortchanged you on the cards. Maybe that's why you got.
I guess so. They shortchanged me on the one pack, and they go, here's your makeup. We'll give you a 1 in 400 hit. Philip Forsberg.
Carlos,
go.
I got this coming for you for Christmas.
Oh, Jordan Love. Look at this guy. Well played, sir. Well played.
It's a 9.5 HGA right there for you.
There you go. There you go. Does it have the 495 subgrades as well?
Damn it, my edges were 9.
Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful.
Well, it's yours now, so.
There you go. That's fair. I appreciate it. That's fair. Oh, there you go. Here's a good. Here, at least I know who this is. At least I'm familiar with this guy. These are the exclusives for Walmart. So Drysdale.
Oh, nice.
He's playing okay. I think he's leading the league in goals, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll work. It's fun when you can get a couple of blasters together. Then at least you never know. You can pull a couple. Here's the thing. As crazy as many parallels as this product has, and it's got way too many, to be clear. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, it has like 16 or 17. It's a lot. So this one is called the Blue Surge Hockey Guy. So Blue Surge is what they call. That's the Walmart exclusive. So they do have those, a couple of them per blaster. But no, I was looking up, and some of the lower numbered Connor McDavids are going for $500 or $600. So you can still do well. You don't have to get the 1 of 1. You don't have no. You get out of the 50 out of 25, you still do okay. You still do all right. And in the blaster, you can still pull some of those lower numbered parallels. So if you get a better player, it works out. And I got the last pack has a Mitch Marner Blue Surge as well. So there's a local leaf flavor. So, pretty good blaster actually. Got the autograph. Got a couple of decent blue surges. So that's all right. Nothing wrong with that. Goals and assists. Okay, very good. First Oilers since Gretzky to have 40 points in less than 20 games. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the little extra background. Yeah, I had a feeling he was doing well. And Ovechkin had a hat trick tonight, so he's moving up that goal scoring chart very quickly.
You see,
Very quickly.
His hottest season start, I guess, in career.
For a start, I would think so, yeah. Because I'd have to think back to that 65 goal season because this year he's killing it. He's coming out of the gate flying. He's 36. A young 36, a spry 36. He's scoring. Yeah, Marner plus Dry plus enticement. Yeah, nope, I can't complain. So that's the second of 3 blasters. I'm going to save the last one for another video. I did open one on my video that'll be coming up in the morning. So it'll appear on my channel. Yep, OV is third in league scoring. Absolutely. He's playing great. He's playing very well.
If we only knew where he may be on the ice at when he's scoring these goals and could possibly stop him.
Well, I made this joke. Here's the thing. I made this joke. I don't remember when, but this is one of those situations where this is where I would love to pull the highlight for you. I made the joke that if Ovechkin learns under the dark Sith Lord, Brett Hall, who made a career in the latter portion of his career, basically he's like, I'm literally in the same spot I am not moving, deviating from this spot until one of you passes me the puck. Then I will shoot it and I will score goals.
Yeah,
That's it.
I don't understand why the defense doesn't just go stand over there next to him and just stop him from doing it.
They didn't stop Brett Hall the last 10 years of his career doing the same thing.
He just stands there. He's always open, and they pass it to him, and he scores.
Well, if you want to get a legitimate laugh, so I was checking out the highlights before I came on tonight. The first 2 goals he scored 56 seconds apart, and now he's one behind I think Dave Andreychuk for most power play goals. So just be aware of that he's coming up on that all-time record soon. So it's only a matter of time. He's always on the power play, so it's only a matter of time. But second thing, the last goal that he scored, he was literally directly in front of the net. It wasn't even in his spot on the point.
Oh, wow.
He was physically in front of the net, unencumbered, nobody anywhere nearby. He just stood there, and somebody passed him the puck, and he shot it in the corner. He's like, I'm just going to stand here and score goals. I don't need to do anything. Just pass me the puck, y'all.
Are they afraid to touch him? Do they think they're going to get a 5-minute major if they?
I think you should get the Gretzky treatment. I think you should bring Marty McSorley out of retirement to punch anybody who even comes to your Ovechkin. It's the least they can do. It's the fairest thing they can do.
It's just I don't get it.
Yeah, pretty sure Hall had pegs on the ice. He stuck into holes they drilled on the ice. Yeah. Brett Hall, like I said, I'm not knocking it. Brett Hall is up there in all-time goals as well, but like the last 5 to 10 years of his career, he basically just found a spot and he goes, just pass me the puck and I'm going to shoot it. I'm going to shoot it from right here and I'll score a bunch. Because he was still scoring in the mid-30 goals like late in his career, close to his 40s. That's how he was able to get to that nice goal-scoring total. He was a great scorer in his day, but the tail end is like, I got my spot. Just give me the puck and I'll shoot it from here. It'll be fine. Look, it'll work for Ovechkin. If he can find his groove in that same way, like, guess what? That's how you keep scoring into your 30s and during your 40s, and he's already moving up that chart. Yager is on the horizon. Like, it's not that far away. We'll blink one day, not long from now, and be like, so he passed Yager. You know he's third all time, right? Oh, it's just Gordy and Wayne. That's it.
Yeah. You and I looked at it. He was less than 150 goals. And
From Gretzky, yeah.
Yeah, we figured he's got 4 years, maybe 3 years, but even then, he's putting all the points right now and the goals, and like you said, power play almost next. So
yeah, well, here's the thing. Before we get to the end of next season, if everything goes as it's been going according to plan, he will be the all-time leader in power play goals. He will be second all-time in goals, and he'll be right up pushing 1,500 points because he's not a big playmaker, but even still, he has made the odd assist here and there. Even if it's from a rebound off a shot, he still makes assists here and there. It still counts. So he just keeps rolling. He just keeps going.
Stop him. Is there a work stoppage coming in the NHL or something, or something that?
I think the NHL is actually pretty solid on that. It's Major League Baseball that folks are worried about because they're in a position
Next week.
Yeah, he's on pace for over 60. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he'll maintain that pace, but here's the truth: if he ends up somewhere in the 40s, it'll be a good setup for next season. And then he ends up somewhere in the 30s next season. Well, guess what? Now he's basically behind Gretzky. And then we're approaching that ESPN deal. Well, don't think for 1 second that ESPN will not blast in your face the Ovechkin watch. And they'll start the countdown. They'll start the countdown for him. It's coming. It's
like
coming.
they did with McGuire and Sosa.
Yep. But here's the thing. This was all predictable. Like, it's not like it didn't require rocket science to be like, now, that's why I said, I used that Fleer Ultra last week. I said, I bought it at the last card show 2 years ago for like $40, $50. It was $350 on my buddy's showcase. If you got a PSA 10, it's like $1,400 now. This is Fleer Ultra. This is not one of the high-end ones.
Right.
If it's a cup or it's a, Future Watch or whatever. No. That's way, way more. This was completely available, very affordable, completely attainable for the longest time. Well, here's the cool part. Here's your hashtag invest advice for you. At this point, because everybody's paying attention to Ovechkin, you can probably get the Crosby for a reasonable price, relatively speaking.
Oh, I would think so.
Yeah, I would probably look in that direction. If you haven't already gotten your Ovechkin, it's gonna you still have time, but it's a lot more expensive to get in now. Crosby will move his way into the Hall of Fame. He's already built a resume. He's just biding his time and slowly working his way. But he's not going to chase the all-time figures. He'll get to 500 goals. He'll get to a nice amount of points. But then eventually somebody will wake up and be like, wait a minute, 500-ish goals, nice amount of points, 3 Stanley Cups. Oh, that's really good.
And a gold medal.
And a gold medal, maybe 2. He's got a shot still. So it's like, that's pretty good, man. Look, you're right up there.
Get your orders in with Tim now.
Are the NHL in the Olympics this year?
I think didn't they make a deal? I thought they did.
I believe. Yeah. I'm confident to say
Yeah.
yeah.
I was pretty sure they had come to an agreement. I think they discussed it, and it's mutually beneficial. Like both win with that. People like it, so it's like, why not?
I don't watch hockey anymore, but I would definitely.
Yeah. So there you go. Hockey guy says yes, they are. So yeah, which makes total sense. It's perfectly logical. Absolutely. People love it.
The thing they're looking at now is to back out possibly is the COVID situation, because they, if they send all their star players overseas and they all come back with COVID and kill the league and shut the league down, they can't have that. So
where are the games anyway? I don't follow nothing.
Wasn't it supposed to be Japan? Because I feel like there was a delay. Oh, sorry, this is the Winter Olympics. Sorry, it's the Winter Olympics. I'm thinking the ones that got delayed a year. No, I think the Winter Olympics is somewhere else.
Yeah. Likely.
Not sure. That's a good question. NHL's in the Olympics. Same issues with China quarantine rules if you catch COVID.
Yeah,
If China plays, is going to be a bloodbath in those games. Beijing again?
yeah,
Really?
it's in. I believe it is in China, and with some of the things that are going on there are some countries, including the United States, that are thinking about
Canada,
doing
I
some
just
kind
read
of
that too a couple of
some
days ago.
possible boycotts and things. Either political boycotts or full boycotts.
What is Beijing again? Really? Why?
Yeah, I think in 2019, back in the summer of 2019, the Olympics, they were out in China, and a lot of them came back with symptoms. That's how they said, a lot of people knew about the COVID and what have you prior to it being obviously whatever it was. So they were saying that a lot of the team members came back with something, and this would be a repeat, obviously.
Yep.
There's something going on.
Yep. I'll quickly get caught up on a couple of comments here. So, yep, 2022 Winter Olympics. I'm surprised it's Beijing again. Like, I feel like it hasn't been that long since the last Beijing, but okay, fine, whatever. China has a 3-week quarantine. Yeah, I think that's a weird decision. Again, it's the International Olympic Committee. Never mind. They're dumb.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. Hey, guys, great show. Thank you, John. Thinking making a drive to Hockey Hall of Fame to film a video from a channel would be worth the trip. Yeah, it'll be worth the trip.
Oh,
You'll get it. I think you'll do all right. You'll do all right. The people will enjoy it. It's a nice change of pace. It's a good Hall of Fame. I think it's a lot of great displays and a lot of fun things. If you enjoy it, I think it's definitely worth a visit. I was there often enough that obviously it took some of the shine off it for me. But if you haven't been there, no, go. It's the same as a lot of the great. It's like Cooperstown for baseball. It's like Canton for football. Go visit. Go check it out. See what they decided to do with it. They come up with some great displays and some great exhibits. If you enjoy the sport, go check it out. It'll be fun.
I gotta
Eric
go
will take a
back.
drive with you.
Yeah,
I missed it last time when I went. I would say probably like 6, 7 years ago. The hall itself actually was closed because of renovations.
Renovations, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all new now.
So
Yeah.
I did the tour, but I never got to go in the hall. Like everything else was moved in another room.
It's all
But,
different now.
The
since the
hall itself
Yeah.
was close to public for the time being. So I guess
Yeah, they've redone it a bunch over the years, and I think the last couple of iterations have been pretty good. I've been pretty impressed with some of the stuff they've done. They've got some interesting stuff on display. Again, if you've literally never been, then you won't have that sense of, oh yeah, I've seen some of this stuff before, or maybe in a different configuration or whatever. No, check it out. If you've never seen it, go. And if you're going to open vintage packs, do it. I think it'll be fun. Especially now these days, they'll take the promotion. I don't think they'll fight you too hard on it. It's like, no, take your pictures, take your videos, have some fun. Go for it.
I don't regret not going on that last day of the show and like I had planned, because the show was so much fun, and it was a lot of hockey history there at the show.
Yeah.
But I do wish that maybe that I had an extra day, and could have got that done before I left.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see. We'll see what happens down the road here in the next couple of shows. But if we slowly ramp back up to like real full power, in the past, we've had cases where Leaf or President's Choice Cards, which is Brian Price, he would do displays of like game used jerseys and equipment and things because he's got a substantive collection, a lot of really nice stuff. And he would bring it in his museum quality stuff because he's the one who bought the Vesna pads and cut them up.
Mm-hmm.
So like he was able to get his hands on like super nice high end. Hockey has always lagged behind in the memorabilia space. That stuff was available for song. The Hall of Fame really wasn't in a position to even make a bid on it. So Brian Price bought it. And he offered, I think it, and he's done podcasts where he's talked about it. He offered to try to figure something out with them, but I think they wanted him to donate it. And he's like, I'm not going to donate it. So he cut it up and put it in cards.
The Hall of Fame doesn't have really a budget for
exactly.
stuff. So,
Yeah, I think their expectation is like, oh, could you donate it? It's like, no. I paid good money for this, and I'd like to, and I think we can put it in the product. Well, it made for a one-of-a-kind unique product, but there's not a lot of Vesna pads going around. So I guess it depends on which side of the fence you sit on the memorabilia side. There's a case to be made for both sides, but it's like, if you got a Vesna pad card, It's part of the real deal. It's some really great high-end stuff.
Oh
High-end
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. I've always been torn with that stuff. I'm, being that I've been in the hobby for so long, I very much recall when the first memorabilia cards were made, and it was Babe Ruth's bat, and and people were like, "You can't do that. That's sacrilege." I mean, you can't cut up a Babe Ruth bat, and that should be in the Hall of Fame, and they were like, "No, we're going to cut it up and put it in baseball cards," and a lot of people in the hobby didn't like the idea at first. And now, of course, every time somebody opens up a pack of cards, they're hoping to get something like that.
Yeah.
But it was not 100% welcomed change in the hobby when memorabilia cards first started going in with things that historical, Vezina pads, Babe Ruth items, Mickey Mantle items. A lot of people are like, this isn't right. They shouldn't be doing this.
If you buy an item, you own it. You can burn it. You can do whatever you want to it.
I agree 100% with that.
No.
I also understand the other side of the argument. And here's where I'll do my shameless self-promotion. In the conversations with Carvin, who would know, he designed products, I did pose to him the question of if he felt that memorabilia eventually became a crutch for the companies to produce product. Because at a certain point, we went away from these different inserts and different designs and the stuff the '90s basketball guys love. All those different designs and insert cards with the different technologies and stuff. We went from there to game use memorabilia. Well, game use memorabilia was super hot when it came out, but it was also 1 in 2,500 packs, 1 in 5,000 packs, 1 in 7,500 packs. It was tough to come by. And then eventually we reached the point where we had products that were 1 memorabilia card per pack. And it was like, we go, but it also means we're cutting up a lot of game use material. So two sides of this. On the one hand, it becomes a crutch. Now it's expected. Now, if you don't get a memorabilia hit in your thing, you're mad.
Right.
And it basically devalues everything else that's not a memorabilia card. And as a result, though, we also care less about the memorabilia cards. So the memorabilia cards become $5 cards or whatever, where it's like, you know how much it costs to buy a game-used jersey of a professional player, like a real player?
Oh, there's boxes of memorabilia and autograph cards today at the show for cheap money, if you were interested in them, because they weren't star players and the jerseys, were single color and just trying to move them.
Yeah, and that's the reason why the only thing that's held up in the hockey market, and I show those cards I showed earlier were not an accident. It's also because given the ability to just be able to get it anyway, now if you're a discerning collector, you become pickier. It's not enough to be like, oh, they've got the memorabilia card. That's cool. Oh, it's got a harder to find patch. Well, now you get pickier. Now it's like, oh, but there's only 10. It's like, yeah, but if it's a plain white patch,
right?
Like whatever, it's fine. You're not going to get that excited about it. Whereas if it's a nice patch, then it had better be a rare card. It had better be from a product you're interested in. It had better be something you know is really tough to come by. That doesn't come up on the market very often. Then you'll make concessions. Yep, just put it in center. Yep. Yeah. And that's a Gretzky game-use piece. Like it's a game-use piece of memorabilia. However you want to slice it.
But it's it's not fancy, and that's why I got it for cheaper money.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's so it's the plus and the minus, right? How else are you going to get a piece of game-used Gretzky memorabilia if not for the availability of these things? However, then it becomes more commoditized to the point that it's like, and this is a serious question, a serious discussion that has happened. It's like, okay, but unfortunately, that means it's not as special as it once was. Like it still maybe is interesting because it is a game use piece. The one that Eric showed, I believe, is still a game use piece. At that point, they're still doing game use, and it expressly states that on the back of the card. Whereas opposed to the current version, which will be like, I think they breathed on it once from about 5 feet at a photo shoot where I think a bunch of other people were by.
But they still can't guarantee that though.
Correct, exactly, and that's a huge difference. That's a big discrepancy. Whereas some of that Pacific stuff that looks kind of crummy, it looks kind of janky, those were all game used. And afterwards, you're like, wait a minute, actually, that janky Pacific crap, but they made 1,500 of those. So how many jerseys did you chop up to make that? Now today, you're like, I can't find that game used jersey. You can't find it. It's not available.
Speaking of trinkets,
Ooh,
here we go. Here's something you guys would like to see.
go ahead. You got Spring Expo 98? Is that 98?
Yep, 1998.
Oh,
Spring
yeah, cool.
Get you Zamboni.
Who gave out the Zamboni?
The show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did a whole promo. So it's both sides. This goes, watch. This goes up
Hot
and
Wheels?
down.
Oh, boy.
I don't think so. But anyways, it's a cool looking piece of.
No,
Oh,
the
I
reason
like
I'm asking,
that.
Bobby, is was that given at the door, or was that? Did you have to go to a booth for that?
I can't remember now. It's been a long time.
Because I know I was at the 98 show. Like we talked about this in the past. I was at most of those shows at that era. I don't remember the Zamboni. I'm sure that was there. Like I'm sure somebody gave it away, but I don't know what the context was for it.
I can't rember either.
Okay.
It was just something
You were at the food court, Carlos.
Yeah.
Well, no, Yannick. In '98, young Carlos actually walked the floor before he smartened up and realized this is for commoners and peasants. Why would I do this stupidity? No, I'm going to the food court. It's the intelligent move.
Anyways, that's the fun stuff from the show. I have like most of the magazines. Like I said, it's kind of nice going through them, having fun. That's memorabilia side. Now, if we can get a protector, like if we just design something, maybe I'm gonna have to.
Hey, Tim, get on that.
Tim,
Like-
yeah.
As soon as he held it up, I
collectible
contacted my
shows.
patent attorney just in case Bobby was trying to steal it.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. You need a Zamboni protector.
Show would give you a type of collectible every show you go. You know. So
I
you-
wish it was more like that. Yeah, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Well, I feel like it used to be in the 90s, especially in the early 2000s. They were a lot better about the promos. Now, mind you, I think what's going to help that a little bit. Now, again, I don't think we'll ever get back to that late 90s, early 2000s stage. That was like a heyday for, hey, we'll give you, because I remember when Donruss
gave-
Leaf.
Cards, remember?
Yep, they did those.
For sure.
And I remember when Donruss Leaf had their run there in the late 90s, they would give out promo cards. So you would get promo cards of some of the inserts. And I remember specifically because I had this card, and I sold it off years ago, but it was a nice card for a collector especially. They did the Pipe Dreams, was a goalie insert. And I had the Patrick Waugh, which is basically the best one you can get out of that at that time period especially. But the inserts, the promos themselves, at the time, people were like, oh, well, those promos are, well, actually, people who are collectors enjoy those. Like, they're still interested in those. We don't know how many they made. We know they didn't make 5 of them, but we also know they didn't make millions of them. So it's like, you had to be there to get the promo at the show. There weren't that many. There was a certain cap on it.
For some of us, it's the lanyards with the card on it, right? Yeah.
Now, here's a question for you, Bobby. Did you find that your lanyard, the covering on it is starting to fall off?
Yeah, I was kind of looking.
It's a really weak plastic on that one. I found it was peeling almost immediately. I was looking at it the other day. It was, it's peeling right away.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I noticed that was happening to a lot of them.
and it's funny because I've got a stack of them right here. Like if you look right about where the end of my finger is, I've actually got a bunch of them over the years, and that's the first one. I've got ones from years ago that haven't peeled. This last one is the first one that I've seen that have peeled.
Yeah, I think just lesser quality or the laminating wasn't very well done.
It's really unfortunate, but it is what it is. Like I get it. I don't think they had but maybe that's something that we have to like mention to Steve later and be like, hey, I don't know what you did, but these guys didn't quite put it up to the normal quality because the other ones are holding up great.
Eric, you don't have a top loader for that?
I'll get right on that.
Then it won't peel.
Yeah, it is peeling right there.
Yeah, I think they had different players on them also. Which player do you have there? Is it?
This is Cole Caulfield.
Gotcha.
Well,
Well, I think that's supposed to be. Did they have different ones? Because I heard that they seem to have different ones. Okay.
I found this one after the show ended.
Gotcha.
It was,
Took a risk.
Jeremy Swayman of the Bruins.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Found it. Stole.
Nice.
Whatever. I acquired.
Found it.
Yeah. So this was mine. and I had to walk around for a while with the Canadians player on me, and that was horrible.
Did it hurt your feelings?
It hurt my soul.
You've got a soul.
Not anymore.
I was about to say. I thought you signed the waiver.
I had to put a Canadians player on me. It was horrible.
I have
But then I
Spencer Knight.
found this one on the way out, so that was okay.
Spencer Knight,
Okay.
the goaltender for.
That for the Panthers?
I don't. Yep.
Gotcha.
And then the other side, I think we all have the. Yeah.
Gotcha. No, this is the downside, unfortunately. Like, I'm not joking about it.
Like
I used to watch all the time. I was watching games, Hockey Night in Canada, and all the games for my team and stuff. I barely watch any hockey, and I've made no bones about it. Like, I'm just not watching. So when I look through the blaster, that's why I had to ask about the Ty Smith thing. It's like, I don't know who that is. I know he plays for the Devils. That's all I know. I don't know if he's any good. No idea.
Yeah, it's peeling off on every corner, and
Yeah,
where the
I haven't-
lanyard goes through.
I'm not watching any hockey either, Carlos.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because it's one of those things. Like, it's on. I've got plenty of games on. Yeah, exactly. It's like copyright protected. At least you got it. I like putting the TV in the corner there. That's a good spot.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's right above my desk.
That's a good thing. If you set it up in the office right, I think it's good.
Yeah,
Yep. Put a mirror on your desk and
it's pretty much on the NHL network all the time.
Well, what I always found now. At some point, I may still do a TV in this room, but because this is I spend most of my time, whether I'm working or making live streams or making videos or whatever, I spend most of the time working out of this room. This space right here, even though it's open, is still basically where I spend most of my time. But I've got the second monitor where I do a lot of the stuff, the same one, and it works great because it's a 27-inch monitor, and at this range, it's a really big screen, like relatively speaking. So it's pretty good. But I've kicked around the idea of putting like a 4K TV in the corner here, like on the edge. It'd be kind of cool to stream something to it, just as a separate thing because my internet's good. So it's one of those things. I could do it. I've kicked
use
it
your
around.
monitor.
I could, yeah, I could. I just feel like it's kind of fun to have something on the TV though that's separate from the monitors because sometimes it depends on what I'm doing, right? Like if I am working, then I do have to have work stuff on the stupid monitor,
So you
and it
can
kind of
have
wrecks the
game
whole thing.
on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it wrecks it. And if I have the game on the thing and like a nice TV, that could be pretty good. And the 4K, the price unreasonably sized. I don't need a 50-inch TV over here. I'm not that far away, but a decent sized 4K TV, they've gotten pretty reasonable price wise, especially now compared to what they used to be.
Sell a few sodas.
Could be. Leading up to the next season, I'll probably be setting a couple of Vladdy Juniors. I think that'll be the next thing that I'll be putting up on the block, putting a couple of cards up there. I've got some nice ones, so I think it's time to put them up there. And maybe a couple of Sotos. We'll see. I'll have to see.
Coming up, like right by when the camps will open, late Jan, early February.
Well, it depends. Like it depends on whether you think they'll have any labor issues. And if you do, you can expect there will be a blip, there'll be disturbance in the force.
Yeah.
They'll be able to be like, wait, they're not gonna play? Wait, Mike Trout's not gonna play. Well, Mike Trout doesn't play anyway. But if he did hypothetically and they had games, he could at least be injured for real games instead of nobody playing games. Two different things. It's important.
I do have an announcement.
You have an announcement.
Another one. Here we go.
You are now an investor in Slab Strong.
Tim. Why did you? Anyways, Andy, who's running the code and does the CFL and working on the app and the
Right.
what have you. He actually came by on Wednesday, and he was in town. He's just from out west, and we talked a little bit more about how things are going with the apps and what have you. And I think the release date is going to be at the Spring Expo now.
Okay.
See, one thing he did was he built the apps. Not, the website is most people build a website and they make an app so that you can access the website on your phone. Well, he built the access to be an app by itself on the iPhone and the Android, and then the website too. So we're rethinking that, bringing in the app in because of the major changes all those things trying to do. Individually, you do it, it's twice as much work. So that's why it's taking a lot more time.
Okay.
So we're rethinking doing that, a few other changes, and I'm almost finished editing the information. So it's just a matter of putting all that up and testing it. So probably be a Spring Expo. So I expect to see Eric and Yannick there again.
I'm just
So May
waiting to send you
5th,
money.
6th, 7th, 8th.
I was about to say, like, Eric is basically the Fry meme of "shut up and take my money."
I've been saying this for this whole year. Just hurry up with the damn thing and let me send you money.
I'm hurrying as fast as we can, but it has to be right. It's not going to come out and be, like something that's not as good as it could be. So,
But you could have given Eric an under construction GIF and charged him ahead of time. Like you could have let him watch the GIF. He'd sit there waiting and watching it.
It's possible.
I need some testers.
There you go.
We do. We're going to have
Like-
that. Later
I'd
on.
be more than happy to do anything that I could.
Yeah.
See,
We'll have a lot of people in there just going through it, checking errors, seeing searches, functions, what comes up, what doesn't come up. For right now, it works really good. It's just a matter of there's all these technical format issues, and he's talking to me like wah. I'm going, yeah, and he brought out the schematics. Like, this is how detailed it is. He's a schematic sheet of how the websites are all broken down, the apps, and I'm going, who can understand that? Like, really? Like, he's a coder, and I'm going, hey, you had me at
See,
hello,
Tim,
bye.
You need people like
The
Bobby.
people. That's right. I got people.
Exactly. You don't have to understand it all.
And then he tells me, I'm saying, well, what's taking so long with all these? Well, we have employed somebody to help with the write-ups and stuff, transferring that information in and everything. He goes, yeah, well, I even went as far when there's group photos or shots, we've named all the players, so it's in the database. And I'm going, no wonder it's taking a while to do all this. I didn't even know he was doing that. So any team shots, team pictures, all the players will be in there. So you do a search, you want that guy, he's in that team shot. It's like, holy jeez. So all the cards, all the
Yep. Well, that's the advantage of being able to do it's the interactivity. If you're going to bother to do the interactivity, you can really go deep in the metadata.
Yeah.
Again, we say it jokingly, but it's true. It's not important that you specifically understand every intricate detail, but it's important that you have somebody who understands how to do those things, apply it for you, and it makes for a better product. It does. It's because it allows it for, if Eric goes and searches some obscure Bruins guy that nobody's heard of, even his family, then he can find that picture of that guy. And it should be available if it's possible to do so. And that interactivity is available because you're using that venue. And it's a good thing.
Oh, it's certainly a good thing. It's just, that's why it's going to be such a good thing. When it comes out, it will be revolutionary for apps and people using the site. And the amount of information is far beyond whatever you even think it's going to be. So.
And Bobby, if you think I may possess something that would.
No, I was just kidding. No, I'm.
No,
We know you're possessed. Is that what you're talking about, or something else?
What I'm saying is, if in part of my collection would be nice to take pictures of and put in, like for example, I have all the Bruins hockey plates, the candy dishes. Now, if you wanted pictures of those to put on there, or the Eddie Sargent stuff all in the wrappers, or things like that, to add to it.
I appreciate that 100%, and I'm well covered in those areas. The obscure things, those are the tough things to find and get good pictures. So those, if you have something that's really out there, and sometimes you can steal a picture. And if we go back like 10, 15 years, you'd steal something from eBay, but the guy had a little webcam and the resolution is so small, and it's like blurry, so it doesn't even matter. But I appreciate that. Yeah, that's fine. I have all the Bruins. I have all the other ones, and the Leafs and the Chicago and all the other different plates that they did the next year after. I think it was the next year after. We still don't know.
Well, that's where it'll be interesting to see down the road if PWCC expands its reach out and gets enough lots in there. If down the road they end up with some of those lots and some of those items, they are good at taking higher res images, especially compared to an eBay. So if down the road some of those items eventually end up in a PWCC auction and their thing, and they take the higher res images, that'll be a substantial improvement over what maybe was available previously, depending on the item.
Yeah. For the most part, I'm pretty good. Like those boxes, I have photographs of them, so I can do high res. But I also have different ones. Oh, I don't know if you've seen this one. That's a 74 tops wax tray. So there was 3 packs. And those things are going for, I've had so many over the years, and they're just going for thousands now. It's just like, it's 74. Come on. Tops. Are you kidding? That's the way it goes. wax is insane. New stuff is insane. The old stuff is just well beyond the opening possibilities. Who are you going to get in 74?
I was going to say, Eric, this is your trivia question. Like, this is yours. This is your line.
All you.
Dennis Potvin rookie?
No, he's a coach, or big coach.
74. I would guess Brian Chochi.
No, it's 76 is
Don Cherry.
Yeah, but I think
He's a rookie.
Dennis Potvin's rookie is 74.
75, isn't it?
74, 75, the one with the hockey stick on it, the same one as Cherry.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Potvin was 74? I thought he was 75. My mistake. Billy Smith, 74. I don't really know. We're going to have to look that up.
If only there was a book to look it up.
If there only was.
Such a thing existed, it'd be crazy.
Mhm.
John here says, quick question.
Oh, I hit it right on. Oh, wow. Amazing.
Here you go, Bobby. Since you got the book in front of you. So John here says, quick question. Do you guys know anything about the swell hockey cards from the early 70s?
More than anybody else.
Go for it.
So he's talking about the 74. It's not even 74. I'm going to reintroduce the new date to that. And that information will be saved until the website comes out at that point. But what I will do is give you a little bit of base information. Swell gum, which is for the Philadelphia chewing gum out of the US. They issued a stick and gum. I think I have a pack here. I do have a pack here somewhere. Stick puck gum, and then there was a card inside. In the card, the gum was shaped like a stick, and then they had these little pucks that were gumdrops. And then you would get this little card in each cello pack, and you can make a net out of it, and then you shoot on a table with this gum hard stick and a little droplet of gum, and shoot it into a net, and that was basically it. The date is wrong. It's actually earlier, and there's a whole set really of all the different teams, including the WHA, and that's as far as I'll go. It's really kind of cool. So I have a whole bunch of unopened ones.
So is this new information, Bobby, or it's in your previous book?
It's in my previous book, but I have new information for dates. I dated it perfectly. Oh, is it in there? Yeah, you seen it? It's in the back.
I don't know. I'm looking too, but I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I can't say that I know too much about this, that product.
It should be under 74 in the food issue. Unless it should be in merchandise. Well, here you have a stick and a gun. I'm going to go get it. I'll come back in 2 seconds here.
Stick and a gum. Anyway.
And Yannick's looking it up in the book. That's why it's nice to have people.
That's right.
That's right. Listen, the lesson we're learning here, and Tim's slowly acquiring this. And Tim, now you understand the value of people. Now you can do your thing. So Bobby's off checking it out. Yannick's checking it. Eric is corroborating and trying slowly to, trying to through the screen give Bobby money. Like he's trying. It's not for lack of effort.
I keep trying.
Yeah. You got to get to that point, Tim. You got to get to the point they're like, please just take our money, but I haven't even take it.
That's what Eric does. Eric tries to give me money. I go, hey, listen, man, just give me a ride back home. I'll spend 10 hours with you. That's enough.
That's either payment or punishment enough, something.
Yeah, that's just.
They both start with a P. It's one of those things.
52 tolls. 52. That's
a lot.
Many,
so there you go. Philadelphia chewing gum, pro hockey, pro stick bubblegum game. Wow. So what you would do is get a bubblegum stick.
Wow.
And then you get a gumdrop puck, 3 in each, with different things like this, a face off or what have you, which actually is described on the back of the package across there. And then there was a card in each. Why can't I find a card? Oh.
John, you asked the right question in the right panel. I'll leave it at that. You asked the correct question in the correct panel. That is usually the kind of question that will get you the results you're looking for.
And you can't find that information if you ask any other panel, because nobody really knows much about these at all. Very rare. Regardless, there's a card in each, and you can kind of see through it, and then it has the team name and what have you on the back. I don't know if we can see through it.
Yep.
So that stiffener is the bottom part of it, and there's a team name and everything up across it. But any which way, there's a whole team set.
There you go.
WHA, and they're kind of neat and different. But these
What's the-
fellows are so brittle. And we're talking. Okay, I'll divulge the date. It's 72-3, first WHA year. And I know that because of the team that I found in there. There's only 2 teams that played 1 year in the WHA, and they're in here. So, enough said.
There you go.
What do you think is the most desired of the set?
Oh, Boston. No, sorry. Most desired in the set? Any of them. The cards are non-existent. Are you going to open a pack just to get the card inside? No, because you got to pay so much for the pack. So, if you're a collector, you want to get your team. I have a sealed Toronto one in my display. So.
They're the strictly teams, or
Well, they have the name. They have the first name of the team, not the last name. So it would be Toronto, Montreal. It would go that way. It wouldn't say the Maple Leafs. It wouldn't say those things. So it did go through that.
gotcha.
So, and they're just goalie cards, net cards. Die cut, and you just fold it down, and you would take that stick and that gum and shoot it in on a table. Hygienic. Poof,
Yeah,
whatever.
but there are no players associated to it. It's strictly the teams.
It is just strictly the team champ.
Yep, that sounds fair.
That would call for licensing, and they don't want to do that.
So there you go. It's Panini before it was Panini. Oh, we always laugh about the unlicensed thing, acting like that's the first time it's ever been done. I was like, no, actually, it's been going on for a long time. It's like a lot of people are not as familiar with it, but it's like, no, it's been done.
Well, this early 70s is really when the NHL was going at the NHLPA. That's when they were fighting each other. So you would get the Eddie Sargents, which were non-NHL, and they were NHLPA. And because that's why they had to wear the generic jerseys.
Right.
And until 1974 is when they both kind of came to a deal, and they said, okay, we're going to license both under each and take their parts. Otherwise, they were all greedy. They wanted each for their own purpose. Oh, you can't do that with the jersey on. Okay, we'll make generic jerseys in the NHLPA because they want it for the players, right? Whereas the owners, they wanted money for the logos. So, and they finally came together. So ran from early way back till, here you go. Yeah. See, the problem with that is, and you get into the Eddie Sargents, is all those years, the 3 years that they issued those cards, it's the same photo used every time.
Right.
And that's really the drawback of the NHLPA. Like, it's great because this is only 1 year, but I'm just saying those other ones, the Eddie Sargents that you have.
Yep. Yeah.
So we had that battle, a battle of the brands again, or a battle of the rights, I guess.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So in the meantime, if you guys in the chat have any other similar type questions, you can throw them in. But I'll shift over. Let me have a little bit of fun with this real quick because I don't want to let Tim go before I had my little bit of fun. Because I referenced it earlier.
You've been waiting, haven't you?
I've been extraordinarily patient. I wanted to make sure everybody had their moment. Like, this was the perfect question for you, Bobby, and you had the stuff, and it was like, nope, let's let it play out. Let's do it. All right. So I already said earlier we're going to distinguish between the guy and the thing. HGA was one of the first ones that gave you some support as far as that's concerned. But you also had a chance to go down to a good old HGA headquarters, so to speak, and you had kind of a fun little experience. You want to kind of I'm leaving it to you to control how much or how little you want to say about it. But you had a bit of an interesting experience heading down to HGA HQ in terms of trying to talk to Tyler and how that whole piece worked out. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I'll tell.
Be as nice as you want. I'm not putting you on the spot. Play it however you wish.
So I'm talking to Tyler. There was a little bit of miscommunication because when you're texting with someone, it really depends on when they answer your questions in order in terms of text. So I'm essentially saying, hey, like I'm in town for 3 days, and when can we meet up? So he says 10 a.m. So I say, okay, I'll meet you at 10 a.m. at HGA. Now he doesn't really text back at that point. So I'm just ready to go, right? That's what I'm there for. I got my whole pitch ready. And at that point, I honestly didn't even have an HGA prototype yet because I haven't met him. I haven't. They were doing the like the Q system, so I didn't get an HGA card, so I actually needed a case from them.
Yep.
So I only went down there with my Beckett and PSA prototype. So I go to HGA. They were not ready for me to walk in there because when I say they weren't ready, they didn't know I was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ring a doorbell or just kind of walked in?
Oh, I can literally get in any doors. That's another. I actually did the same thing to Upper Deck. But so I walk in and I'm just like all excited to do my pitch. And so I'm like, yeah, I'm here to see Tyler. And they were just like, essentially, I'm going to leave this quote out, what they said. But they were like, who is this guy? Like, what is he here for? Like, blah, blah, blah. Luckily, I couldn't throw anything at that point because I probably would have damaged some people's cards. So essentially, they're just like, he's not here. And so then at that point, AJ is their, essentially, I would consider him like their general manager of like the facility. And this is before they even had the HGA sign hung up there. Like I got in with him real early. So he ends up calling Tyler, and now I'm FaceTime with him, and they're like, Tim, sorry for the miscommunication. My wife is at the beach. Can you give me a couple hours and you can come by my house? And, I'm from the Ocean State. I'm from Rhode Island. I'm down in Tennessee. So I say to him, brother, I don't know how to tell you this, but you don't got any beaches in Tennessee. And he's like, oh, you think my wife's cheating on me? I'm like, whoa, 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 because essentially he's like telling me that his wife has to unpack from the beach, and I make that joke, and he's like, whoa, 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 like what's going on? And I'm like, oh, Tyler, like I'm just joking, buddy. So then he's like honestly the most down to earth person. So he invites me to his house now. So keep in mind, I'm down there like trying to start this brand new business and all this stuff. So he answers the door barefoot, and just invites me in. We sit down on the couch. He's sitting there Indian style, and I laid the stuff out, and he enjoyed it. And he honestly, right off the bat, offered me money. Like not even buying me. He literally goes, Tim, do you need any money to get started? He's like, I don't even want a piece of your company. This is before the May 20th thing where they try to buy me out. And part of my whole story is that I always talk about Renee from Storage Wars. Another thing I did in Vegas was I went to the pawn shop, the Pawn Stars, but with my accent, people don't really know exactly who I'm talking about unless I say the TV show. So immediately him and his wife stopped making fun of my accent. And I guess it's not as exciting as when I leave some details out. So I'm
No. Here's the thing. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to push you to go any further on. All I'll say is that there were many Snickers to be had in the full version of it. But that said, let me ask you a question a little more open-ended. Let me ask you a question a little more open-ended that'll be interesting. I said earlier, I separate the guy from the company. HGA's had its challenges with certain things in it. Obviously, you were dealing with them really early days. So it would have been even looser at that point. But does it strike you, and this is more of an opinion question, in your opinion, does it feel like Tyler is going to, from his style, I'm not talking about the day-to-day operation of the company because you're not privy to that. I'm not talking about the numbers and the way they do their business. But he is trying to position himself to be a player. He's done the circuit and talked on podcasts and stuff. One of my critiques is that a lot of the issues they have are based on, yeah, you want to make this business. Yeah, you're very personable. Yeah, you're a likable guy. I don't have any issue with any of those things. But I almost, the best way I could put it is I almost question if you're like taking this as seriously as you could be. Not that you're not taking it seriously, but in the sense that like certain things are left open, that if you were if you were almost trying to enter into the PSA, the SGC, or the Beckett realm, you'd almost have these things locked down instead of just kind of throwing them together. You're hustling, you're doing your thing, you're trying to build a business, but you're kind of a one-man operation that is slowly adding pieces. Tyler basically went to scale almost immediately.
Yeah.
So like he jumped about 16 steps in this process. Not like I'd kind of like to run a grading company. Let me talk to some folks. And then, let me hire a few folks to do some logistics. Let me do this, that, and the other thing. It went almost to immediate scale. And you're almost automatically going to leave room for growing pains, which is basically what you experience. It's like you've created the scenario where it's like you went from 0 to 120 in a couple of seconds. And it's like, but you ran through a bunch of red lights and amber lights along the way where it's like, maybe you should have taken a second and stepped back before you headed to that next step. You weren't quite ready for prime time.
Yeah, so I can definitely see. I mean, I definitely agree with you. I don't know. So the one thing that when I came back from that trip,
mm-hmm.
I think Eric can attest to this too, because I would say it on Clubhouse a bunch, is that I just wouldn't bet against Tyler when it comes to fixing problems. Since then, the facility itself looks much different.
Mm-hmm.
I know most of the stuff I'm going to say now is actually on social media.
Mm-hmm.
He's gotten rid of a few people. I don't know. See, I don't know what it was like because of, and I don't mean this to sound like he hasn't worked hard, because he has. His personal story is actually pretty crazy to me, because from what he has come, and it's not always about money,
mm-hmm.
but Tyler was homeless at one point. And that's the reason why I just don't bet against them. Plus, I make this joke that he has Tennessee money. He's done very well in his personal life with stuff like that. And I don't know. So it's like, even for me, I've made a bunch of, I would say, small mistakes, or like timing wise, but I couldn't imagine what he did, like you're saying, from essentially opening up. And so HGA is in essentially a closed down supermarket. It's a massive building, massive space inside. And he seems to have done that very quickly. And he told me this story as well. I don't think I'm revealing anything. So when he bought the molds for his product, his manufacturer in Tennessee didn't believe him or understand the card game, and literally was trying to talk him out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler wrote him a big check and was like, no, I need this product. So he went all out with his own money with everything, the property, the slabs themselves. So I'm sure, in the beginning there was a lot of bowing with the let me see if I can figure out this camera angle with the products. He's fixed that now. I know he's fixed a few things, but I always go back into, at least the vibe I got from him is to not give up on him. And I don't know, like, I personally have still never graded with them. I don't know. So when he came out, right, because of my product, that, like I said before, that's when I was like, okay, the color aspect and customization aspect is a real thing. Because like I said, I had no idea that HGA was coming out. I think there was I forget the guy's name, but there was a guy that used to take GMA graded slabs and make a vinyl sticker to put over it. So there was someone doing like customs before it, but it wasn't this real business. So Tyler went all out from the beginning and just and opened up. So it's like hard to, like, I don't know. I've never had that much money to like fully invest everything into something. So it's just such a tough thing. I don't know. But I think they were smart when they first opened up, and they kept it going for months about the queue system. And I honestly wish they kept that a little bit longer to keep that mysterious part. Like, how can I grade my cards with them? And but they might have scaled too quick. I don't know. I don't know the inside.
Yeah,
the inside
no, I think that's
stuff
fair.
with
So let me bail you out a little bit here. So the
Yeah, please.
because mostly I just wanted to get your opinion. That's why I kept it to an opinion piece on
I know, but I'm
business.
so that's why I can't.
Yeah,
Carmen
yeah.
yells at me.
Yeah, it's an opinion piece. It's an opinion piece on the business, not on the man. But the thing is that I look at, and I'm just being practical about this. What you talked about not betting against them from a tenacity standpoint, being willing to go all in and all that, those are all admirable traits. But that isn't going to make a successful business. They're components that can help you make a successful business. They're a big part of what can drive you to keep you in the game where other people would give up prematurely. That's super helpful. But the other aspect of it is at a certain point, it's like, I don't care how fast you can adapt from errors. It's better to not make certain errors that are completely avoidable. That's a thing. It's also good to kind of not underestimate the scale of these challenges. And here's the overarching problem. And this is a conversation I have with folks that ask me about HGA. Is I go, okay, cool. You send in the card. Who's grading it? I don't need names. Like that's not fair. I don't need name and social security numbers. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm like, who are these people that are grading it when I'm sending it to you? Are you qualified? Do you even know what the hell you're doing? Do you know what you're talking about? Do you have anything that you can tell me that would indicate to me that I have any reason to trust any grade you came up with? Because I can take a reprint and grade the corners and the edges and the centering and get a perfect technical grade. It's still a reprint.
Yeah.
If you put on the slab that it's the real deal, that's bad. It didn't matter that you got the grading right. It doesn't actually matter. That's important. That's part of this too. So when CSG decided to start their thing, the first thing they did is they trotted out, oh, we hired some senior graders from Beckett. Oh, great. Okay. Now they almost overdid it. They kept saying, oh, these senior, look, I don't know these guys from Adam. I've never heard of these guys. I don't know who they are. But the fact that they at least have been in this business for a while, the fact that they've been doing this job for a while, that's encouraging. That's a good thing. That means at least, okay, you're starting from something. And these guys aren't going to grade every single card. They're going to do some training. They're going to help. And then CSG went into like, hey, we'll do some training in that. That'll be part of what we'll do here. Yep, exactly. And right now, CSG's honestly, their biggest hang up has been that a lot of folks, myself included, aren't the biggest fan of the label. Right, but outside of that holder is pretty sweet. Like the holder itself, I've been impressed with it. I thought it was
space there is just yeah.
But I just think they've got some things that they're going for them. They're part of a bigger conglomerate that does third-party grading already. So they're not new to this game in general. They hired some people that has some experience already. This is good. So they've got a couple of things in place. HGA's. So Tyler's a great guy. That's cool. What else you got? We got custom labels. That's cool.
I'm glad that was an actual question for me. I'm glad you kept going after you could. What else you got?
Yeah, but that's basically the question that has always been my critique. And again, it's not, I do make fun because this is what I do, but it's not meant to be insulting. It's a critique. Like, okay, so what else do you have going for you? Because right now you haven't told me, oh, we do the AI. That's not actually AI. Oh, we'll do it behind the scenes, but then we'll pull the video because it sucked.
Yeah. See, that's the thing that even so I think he probably, I don't want to use the word regret. I don't know how someone feels.
A learning curve.
I think by throwing the word AI out there, so many questions from the hobby came in because now it's like, well, wait a minute, because then all of a sudden it's like, well, AI is made by humans. Well, first of all, we know it's not AI, but I'm just giving an example.
Yeah.
We know AI, so it's like you've already had now you have to deal with. Are your coders right, or like all that good stuff? And I think that's one thing that he should have avoided saying, and maybe. But then, the videos, man, I don't know. A
lot of this stuff. That my point here is that a lot of this stuff is unforced errors that has nothing to do with even if you think you're building proprietary software to help you with grading, you don't need to go into there. You don't need to go there. You can just be like, we're using image enhancement. We're using latest technologies to help us with the grading process. That's it.
Yeah.
That goes back into here's Carvin off in the distance saying like, no, don't say too much. Say just enough. Just enough.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're right. If Carvin was on the board there, they would probably wouldn't say a word.
Yeah,
You know,
just stay
probably
out of
wouldn't
it.
Put out
Just
those
stay out of it.
videos, but
Yeah. And they also would have watched the video and been like, this looks like shit. It looks like you just got some hobos off the street and threw them on, and they go, pretend you're grading something. Because that's what the initial video looked like. It looked like you just found some people in the street and said, just come in. It's like, dude, I'm like in Jordans and like a tracksuit. Whatever. Just sit in the damn chair. And the chairs are mismatched. And it looked like you just put a hodgepodge of office equipment together and desks. And yeah, we're a professional operation. Send us your cards.
I worked at this grocery store.
Yeah.
I just melded in.
Yeah.
No, I think with the way the boom and the explosion went, I think people came in at that point a little too hard and fast, and I'm, open for errors at that point. I believe because you're just
Yeah.
trying to ride with the, because if it kept going the way it was going at the beginning, yeah, HGA probably be okay because people will just keep going and bypassing it.
but there's the other aspect too, right? So now a lot of these new grading companies are doing a custom label, right?
Mhm.
It's hard to say timing wise. Now that what he was trying to accomplish is way more massive on a scale than what I'm trying to do, right? Because people don't have to send me my cards for me to put the Slab Strong on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, he went really hard, really fast. But with that said, when someone says to you custom label, you think of HGA. And so in the same respect of, even though I came out really early, I did that road trip with just a picture of my prototype on it. Now, no matter what, because I was even out before those, because I remember the first post from the guy that makes those leather cases. So my whole goal was to be the first to market, even though like I got my provisional patent in, which really doesn't do much for you. It just put you in line because you really need the patent grade. So my whole marketing scheme, the way I did things with the road trip and throwing it, was so that it, at the very least, someone might go for if I have a competitor that comes out like, oh hey, that's kind of like Slab Strong, rather than someone saying to me, oh that's kind of like those leather pouches. So I mean, I don't know. It's really hard to yeah, it's really hard to judge like timing on things like that. But you're right though. I mean, I think when I had walked in there, he had at minimum, I want to say 40 to 50 employees. I had never been in a grading company situation like that. That was literally that my first opportunity was them, even though, like I said, I made the PSA case.
Mhm.
I didn't know what to expect, but walking in there, they could have slowed down a little bit. But like I said, I mean, I wouldn't know.
No, that's fair. I think that's fine. I think from that perspective, that's why I say when it comes to that stuff, it's like, no, I'm not interested in pushing you to try to over evaluate it because it's not, you're not there every day. You can't make that judgment. You can't make that assessment, and that wouldn't be fair. And that's why I try to separate it out. I try to stick to stuff that I can assess from the outside. Because unless I'm in that room, unless I look at the books, unless I figure out what their actual, what's going on in there, I can't say they're successful, they're not successful, they're doing it right, they're not doing it right. I can look at it from the outside and go, I wouldn't send them anything because I have no reason to trust you. Just based on what you've given me as a consumer, I have no reason to trust you. There's nothing special about you, custom labels notwithstanding, that says, oh yeah, I should give these guys my money. No, like I have to use some common sense here. It's like, no, you're going to have to prove it to me, and you're going to have to do that a step at a time. Demonstrate it over time. Do some good work, grade some cards accurately, do it well, and then the market will follow. It is yet to be seen if they can do that. They haven't proven that to anybody yet. Everything we've seen from them, every time we talk about them, it's not in glowing praise. It's that, oh, what did you do now? What the heck is going on with this? Where's this video? What is this AI explanation? What have you done? And why are you having this discussion when, frankly, you shouldn't be?
Yeah, and it goes back to what you were saying, where it's like no matter what, right? Mistakes are going to be made. We all know that even the big boys, they make mistakes. I've seen cards, but yeah, they went. So that's why if I had my say in the matter, and I almost did, because they almost bought me out, and I would have been technically working for them. that I would have said, keep the grading down, have your cue till it's 100% perfect. And then the videos to me, so first of all, I'm not smart enough to understand that AI video that they try to put out. So that already kind of turned me off.
I listened to it, and I've done some side research on it. They're not smart enough to understand what they said.
At least she was smiling the whole time, though.
It was very important that the lady they hired did a great job smiling through it. Yes.
Is this still the official video? Like you said, it's been
No, it's pulled, I think, right?
Well, the first one that was the funniest. Now, if y'all want to see what that looked like, we covered it on the live stream, and it was a lot of fun. It was great. It was fantastic.
Very
We
dirty.
we archived it for all time so that y'all can see and enjoy it.
That's
I saw it live. I actually
Yeah.
walked around and put a thumbprint on everyone's card, so they got a little piece of me and everyone's grading.
Well, I don't know if you remember it from the original video, but my favorite thing was the stock footage image they did for the shipping part, which was a guy with an Amazon box, and I was like, y'all could Photoshop that out. You've got our graphical artists. You could at least Photoshop your logo onto the box or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit of effort, guys. A little bit of effort goes a long way. Just the smallest little bit.
They do have the graphic designers. First of all, I'm not sure if that was an actual UPS guy or if they just dressed up and threw it. But
I have no idea, but I know that it was an Amazon box he was holding. So unless HCA is doing business through Amazon fulfillment, I'm like, that is a stock image, my friends. That is not what you're trying to show us. That is not an HCA package you're shipping. Why are you showing me this dude with this box?
That was a UPS truck too, I think.
Yeah, but the point is that here's the overarching point. As much fun as it is to make fun of, and yes, it is. The point is, who authorized this? Who said this was okay? All you have to do is hire an asshole like me to walk going, that's stupid. I would make fun of this if you showed this in front of me.
You're good at that.
Yes. It's like, but then point and say, like, this is stupid. At least Photoshop the damn thing. Photoshop your damn logo on it. 2 seconds. Do that. It's still stupid, but at least it's a step in the right direction.
So I agree with that point. And I'm assuming, because I have no idea knowledge about this, that they hired an outside firm to do it, because literally all the management there, like my guy AJ, my guy TJ, who's one of my, he's honestly a friend at this point, Tyler, they're all 25 to 35 years old. I think that if they had more, I don't know what happened, because I can't see that getting by them unless they totally gave the reins to their marketing to some outside firm, because I can't see, as far as I know these guys, they're very upfront, very transparent as well. I just can't see them putting that out there, like making those videos themselves.
But the buck still has to stop with somebody.
Right.
Even if the marketing firm comes up with this thing, if you're the owner, it could be Tyler, it could be somebody he trusts. It doesn't matter. If you're there, you have to have someone who sits there and goes, guys, I looked at it. Redo it. Nope. Or give them back some notes. Fix this, change this. Because as soon as you do that, you've agreed that this is okay. You've agreed to put it out. You said, yep, I'm good with it. But then you pulled it down, which is to say you weren't okay with it, because as soon as you started getting some feedback, we're going to redo it in a more professional way. Why didn't you think of that the first time?
This is actually one of their new graders.
Yeah.
My guy Choppy.
Nice.
So, very experienced.
It couldn't hurt at this stage. It really
just
couldn't.
gonna put a treat on top of the slab, and that's how they hermetically seal it.
That's
See,
it.
I got to stop talking because I have a lot of fun too. Yeah, exactly. Pounce on it.
We're all good. Don't worry.
For the let the record state, and Eric knows this. As much fun as I have at HGA, look, I've pumped the brakes for you several times. I have actually pumped them for you.
Well,
I mean, like I'm trying to give you an out here. I will make fun of them.
I have
I'm a
nothing
professional.
bad to say. I just might agree with some things you're saying. But with what you're saying,
Yeah.
not I.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
We can always use.
You're
Go ahead,
talking
Eric.
about the mistakes that these companies make. Did you see this one today? What's wrong with this picture?
Okay. Put it in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Upside down.
Yeah, the upside down, Jordan. Nice.
Oh,
Well, I gave you guys the story. I told you the BVG story, right? I gave you an example of the BVG stuff that I had graded. But I think I'm going to see if I can find it. I actually found one on eBay the other day.
All right, Yannick doesn't understand yet.
Go ahead, Yannick.
Oh, I'm out. I'm out. I'm the first one. Actually, I quit.
Yeah, no worries, Yannick. Go ahead. Take it easy. We'll catch you
You
later.
guys take care. Tim, Eric.
Yeah.
It's in this book. Sorry, I just wanted to tell you.
Oh, okay. The pack.
My Playboy edition or what? There you
Yeah.
go.
There you go.
It's
And I do have an
somewhere
open
between
pack.
Vancouver here now.
I have an open pack, so this is what the card looks like. I'll show you before you. There we go.
There you go. A little
Did
net.
you eat the gum already?
No, it's in there. Oh, trust me. You can eat it, and then on the back it just.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Carlos, good evening, gentlemen.
Have yourself a good night, Yannick. Take it easy.
Yeah,
Yes.
Later.
Yeah. We'll be winding her down pretty soon, but have yourself a good night. Take it easy.
yeah.
Okay, so I'll show you this here real quick. So we'll play a little game, and the game is going to be called "You Tell Me What's Wrong with This."
The name,
That's the problem.
Bob Schultz. It's not Bob Schultz.
You're saying Bob Schultz doesn't play for the New York Yankees and doesn't look like Mickey Mantle?
That's what I'm referring
Pretty
to.
much.
And you're saying this doesn't look like a 1954 Bowman card because it's a 1953 color, Bowman color?
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, it's a 1953 Bowman color Mickey Mantle. It's a great card. And unfortunately, that's the card that not this exact copy, but that was the card I unfortunately lost in mail because someone took a 5-finger discount and stole my card.
Oh,
Yeah. So, but this I actually found on eBay not that long ago where it was in the eBay holder. I was like, good old BVG. Keep it up. Mine was a submission that I did to BVG, and they thought that a 1955 Bowman Mickey Mantle was actually a 1955 Sandy Koufax rookie.
oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
So must have sold them.
So not all grading companies have their moments, to be clear, and Beckett has had theirs too. To be clear, and they're considered one of the three mains. But the point is, you can get past this if you understand that. Okay, well, adapt. All right, you screwed up. Fine, own it. Now, Beckett's not the best at this, to be fair, but they've made their share of mistakes. But if PSA does that, you can go yell at Nat. He goes, send it back in. You go to SGC. Peter from SGC. They make a mistake like that. You go yell at them. He goes, please send it back in. For the most part, most of the players in the game will fix it. So it's not about whether they'll fix it or not. It's about you got to have quality control. You got to try to have quality control. Stuff like that. If you're grading thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of cards, I'll forgive you screwing up the wrong, mislabeling a card here or there. That's kind of a silly error, but it's forgivable. It's not the worst thing in the world. You could do worse things. But some of the stuff, like I said, some of the stuff HGA has done, bless them, they're new to this game. So right now their batting average is real low because they swung and missed at a lot of really easy stuff. And it's like, that was a BP pitch. That wasn't even we're not even in the game yet. It's like, why are you swinging and missing at stuff that should be, this is promotional stuff for you guys. And by the way, you didn't have to do it. You could have said, look, we're not ready yet.
Yeah,
Just stall for time.
the boom plus COVID. So many.
I'm not even
things
talking
going
about
on.
that, Bobby. I'm saying you could grade the stuff and just hide behind the curtain and do the great and powerful laws check for a while. Just be like, look, we'll show you when the time is right. Soon.
Well, they came in at a hectic time. Let's just say.
But that goes back to the one thing that if they had never mentioned the phrase AI,
Yeah.
I don't think they would have had to
Explain.
explain it that hard. You know what I mean? They could have put out videos, but just not explain it because if they had just shown this, even in that first video, there's a few things they maybe shouldn't have shown, but essentially, they could have just shown you the big screen where they spread apart and shown that part, and everything would have been fine. So yeah, but
Yes.
throwing out the AI and Tyler does know that now. I've talked to him about that. They understand that, but I would say that he's pretty upfront and out there now. He's not so much anymore. But in the beginning, he was very upfront and out there with all the social media questions and people talking nonsense. And And that's the Tyler like I knew and I met, that he was very transparent. And now he's kind of stepped back a little bit, and I understand why. They've grown a little bit too big. And at some point, that stuff's got to eat at you. But I've always said this, and Eric knows this because I've said this pretty much everything I said tonight, whether it's about Geoff or myself or like even, Carvin talking about the transparency thing. On Clubhouse, you're able to like open up a little bit more because you trust these guys and everything. But I've always said, and I'll continue to say it, like I personally won't give up on Tyler. I hope he doesn't give up on me now that if he sees this interview. But
I was going to say, we try to give you about 12 trapdoors to escape from. If you,
yeah, ugh.
I
gotta watch this video again too because this is gonna be a good practice for me on what exactly happens.
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, most of them won't give you 12 trapdoors to escape from. It's like, no, keep talking, keep saying things.
Well, so it's funny, right? Because Eric was like, I told Carlos, don't say, this is like weeks ago when we were talking about me first, like coming on here with you. And Eric was like, I told Carlos, take it easy on you. And my response to Eric was like, nah, he doesn't have to take it easy.
I didn't.
He can ask whatever he wants.
In my terms, yes, but in relative terms, no.
Yeah, I know. And now I'm glad that you're taking it easy. So
yeah, I took a little off my fastball compared to normal. It's just because we like you. If you see in more of the streams, it's like I usually got a little more of my fastball, and I can throw a lot of junk too.
Well, I definitely won't say anything bad about the King PSA. I got your cases ready, PSA. So anytime. There
you go. Between Collectors Universe and our Fanatics Overlords, be careful who you down talk.
Oh yeah.
Be very careful. We all want our beautiful Fanatics money. Josh Sluber's awesome. He's a great guy. Really swell.
I'm gonna be on a holiday special with all these people, all these big time people.
That's right. Oh. Exactly. Now, which day is the holiday special? I can bring it up on the screen, but just refresh our memory.
It's December 7th to the 9th. I am told that I will be on the 7th. I don't know what time yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Now that I've done this with you, what does it say? Can HJ's building be seen from space?
That's a bit of a running joke with our good friends at ComC because they bragged endlessly that their building could be seen from space. I literally made a video going, who cares? Like, the building could be empty. Just having a big building doesn't mean anything useful is happening inside. But that's what they were bragging about.
I'm glad I read that question before I answered, though, because I thought it was asking me to describe their space. And I'm like,
oh.
You should have said that you gotta be careful the context of it. If you don't, here's the thing. Here's a tip for you, Tim. If you don't understand the question, it is perfectly valid to be like, sorry, could you explain that a little bit more? Could you try that a little different way? You can actually have somebody clarify the question. If you don't completely understand exactly what they're asking you, just ask for a clarification of the question.
That
is allowed.
Counting there and back, that's what my 20-hour conversation with Eric was like. I'm like, can you say that again? Do you sure you want to say that? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so hold on a second. So that previous conversation about the click art, so that they actually pay for a I think you're talking about the Tua situation. If you're not, then it's a very similar situation what you're talking about. So they actually had software that included that image, where the software actually was the one that took that image. So when HJ used it and found out, Tyler contacted that artist. The artist only wanted him to pay, I don't know if I should say this. I'm going to say it anyways. The artist only asked Tyler for like $100, and Tyler said no and paid him way more. And that's why they're able to use that Tua image. So the graphic designer that did that did nothing wrong. They actually took it from a piece of software that already had that image that the artist let them use. So that kind of goes to a little bit of Tyler's character, where essentially they made a mistake without knowing because they had bought software with it on it already. And then once they found out and that happened, Tyler paid the guy. I was actually there at that time when it happened. I think I was there in Knoxville for a total of 5 days. And so I mean, that's one thing that I hear about a lot, and I have to kind of stick up for them on that, because that truly was an error that I don't think anyone would have caught because they like I said, they bought software with that image already on it.
No, that's fair. The only counter I would have to that, so now, like since we moved on from the specifics, this is where I'm gonna bring the fastball back. That's all well and good, but you shouldn't be using anything from software anyway. Ever. If you've got artists, make your own stuff. Like if you're gonna bother with it, make your own stuff or use it as inspiration and reinterpret it or do whatever. Because as soon as you use anything from software, you're making assumptions about who owns what rights. Art is too complicated. It's too complicated. If you use something that's real close, even if you yourself make an interpretation of it, we already know that's a legal murky area. I don't need to be a lawyer to know that if the artist had decided to go the other way, he could have been like, well, thanks for your offer. I'd like 10 times as much.
Yeah.
Because he would have been within his rights to be like, I licensed it for them.
Right.
I didn't license you to use it for commercial because you're operating a business and you're making money using this picture on here. The artist was very nice. Tyler was very nice. The artist was very nice. But that is where I'll put the buck has to stop with Tyler. You are late. You are the leader. The buck stops with you. You have to be like, hey guys, artists, if you find something that's inspirational, great. Make sure it's your own work. Whatever it is, it's got to, if it's your work, at least we have a leg to stand on. We can be like, oh no, this is my interpretation. I use this as inspiration. I didn't just copy you. And I didn't use it from software or whatever. So I'm totally with you. I think you did an excellent job defending Tyler, but it doesn't let him off the hook.
You my boy, Tyler. I'm waiting on that Slab Strong order.
Well played. But now you understand though, like, yeah. And here's the thing. We can give him his credit for understanding, identifying the problem and making a correction mid-flight. But I can also be like, shouldn't happen in the first place. This is completely avoidable. Like, there's no reason you should have been in this position.
Now I'm nervous when I put in my order. There's going to be random hidden swear words at me in my custom label that's like, we saw you on I Am Carlos, and now...
You're more than welcome to come on, Tyler. I'll be gentle.
Yeah.
See that right there? That right there, that smirk.
If anything, it'll help.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I could do to hurt him. It's like, is there any other fake cards you like to grade? Anything else you refuse to grade because you don't have the expertise or the capability?
Sometimes.
By the way, these are words coming from me. Tim does not endorse or speak to any of these matters. This is from me. So you
now
can cry
I'm
to
sending in the I Am Carlos card.
There you go, exactly. But yeah, no, like I said, at the end of the day, they're going to have to figure out their own way. They've got some work to do to get to that next level. We'll see. We'll see if they manage it. I'm not overly optimistic, but at the same time, they're going to have their opportunity. They're going to have their day in court, so to speak. People will have to decide for themselves if they want to do it or not. And I'm not going to force them to do it one way or the other. If you ask me my opinion, I'll give it to you. But otherwise, look, it's your money. Do whatever you want. Pick your best option. That would be my advice.
I think they're going to they're going to join the big three and become the big four if they haven't already. I think their uniqueness will allow people to forget about the mistakes early on. Again, I mean,
So you're not giving CSG any love?
Oh, that thing is god awful. Just because they have a solid slab, if it looks like garbage,
They also have legitimate graders. We are kind of overlooking the fact that they actually have legitimate graders.
But absolutely.
Yeah, it's kind of important.
You are a million times correct.
Yeah.
Joe Average going through a show and sees the card they're looking for in a slab that makes it pop and that they really like versus one that is god-awful ugly. Joe Average is not thinking or doesn't have the knowledge that we have on this matter and is going, I like this one. And they're walking with the HGA every time.
Sure. Now, do you think it makes any difference that they have made overtures to their customers to ask them about making a modification to the label? So they have acknowledged that the label hasn't taken off the way they want it, and they're looking at some possible alternatives that they're going to do, like in front of their customer base later on. They've made overtures to that,
and I think that would be huge because, again, I mean, I have one,
Yeah.
There's nothing good about this.
Yep. Yeah, the
mean,
white space has always been a bit of an issue, and the green. Some people like it, some people don't. To me, it's a color, whatever. But the white space is an issue for me. And if you don't have the subgrades, it's a little bit. It creates this weird gap in there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's fixable. And that if you
absolutely.
understand and are willing to identify it, and look, if you're willing to pivot and make an adjustment, that's an easier adjustment to make than to completely redesign a slab. You can fix a label. You just have to figure out how to make it look a little bit better and figure out what the clients want. And you fix that label, you're already well on your way, and you've got your credibility is solid so far. So that's not a bad thing. And the construction of the actual plastic and clarity of the actual plastic is pretty good.
Yeah. And I think they need to, their number one advertisement has to be the people they have working for them, and explaining the experience that they have. That will go a long way, because unless you're a hobby insider, you don't know who's doing this. You think, ask Joe Average Collective. They'll think all grading people go to grading school, get a 4-year degree in card grading, and then go through a hiring process to find the very best ones, and that's how they get graders.
Yeah, I question the word expert a lot.
You know,
very few out there.
I'm not going to name a name. I'm not going to name a company, but Tim has discussed, has had conversations with these people. They're in New England. We'll say that. And I had a conversation with the owner, and super nice guy. Product looked pretty good, and I asked him, who's grading this stuff? Where's the experience coming from? And he said and his experience was that he's been in the hobby for 30 years.
That's not.
Those are my boys.
I'm just saying.
Just to be clear, anyone that owns a grading company is my boys.
That's right.
The important message here, Tim, is that you love all grading companies.
Good
equally.
one, Tim. Yes.
Yeah. Nothing but love. Much love, Tim.
Much love. So, and that's wonderful, but you couldn't hire one person that's worked in a grading company in the last 20 years. I mean, just say that you have one person.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's like, no, I've been in the hobby since 1988. Does that make me qualified to open up a grading company and grade your cards?
Context.
Well, but it's in seriousness. It's a thing we've talked about before. You can be in the hobby for a long time, and it's the analogy I use with my grandmother on my mom's side. Is that it just means you're old. That's the only thing we've proven successfully. Talking to you, listening to what you say, what you've done, whatever. That's how we learn. Okay, so what did you do with that time? Did you learn something? Have you become good at whatever it is you do? Do you have expertise? Whatever. What did you do with that time? Did you just lollygag that whole time and just manage to not die? Because that's admirable, but it's also isn't indicative of wisdom. I can't give you credit for wisdom for just successfully not dying.
Yeah.
Being in the hobby a long time just means you've been in the hobby a long time. It just means you're old. That's it.
Remember, I pointed out at the when we were at our meeting place in the the food area, ICER, another place that we don't know. They've been one guy's been in the hobby for 25 years, whatever.
Sure.
But he's been a collector. What do you know about certifying wax packs, or what do you know about, he buys them. I understand. Have you opened them? Have you done this? Have you done that? No, they're grading wrappers. It's like, yeah, that's a wrapper. Okay, whatever. Do what you want. But the packs, that's really key. And I'll tell you, they have nobody worth any of their salt. Like myself, you guys have seen my videos of how many packs I've opened, and I've been doing this, and seen the wax that I've had back in back was 2002 when that picture was taken. So, I've been around it. These people have nothing. And, I've written a book on it, and I at least have that experience. These guys come out of the air and just want to do stuff. And it's like, sure. So what proof do you have? Well, I've been in the hobby for 30 years. Yes. Same thing you said, Eric. And how do you trust them? Like, can you grade? Can you authenticate a pack? Can you certify this.
Yeah.
And so many people don't realize how crucial that is to their business. And it was a ghost town there. Like every time I walked by, there was nobody at their booth because nobody understood what iCert meant. They thought their name was going to explain. You guys walk by, you see a bunch of display boxes and it says iCert. Okay.
I think at the expo we didn't have it as much, but I think right now the hobby is very keen because a lot of them are very upset with PSA. Understandable because they've had their struggles with the pricing and everything and having to close down a lot of the levels.
Sure.
But just because you're frustrated with PSA doesn't mean you immediately run to somebody else just because they exist.
Yeah.
You should ask a couple of basic questions. Be like, look, even something like that. It's like, oh, the labels are cool, the holder looks nice. Okay, cool. What do you guys actually know about this? Can you tell me anything? Like, don't just tell me you've been around a while. Yeah, okay, fine, great. So have I. I've been around nonstop since 1990. That means 31 years. So there you go. I got 1 year on your guy. So it's like, does that mean I have grading expertise? Not necessarily. But I've graded my own stuff and I've done very well with it in the stuff that I've graded, and I'm pretty accurate in the stuff that I've dealt with. Does that mean I know everything? No, it does not. But it means there's some stuff I'm pretty confident in that I've been able to grade comfortably over the years because I've handled it enough. I can authenticate certain things because I've handled it enough. But that's the only reason why. That doesn't mean I'm going to open up shop to do that.
Yeah, and I want to step out and say, that it's not that I'm slighting iCert. I'm slighting the fact that they don't come forward with anybody who has any, and we can go into Tim's conversation, or even with Carlos saying, what graders do you have? You have to bring that first and foremost, because that's your base of your company. Anybody can open a company and manufacture a product, but we're talking about specifics here. We're talking about grading. We're talking about sealed stuff. These are crucial parts of the hobby, and we need people with very good experience to cover those. And otherwise, it casts a shadow on their companies, or what basis do they have to even open a company on that?
I think that's completely fair.
Boys, my lovely fiance is home. I'm going to get out of here, but I just want to say that you guys are all HGA 9.5s to me. Love you guys. And that's it.
Okay.
Those are some strong words.
I was going to say more, but I'm like, the farther I go, I'm just going to stop making fun of Eric, and then we'll never get off.
Okay, can you at least take one shot at Eric before you go? Like, give one. Give one.
Well, the only reason why I don't want to take a shot at Eric is because it seems that life has taken multiple shots at him.
That's fair.
So I just figure,
Yeah.
I'm on my last leg. I can't take it anymore.
The irrational anger he invokes in people is just incredible. It's got to be some kind of a curse. I think at this point it's curse.
Tim,
the only thing I'll say is
to cause that man to scream at us.
Which guy?
There's only one guy who yelled at us, and you ran away with your tail between your legs
When was this?
at the show.
All I got to say is, do me a favor, Eric. Can you just find something yellow to wear next time? Jeez, dude, your whole thing is.
That's better.
Oh God, there he is.
Yeah. So anyway, Tim, thank you for popping on. You're more than welcome. We'll reach out to you again and we'll hang out and chat. It's Slab Strong. I've had it down there at the bottom the whole time. We did show off the Instagram a little bit earlier. You got to check out the memes. At least pop in for the memes. You got to do that.
Yeah, because I'm in some of them, and it's awesome.
There you go. And you even got Eric from PWCC, Hail Hustle. So he's been in one of them recently. Like the hobby dignitaries have been there. The hobby dignitaries have been there.
Yeah, those are my guys, man. So anyone who's listening, shout out to everyone. I just really appreciate you giving me the time and allowing me to not answer some things and putting a pressure on me to answer some things, because I love any type of hobby talk. But it was good seeing you guys again. I hope we can talk again. I'll be down for whenever. So I really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We will down the road. Thank you, Tim, for joining in. We're going to wind her down now. Thanks, guys, for hanging out in the chat. So, Tim, you're welcome to drop off anytime. You're already good to go. I'm going to wind her down. Have yourself a good night,
guys.
okay? Take her easy.
Thank you.
See you later.
Sounds good. So, we'll wind her down now. We've had a pretty good show. Considering we had no news, we did it again. There it is. We did it again. So,
5 hours. Holy shit again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I keep trying to tell everybody this is the way it works out. One more. So, the Christmas Eve show will go off. I'll probably be at the house. I will see if I can get Carlos Sr. on. That'd be kind of entertaining. I'll see if I can have a little fun. It will be a shorter show than usual because before midnight I'm going to log off so I can go spend some time with the family. We'll do the opening of the presents. There isn't a lot. We're at this point we don't really need anything, but the parents like to try to find something. So probably we'll get clothes. We'll probably get socks. It'll probably be some of that, which is fine. It's okay. But it's usually that's when we'll do it. And then New Year's, I'll pop on. I'll start off. I might start off a little later, a little closer to midnight, just because I don't necessarily need it to be as long. But then I'll go a little past midnight, and then Happy New Year in the East Coast. So we can do a little bit of that. So I'll let everybody know well in advance. I'm thinking about it and planning it out now. And I may reach out to some folks if they're around and be like, hey, you want to come on for a little while? We'll hang out, and then we'll go. It'll still be a shorter show than usual, but that's why I'm thinking starting a little later than usual. So we'll see how that plays out, and we'll figure it out. Anyway, outside of that, more videos coming up on the channel, more live streams for the rest of the month. I don't take time off. I don't even acknowledge the existence of these holidays. I work shift work for years. I work Christmas. I work New Year's. I work the eves of both. All the holidays in between. I didn't have a vacation for 7 years. I don't even know what that crap is. There'll be none of that.
I don't know what you did with yourself all week.
What's that?
I don't know how you survived all week without working.
It was crazy. It was actually this. I don't really. It's only the last couple of years that I've had that week off, and it's a mandated week off. You have to take a week consecutive. So I'm used to just taking a Friday or a Monday off and making a long weekend. The good news is I had enough stuff to do around the house. To be honest, that's what I was doing. It was like, okay, great. I'm making progress on this, sorting some of this crap that I needed to sort forever. So it's like, good. I only feel bad that I'm running at the end of the week and I still have some stuff left to do. And I'm like, I got to get it done before Monday. So anyway, so that's it for me. Thanks, Eric, for popping on. It was nice of you not to take as many shots at Tim as we would have all hoped. And it was nice of him not to take as many shots at you as we would all hope. But we'll have a chance again in the future. And we expect gloves to come off.
I appreciate you having him on. Tim's a really good guy. He's worked very hard to get to where he is right now. There's definitely more to his story, and it's for him to share. But he's worked his rear end off to get here, and that's what I respect about him. That's why I became friends with him. I support him fully, and I appreciate you having him on and promoting his products because he deserves it.
Yep. And that was, to be clear, everybody, that was not a paid sponsorship. We just chatted with him at the expo and thought, nah, you can come on and chat. We'll, because we also wanted to talk about other stuff, but we did talk about the product quite a bit. So next stream will be December the 3rd, first one in December. Like I said, it's probably going to be a full complement of streams on the Fridays in December. So pop in at your will and talk in the chat, because honestly, that's kind of what also helps drive the thing. When I bring people on, we have conversations, it's a lot of fun. But if you guys in the chat have stuff to say, it always helps, because then you can get your piece in. We still try to incorporate what you guys are doing. Cool. All right. Those of you who are still here, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy your Saturday if you're there on the East Coast. On the West Coast, you still got a little time left. If you could hit the like button on your way out, it'd be appreciated. It does actually help the channel, and it's free. We're not even going to charge you for it.
Yep.
True story.
Subscribe too.
There you go. Subscribe to the channel if you could do that as well. All right. Thanks, guys. Have yourselves a great night, and we'll catch you in the next one.